Introduction. Man Jiao halted her work on the motor, casting a piercing gaze at Xun Baiyan. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind her, belonging to Luo Chunfei. Xun Baiyan, if you are ill, please take leave to see a doctor. You were the one who embedded this motor, weren't you? Are you unwell? Huang Manjiao inquired with concern. Xun Baiyan looked at Luo Chunfei with confusion, only to see him making exaggerated facial expressions. Suddenly, Xun Baiyan understood. Yes, perhaps the night breeze was too strong, and I caught a chill. As he spoke, Xun Baiyan sneezed. In that case, you should quickly take leave and purchase some medicine. It's only 9:30, the clinic is still open. Go check if you have a fever. Huang Manjiao paused her work on the motor and poured Xun Baiyan a cup of warm water. Chapter 1. The Royal Council. July 28th. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, illuminating Bailong's face and gently awakening him from a profound slumber. The handmaidens, who had been waiting patiently, entered the book-laden chamber with utmost care, expertly assisting him in dressing. Today he donned a meticulously chosen black and purple ensemble, a fitting tribute to his noble status. Bailong stood before the mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. His violet eyes were deep and hinted at a subtle sharpness. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every glance, every smile, and even each blink from Bailong today could serve as a pawn in his inaugural foray into the intricate game of power. This day marked his first attendance at the Royal Council, a significant step towards grasping the zenith of national authority. Your Highness, your cloak, a lovely young handmaiden murmured, presenting a black and purple cloak embroidered with the three-headed dragon family crest. Bailong nodded slightly, allowing her to drape the cloak over his shoulders. Facing his reflection, he inhaled deeply, adjusting the cloak to ensure its flawless presentation. An impeccable exterior is the foremost step in winning hearts. With all preparations complete, Bailong exited his chamber, embarking on the path to the Mage Tower. Four royal guards followed closely behind, their strides resolute and powerful, their armor gleaming in the morning light like guardians, ever ready to shield him from any lurking threats. As he traversed the castle corridors, his gaze swept over the exquisite tapestries and grand paintings adorning the walls, each artwork narrating a tale, with every tale symbolizing power and honor. From bottom to top, the walls depicted the complete life of Conqueror Egan as he subdued the continent of Westeros. In no time, Bailong arrived at the Assembly Hall, where several ministers of the Royal Council had already gathered. Hand of the King, Otto Hightower. Minister of Justice, Leonor Strong. Minister of Finance, Lyman Bisberry. Minister of Marine Affairs, Corlys Valerion. Grand Maester, Rhaenys. The emergence of Prince Baelon immediately captivated the attention of all present. In response to their gazes, he politely inclined his head, maintaining a composed demeanor as he entered the hall and took his seat, quietly observing each individual around him. Despite the amiable smiles adorning their faces, these expressions may well conceal blades beneath, with every utterance potentially serving as a test or a trap. Baelon was acutely aware of this reality. He understood the necessity of remaining vigilant to discern truth from deception. Fortunately, this oppressive atmosphere did not linger for long. As King Viserys entered the conference hall, accompanied by Commander Harold Westerling of the Kingsguard, instantly, everyone rose to pay their respects. Your Majesty. No need for excessive formalities. Please be seated. King Viserys casually waved his hand, signaling for everyone to take their seats, before instructing the guards to move Baelin's chair to his left. Without any lengthy preambles, the council commenced directly. Topics were raised and discussed one after another, though most were trivial matters. Nonetheless, Baelon listened attentively, occasionally offering his insights under Viserys' guidance. His words were always succinct and impactful, striking at the heart of the matter. The prince's wisdom and insights compelled the assembled ministers to regard this 6-year-old child as their equal, engaging in dialogue devoid of any condescension. As the meeting drew to a close, Minister Corlys Valerion introduced a weighty revelation. You're all aware that I was recently engaged in battle with the forces of the Three Daughters and Dorne at the Stepstones. The significance of the trade routes of the Stepstones is well understood by all present. I have roughly estimated the losses incurred over the years to be no less than 20 million golden dragons. If the situation continues as it is, the losses will only escalate further. The council chamber fell into a solemn silence. The ministers exchanged cautious glances, fully aware that the conflict at the Stepstones was not merely an economic struggle, but a political gambit as well. The plight of House Valerion rang like a warning bell in the hearts of all present, reminding them to tread carefully in their responses. Balon surveyed his surroundings, his eyes gleaming with a sharpness and wisdom that belied his tender age. He comprehended the profound implications behind Corlys Valerion's words. The control over the stepstones was not only crucial for maritime trade, but also pivotal in maintaining the delicate balance between the various powers, including the three daughters and Dorne. A misstep could potentially trigger upheaval across the entire continent. Noticing the minister's reactions, Balon gently tapped the table, the crisp sound echoing through the vast hall. Then, his youthful voice rang out, imbued with an undeniable resolve. "Esteemed lords, the matter of the stepstones has lingered for far too long. It must be resolved post-haste. We cannot merely focus on immediate gains and losses, but must also gaze towards the future. The kingdom of the three daughters is formed by the alliance of the city-states of Tyros, Myr, and Lys, governed collectively by 33 governors who hold dominion over these waters. Once, they merely collected tolls from merchant ships passing through the Stepstone Islands, but now they have allied with Dorne to seize the islands, their ambitions glaringly evident." Valerion's gaze was piercing as he continued. Over time, what further actions might they undertake? Will they maintain the status quo and gradually encroach upon Westeros? Or will they dare to blockade our maritime trade and establish a commercial monopoly? This matter transcends the Valyrian family. It concerns the very survival of our kingdom. He turned to his father, Viserys, seeking permission to speak. A paternal smile graced King Viserys' face, his eyes filled with encouragement and trust for his son. "No need for hesitation, speak freely," he replied. With his father's consent, Balerion felt unrestrained, his voice echoing throughout the hall. "I have been closely monitoring the conflict surrounding the Stepstone Islands and have researched the history of the free trading city-states. It is a matter of public knowledge that, tracing back hundreds of years, 8 of the 9 original free trading city-states were, in fact, colonies of the Valyrian freehold, and our Targaryen lineage is the purest blood of the Valyrian dragon kings." Valerion's words struck like a sharpened blade, targeting the crux of the issue. The invasion by the kingdom of the three daughters is a direct affront to our kingdom's authority, an insufferable rebellion. In dealing with such insurrections, we must respond with unwavering suppression, ensuring they recognize their rightful place. Old Snake, seated in his position, observed the young prince's eloquence, nodding inwardly in approval. Compared to King Viserys' gentleness, he held greater faith in Balerion's decisiveness and wisdom. In just a few sentences, this young prince had redefined the stance of the kingdom of the three daughters, transforming an invasion into a rebellion that must be quashed. Invasion might leave room for negotiation, but rebellion offers only 2 outcomes: total victory or complete defeat. The ministers of the council, realizing they could no longer evade the issue, understood that they must now rally behind Old Snake, however reluctantly. At the very least, they had to expel the kingdom of the three daughters from the Stepstone Islands and restore the freedom of maritime trade. Chapter 2. The War Council. On the chessboard of power, every move made by the players must be meticulously planned, each piece bearing the weight of destiny. War is no mere game. It signifies the parting of countless families and the stark choices between life and death. To ensure an advantage in battle, the first step must be to solidify intelligence, gathering, and analysis concerning Dorne and the kingdom of the three daughters. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to invincibility in 100 battles. Otto Hightower, the Hand of the King, has constructed an intelligence network that serves as the kingdom's eyes and ears, capturing every subtle movement from afar. Though still in its nascent stage, it is destined that Balerion will one day inherit this formidable mantle, perfecting the system to become the cornerstone of the kingdom's enduring stability. In the current tumultuous political landscape, it is imperative to gather intelligence regarding the military dynamics and political intentions of Dorne and the Three Daughters Kingdom, as well as the movements of other free trading city-states. The analysis and evaluation of various intelligence reports must be executed with precision, akin to forging a sharp sword. Each aspect, including military strength, alliance relations, and hostile situations, demands meticulous consideration. At present, Belron possesses no relevant experience and is utterly unqualified to shoulder such a monumental responsibility, as he is merely a 6-year-old child. This marks only the initial phase of warfare. Alongside understanding the enemy's circumstances, it is essential to mobilize vassals to assemble their armies. This is a summons under the feudal system. Each duke must provide soldiers and resources to forge a united front. Their responsibilities and obligations are akin to oaths inscribed upon their family crests, and must not be forsaken. Once the armies are assembled, the subsequent task is to integrate this disparate military force into a cohesive unit. The establishment of a joint command center is crucial for transforming scattered forces into a formidable power. At that time, all dukes will convene, unifying their command and intent. The ensuing specialized training and operational deployments require meticulous planning. They will weave an invisible net to capture every opportunity for victory. When devising operational strategies for different troop types, specialized training must also be conducted, such as cavalry from the north and archers from the riverlands. Warfare is not merely a matter of back-and-forth clashes. It necessitates constructing defensive lines and controlling strategic points based on terrain and geography. The first step involves establishing fortifications and defensive structures on key strategic islands that have not yet fallen, thereby strengthening defensive capabilities. This serves as both a shield for defense and a sword for offense. The second step is to control maritime logistics, ensuring dominance over the northern waters surrounding the Stone Steps archipelago, thereby preventing hostile incursions and cutting off supplies. Concurrently, military exercises and training must not be neglected. In these extraordinary times, frequent military drills are essential. Organized joint military exercises will serve as a crucible to enhance the cooperative combat capabilities of various units in a short span, transforming a disparate collection of forces into an indomitable fist. However, soldier training will inevitably lead to a sharp increase in the demand for food and other resources, which will be provided by the River Bay region. As previously mentioned, logistics are the lifeline of warfare. The establishment of a robust logistical support system, encompassing financial preparations, food, and weapon stockpiling, is fundamental to achieving victory. Only with secure logistics and sufficient material supplies can the foundation for success in war be laid. Thus, the construction of a logistical system is of utmost importance, a task entrusted to the Minister of Finance, Lyman Bisberry, who will oversee the fundraising and establishment of a sound logistical support system to ensure adequate supplies for the Army. Simultaneously, it is vital to stockpile sufficient food, weapons, and other military provisions in critical regions. As for the source of funding, that remains a matter for the Royal Council to resolve. The aforementioned elements serve as the foundation for instigating warfare. However, initiating conflict is ultimately a suboptimal strategy. The superior approach lies in compelling the enemy to submit without bloodshed, employing psychological warfare that targets the heart of the adversary. Rumors and propaganda will act as sharp arrows, piercing the very essence of the enemy's morale, while simultaneously uplifting our own troops' spirits and consolidating their resolve. This tactic serves as both an internal motivator and an external deterrent. The hearts of the populace and the soldiers must be ignited and illuminated. Psychological tactics during wartime are omnipresent if wielded adeptly. They can significantly influence the enemy's morale, leading to their defeat before the battle even begins, through the dissemination of various rumors and grassroots discontent. In this regard, Otto Hyder, the King's Hand, is particularly adept. Dragonstone Island. This ancient and enigmatic isle stands resolutely at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. Each dawn, its silhouette emerges from the mist, resembling a slumbering behemoth. The island's rocks are a deep gray, starkly contrasting with the surrounding azure waters, their surfaces rugged and worn, sculpted by the relentless winds and waves, bearing witness to the passage of countless ages. The castle upon Dragonstone Island is constructed from black stone, its towers intricately carved in the likeness of dragons, with numerous gargoyles adorning the walls, serving as battlements. The design within the castle is predominantly dragon-themed, with smaller dragon motifs embellishing door frames, while dragon claws protrude from the walls, functioning as torch holders. Massive stone wings house the smithy and armory, and the dragon's tail forms arches, bridges, and outdoor staircases. By the beach, the gentle waves caress the shore, producing a tranquil and rhythmic sound. The gray sand on the beach is fine and soft, smoothed to a mirror-like finish by the caressing sea. The salty breeze carries the calls of distant seabirds, sweeping across this desolate yet beautiful coastline. Belron stands upon the beach clad in leather armor, the soft material rustling faintly with each sword practice swing. The blade of his double-handed sword, forged from fine steel, glimmers with a silvery sheen under the sun. His gaze is focused and resolute, his movements fluid and powerful, each swing revealing his masterful swordsmanship and profound understanding of combat. With a swift motion, the sword tip slices through the air, creating a subtle rush of wind. Belron's technique embodies the essence of medieval Western swordplay, while simultaneously reflecting his unique insights and innovations. In addition to fundamental stances such as the window, crown, long arm, and double horn styles, he has incorporated elements from the Miao knife technique. The Miao knife, characterized by its elongated blade akin to young rice shoots, is a two-handed long knife. The double-handed sword that Belron wields now possesses the dual characteristics of both blade and spear, allowing him to interchange between single-handed and double-handed grips, thereby maximizing the overall strength of his torso and back. In combat, this weapon demonstrates tremendous lethality, far surpassing that of single blades and other short weapons. Recently, during practical exercises, Belron faced off against 4 guards and emerged unscathed were it not for disparities in height and strength. He is confident he would have claimed ultimate victory. The sea breeze caressed his sweat-drenched forehead, yet his focus remained entirely fixated upon the tip of his sword, as if the entire world had vanished, leaving only him and the blade in his grasp. Not far away, Wormisal lay coiled upon a massive rock, its immense and robust form glinting with a bronze sheen in the sunlight. Whenever Belron practiced his swordplay by the shore, the dragon stood sentinel, quietly observing every movement of its young master. After practicing for over an hour, panting heavily, Belron splashed his face with seawater and settled beside Wormisal, gently stroking its scales. "So what do you think? Has my swordsmanship improved significantly?" The dragon lowered its colossal head and affectionately nudged Belron, affirming its young master's efforts and expressing its dependence upon him. "I knew it. After all, there are few at my age who work as diligently as I do, but I must strive even harder." Just as he intended to lean against Wormisal for a brief respite, Belron suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, his mind swirling tumultuously, nearly causing him to faint. Fortunately, this state did not persist for long, but Belron felt as though he had been drenched in water, steam rising from him incessantly. At the same time, he successfully received newfound information from his true dragon lineage. Dragon's Majesty. As your integration with the true dragon bloodline increases, every movement you make will emanate a powerful aura and dignity akin to that of a dragon, capable of easily intimidating foes while earning the respect and trust of allies. Dragon's Insight. As your integration with the true dragon bloodline increases, your ability to perceive danger is enhanced, enabling you to sense threats and discern whether others speak falsehoods. Dragon's Pact. As your integration with the true dragon bloodline increases, your blood now harbors the power of the true dragon. You can use your blood as a conduit to forge an unbreakable master-servant pact with formidable beings or humans, compellingly and without side effects influencing their will whether they swear allegiance or do so willingly from the heart. This pact is completed by consuming a diluted liquid, such as wine or water mixed with blood. Note, this is ineffective against those with strong resistance to will, even if they have sworn loyalty. It is also ineffective against those who have already submitted to another power. This ensures their absolute loyalty, rendering betrayal impossible. Should they be forced to betray, they will perish by self-immolation from within. Dragon Blood Enhancement. As your integration with the true dragon bloodline increases, the healing power of dragon blood evolves into Dragon Blood Enhancement, maintaining formidable, self-healing capabilities while significantly amplifying physical attributes, resulting in an overall tripling of strength. This, Belron clenched his fist, acutely aware of the changes within his body. He effortlessly lifted a child's-sized sword weighing around 6 pounds, finding it as light as a mere stick, capable of being wielded with a speed and power previously unattainable even with both hands. A threefold enhancement. Is my blood truly that of a dragon? The true dragon bloodline is not merely a system that displays clear data. Belron has always believed himself to be a mere descendant of a unique lineage. However, the outrageous circumstances he now faces have made him realize that his bloodline is likely even more formidable than he had previously imagined. According to the inherited memories, his current bloodline fusion rate barely reaches around 16, less than 1/5 of the potential. Who knows how absurd things might become in the future? Yet, this could be a fortuitous development. Still, he wonders if he might ultimately become a mere vessel for some ancient entity, a trope frequently encountered in various novels and films. It is quite possible, but who can say who will triumph in the end? Moreover, this contract is exceptionally powerful. It presents an opportunity for me to establish my own core force, conveniently addressing my concerns regarding loyalty. What a timely solution. As he mused, he suddenly spotted a slender, graceful silver dragon soaring from the opposite end of Dragonstone Island, which was none other than Womazur's mate, Silverwing. Since the passing of the venerable king and queen, Womazur and Silverwing had left their lair to reside on Dragonstone Island. It was only 6 years ago that Womazur was drawn to the Red Keep by the resonance of dragons, acknowledging Belron as his master. However, due to Belron's young age and the lack of necessity to ride a dragon, they continued to live a serene life on Dragonstone Island, enjoying each other's company. But 2 years ago, when Belron began to ride dragons, Silverwing would retreat to the lair whenever he mounted Womazur. Just as now, while Womazur stood guard beside Belron as he practiced swordplay, Silverwing remained in the lair. Perhaps it was due to the fact that a dragon rider could only command one dragon at a time. Yet now, Silverwing unexpectedly approached, prompting Womazur to rise and gaze at the approaching figure with curiosity. Could this be an extraordinary effect resulting from a certain level of bloodline fusion? Amidst his puzzlement, a fragment of information surfaced within his inherited memories. As the fusion of the true dragon bloodline increases, the number of dragons one can command will grow exponentially. Exponential growth. Previously, I could command one dragon. Now, too, in the future, it could be 4, 8, or even 16. Am I destined to lead a dragon horde? Lost in such thoughts, Silverwing gracefully descended before Belron, and he couldn't help but perceive an air of regal elegance in her demeanor. Upon seeing his mate arrive, Womazur immediately stood at attention, approaching her with an eager expression. However, the aloof Silverwing queen disregarded him, lowering her head in a manner reminiscent of Womazur's past behavior. Without hesitation, Belron reached out to stroke the scales beneath Silverwing's jaw, establishing a wondrous connection between man and dragon, just as in the past. Chapter 3. The Summoning. It is a universally acknowledged truth that one individual can master but a single dragon. There have been no exceptions to this age-old law. Even the legendary conqueror Aegon, throughout his life, was accompanied by only one great dragon, Balerion. Yet, the current Targaryen, Balon, has the extraordinary ability to command 2 dragons and may even wield dominion over more in the future. Such exceptionalism, however, proves to be a double-edged sword, particularly when one is still vulnerable, rendering safety an elusive prospect. At present, the Targaryen kingdom appears to be in its prime, boasting the most dragons and a flourishing populace since its inception. Nevertheless, the kingdom of the 3 daughters continues to covet Westeros, invading the Stormlands, while even Dorne has chosen to oppose the crown in support of the 3 daughters. This open defiance serves merely as a fade for deeper schemes, the extent of which is unfathomable. Thus, after calming Silverwing, Balon sent the dragon back to the dragon's nest for rest, leaving only Vhagar to accompany him. As he watched Silverwing's retreating form, he patted Vhagar affectionately, sensing a pang of reluctance. Vhagar nodded in a distinctly human-like manner, a testament to the bond between dragon and rider, which not only forges connections, but also imbues the dragons with greater sentience. Fear not, for it shall not be long before you may soar alongside me openly across the skies. Let us take the first step towards that goal, Balon proclaimed as he mounted Vhagar's saddle. Now, let us return home. The throne hall of Dragonstone Castle is an imposing chamber where the walls, floors, and ceiling are all hewn from deep, obsidian stone. These dark rocks seem to absorb all light, enveloping the space in a somber yet majestic atmosphere. At the heart of the hall stands a colossal statue of a black dragon, its long, lithe body shimmering with a cold brilliance in the dim light, as if poised to take flight at any moment. The craftsmanship of this obsidian dragon is exquisite. Every detail is rendered with lifelike precision, from its formidable claws to its gaping maw, exuding an air of majesty and power. The dragon's head is slightly raised, its deep, mysterious eyes seemingly capable of discerning all earthly secrets. Its cavernous mouth serves as the entrance to the hall, through which 100 Dragonstone guards file in, each handpicked for their elite status. Their strides are resolute and powerful, each step echoing with solemnity. At the far end of the hall, Balon Targaryen sits regally upon the throne, adorned in a resplendent robe of black and purple, intricately embroidered with golden dragon motifs, exuding both nobility and enigma. Though merely 6 years of age, his posture is remarkably composed, and his gaze reveals a maturity and wisdom far beyond his years. Coupled with the aura of dragon majesty, his mere presence commands respect from every guard present. The guards, fully aware of their purpose, uniformly kneel on one knee, drawing their swords from their sides, and begin to recite their oaths of fealty. In the presence of the new gods, the old gods, and the witnesses of mankind, I, Name, hereby pledge my allegiance to Balon Targaryen, the Lord of Dragonstone and the heir of House Targaryen, within the grand hall of the castle on Dragonstone Island. I shall dedicate my life and honor to safeguard your glory and power, facing any enemy and enduring any hardship without fear. With my sword as my witness, it shall forever be pointed at your foes. With my shield as my oath, it shall eternally protect your honor. I commit my strength, loyalty, and soul to fight for your will until the last drop of blood is shed. I shall neither betray nor abandon, nor succumb to any temptation. I shall uphold my vow steadfastly. Even in the face of death as shadow, I will not falter. I will give everything for your family, your people, and your land. In the trials of life and death, I shall stand by your side until the end of time. This is my vow, this is my promise, this is my honor. By the blood of dragons and the soul of fire, I swear fealty to you, Balon Targaryen, until the end of my days. 100 sworn knights echoed their allegiance, their voices resonating throughout the hall, imbued with power and resolve. Upon the conclusion of the oath, Balon rose and personally poured goblets of wine diluted with his blood for each of them. As the liquid coursed down their throats, Balon perceived a fleeting vision of a blood-red dragon's head upon each knight's brow, a momentary flash that unmistakably signified the bond between lord and vassals had been forged. From this moment forth, they would become Balon's most loyal followers, unwavering in the face of adversity and challenges, devoted to defending their king with their lives. As Balon commenced assembling his retinue, a grand mobilization swept across Westeros. The North, tasked with guarding the wall, could not readily redeploy its forces and ultimately mustered only 5,000 soldiers to march southward to King's Landing. The Riverlands, situated in the heart of Westeros and blessed with fertile lands amid the many tributaries of the Trident, proved to be a prosperous and populous realm, gathering a contingent of 15,000 soldiers for this conscription. The Vale, encircled by the Moon Mountains, presents a formidable terrain, easily defensible yet challenging to assail, with only a single road leading to the Riverlands, effectively rendering it semi-isolated from the outside world. However, the cavalry of the Vale is renowned, and this time they answered the call with 8,000 horsemen descending southward. The Westerlands, characterized by its mountains and hills, stretch eastward to the range between Casterly Rock and the Redwine-S Reach, westward to the Sunset Sea, and southward to the line of Silverhill, Cornfield, and the Vale of Arryn, extending northward to the Ironman's Bay. Among the Seven Kingdoms, the Westerlands may not be the largest in area, the most populated, or the most fertile, yet it is undeniably the wealthiest. The abundance of gold and silver mines within its mountainous terrain is truly astonishing. Such immense wealth signifies the ability to support a larger army. Duke Jason Lannister desires to wed Princess Rhaenyra, and this occasion presents an exquisite opportunity to showcase the family's power and affluence. Consequently, he has summoned 50,000 soldiers to train beneath the walls of Casterly Rock. The Reach, a region of Westeros renowned for its fertile lands, nurtures a multitude of densely populated villages and towns, second only to the gold-rich Westerlands, boasting unparalleled agricultural productivity across the Seven Kingdoms. Similarly, Duke Tyrell has assembled 50,000 troops for training, akin to the Lannisters of the Westerlands. Storm's End, located to the south of the capital King's Landing, borders the Reach to the west, stretches southward to the Dornish Sea, and is flanked by Shipbreaker Bay to the east. Geographically, it is a relatively small territory among the Seven Kingdoms, characterized by rugged inland mountains, such as near Summerhall, and rocky coastlines, like Storm's End. The region is also home to vast and lush forests, notably the Kingswood and the Rainwood. Although its economy and agriculture do not rival those of the Westerlands or the Reach, the Stormlords are vigorous, mustering 30,000 soldiers under such circumstances. As for the Crownlands, the direct domain of House Targaryen, the king has symbolically called forth 2,000 elite soldiers. Thus, a total of 160,000 troops have mobilized across Westeros. When accounting for various support personnel, the scale is even more substantial. However, apart from the distant north, Riverlands, and Vale forces that have already arrived in King's Landing, the armies from the Westerlands, Reach, and Stormlands continue their local drills. Additionally, the venerable Valerion family, led by Old Snake, has summoned 6,000 naval forces to sail southward to the Stepstones to support Prince Daemon in his ongoing battles. Concurrently, they plan to establish outposts, fortifications, and supply points on the reclaimed islands, ensuring logistical support for the larger army's future campaigns southward. Chapter 4. Beach Training July 30th as the horizon blushes with dawn. On the sandy shores of Dragonstone, 100 guards clad in short sleeves, shorts, and athletic boots commence jump rope training alongside their intrepid leader, Berlon. Do not underestimate the simplicity of jump rope. Prolonged bouts of rapid jumping constitute high-intensity exercise, effectively enhancing cardiovascular health. In terms of exertion, 10 minutes of continuous jump rope is comparable to 30 minutes of jogging or 20 minutes of aerobic dance, making it a time-efficient yet energy-intensive aerobic workout. Moreover, jump rope offers a plethora of variations, adaptable in complexity, allowing for practice at any moment. It serves as a cost-effective and efficient method for training novice soldiers in the initial stages. Following a 10-minute warm-up of basic jump rope, Berlin transitions to an advanced boxing footwork drill where participants keep their feet together while shifting their body weight from side to side during jumps. After another 10 minutes, they engage in a hopping drill, alternating single-leg jumps, raising the left leg when jumping left and the right leg when jumping right. This is followed by double-footed hops, single-leg squats, double-ring jumps, and jack jumps. Thus, with 7 distinct jump rope exercises, each lasting 10 minutes with 10-minute breaks in between. A total of 2 hours and 20 minutes has elapsed. The simple yet rigorous cardiovascular training came to an end, leaving nearly all the guards utterly exhausted on the sandy beach. Although they were accustomed to daily training, the intensity of this session was on an entirely different level. Nevertheless, they harbored no grievances, for Prince Berlin had been with them throughout, participating in every moment without faltering, even performing jump rope at a pace surpassing theirs. If the privileged prince, accustomed to a life of luxury, showed no signs of fatigue, they felt they had no right to complain. Unbeknownst to them, Prince Berlin's reason for personally engaging in their training was to swiftly acclimate to his newfound strength, a remarkable tripling of his attributes that required careful adjustment. After a brief half-hour respite, the next phase involved endurance running. Typically, a 10-minute warm-up precedes the run. However, after the jump rope session, they only needed to perform stretching exercises, targeting the thighs, calves, quadriceps, hip abductors, abdominal muscles, and ankles before commencing their run. This was no aimless sprint. It was a meticulously structured regimen. They began with 400-meter sprints, aiming to complete each in approximately 60 to 90 seconds, repeated 5 times. This was followed by 800-meter sprints, to be completed within 2 to 3 minutes, repeated 3 times. Next came a 1,600-meter cool-down run, culminating in a comprehensive full-body stretch. After a 1-hour break, they proceeded to swimming practice. Prince Berlin aimed to cultivate a battalion of Marine commandos, proficient not only in load-bearing cross-country and wilderness survival, but also as adept swimmers. Swimming serves as an effective means of enhancing overall physical fitness, including aerobic endurance, explosive power, strength, and agility. Additionally, it places minimal stress on the joints, aiding in recovery of both the joints and surrounding muscle groups, making it an excellent complementary training method to high-impact exercises like running. For the guards, having grown up by the sea, this training was not particularly daunting. However, after enduring a grueling series of exercises, these once sprightly figures found themselves utterly spent, scarcely able to muster the energy to move. Thus concluded the morning's training, and lunchtime commenced. Lunch was a lavish affair, especially following such intense Special Forces-style training, emphasizing the importance of balanced nutrition to provide sufficient energy and protein to support their rigorous regimen. The main course featured roasted chicken breast and lamb, both rich in high-quality protein and low in fat, aiding muscle recovery and energy metabolism with their iron and B vitamins. Accompanying this were mixed vegetable salads, comprised of lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, and carrots, offering essential vitamins and minerals, alongside steamed broccoli or spinach, brimming with vitamins, calcium, and iron to bolster the immune system. The staple foods included brown rice and whole grain bread, abundant in complex carbohydrates to supply steady energy for the guards' training, while sweet potatoes and yams, rich in fiber and vitamins, further contributed to muscle repair. These provisions are rather dry. However, Bailuan has also instructed the kitchen to prepare a nourishing broth made from beef bones, rich in collagen, which aids in enhancing joint health following intense training. Additionally, he has thoughtfully arranged for coconut water to serve as a substitute for electrolyte drinks, replenishing the fluids and electrolytes lost during training. The guards, having never encountered such a lavish luncheon, gazed wide-eyed at the feast before them, yet they remained seated at the long table, each one hesitant to begin, their eyes fixated on Bailuan at the head of the table. "What do you all stare at me for? This is prepared for you. Please, partake," Bailuan said, his face beaming as he observed these guards, weary and famished after their morning training. Upon hearing his words, the guards erupted in cheers and began to devour their meals with abandon. However, due to their recent exertion, their muscles were sore, causing their hands to tremble as they wielded their knives and forks, resulting in comical mishaps where meat intended for their mouths found its way to their noses. They exchanged amused glances, each laughing at the other's clumsiness, their mirth causing their stomachs to ache. Observing these guards, Balin began to devise his next steps. The current cohort of 100 guards was merely the beginning. He intended to utilize the time he had to adapt to his newfound strength to train them. If they continued with such gradual training, in approximately 3 months, they would be ready. At that point, each of these 100 guards would be capable of overseeing the specialized training of 10 new recruits for 3 months, resulting in a total of 1,000 seasoned veterans. Furthermore, 3 months later, if each of these 1,000 veterans trained another 10 new recruits, the number would swell to 10,000, and after another 3 months, it would burgeon to 100,000. By adhering to this training regimen, Balin envisioned possessing a formidable marine corps of 100,000 within a year. However, the daily sustenance and logistical support for such a vast army were beyond Balin's capacity to manage. Thus, his objective was to cultivate an elite force of 3,000. After all, quality trumps quantity in warfare. While 3,000 may seem modest, should they endure rigorous training for 2 to 3 years, complemented by hand-to-hand combat techniques surpassing those of this world, they would emerge as warriors capable of defeating 10 foes each, Balin's ace in the hole. In the realm of Game of Thrones, power not only demands wisdom and decisive action, but also necessitates substantial strength. Dragons represent power, and armies signify strength as well. Although dragons are formidable, capable of decimating legions with a single dive and fiery breath, they are not wielded in such a manner. They serve as deterrents, akin to nuclear weapons, embodying the sigil of the Targaryen family. Ultimately, it is the soldiers who must charge into battle amid iron and fire. Relying solely on dragon strikes would yield nothing but scorched earth and ashes. Certainly, should Belrand eventually master the throng of dragons. With dozens of colossal dragons soaring into the enemy's realm, it is believed that all shall become amiable and peace-loving. Chapter 5. Advanced Training. August 23rd. As the dawn's light bathed King's Landing, the city gradually awakened. With sunlight streaming through the grand windows into the expansive and solemn hall of the Royal Council. At the head of the assembly, King Viserys I sat upright, exuding an aura of regal authority that instilled reverence in all present, even in silence. To his right, his hand, Otto Hightower, held a scroll densely inscribed with intelligence regarding Dorne and the Three Daughters' Kingdoms. After a brief cough, he addressed the gathered lords. My lords, after a period of intelligence gathering, consolidation, and comparative analysis, we have determined that a significant portion of Dorne's military might is currently concentrated at the borders, specifically in 6 locations: Starfall, Highgarden, Brightwater Keep, the Royal Sepulchre, Eagle's Nest, and Vale. While an accurate assessment of total forces is elusive, a conservative estimate suggests it does not fall short of 100,000. Of this number, over half comprises various mercenary bands from across the Narrow Sea, with only 30 to 40,000 being local Dornish light cavalry, renowned for their proficiency in archery and adept at guerrilla tactics and rapid maneuvers. Otto elaborated meticulously on the various circumstances surrounding Dorne. After sipping from his cup, he continued. In contrast, the forces of the Three Daughters' Kingdoms are considerably more formidable, totaling around 170,000, composed similarly of numerous mercenary groups. Albeit these are notorious and battle-hardened bands from contested territories, making them exceptionally challenging foes. At present, Prince Daemon is personally leading an assault on the previously captured Crag Isle, bolstered by the aid of dragons. With Dorne now reinforcing their borders and recalling all Dornish soldiers from the Stepstone Islands, the tide of battle evidently favors Prince Daemon. He paused for a moment, took another sip to moisten his throat, surveyed the council members, and resumed. In summary, this encapsulates my findings over this period, providing us with a rudimentary understanding of our adversaries. Our spies remain diligently at work, and I trust we shall glean further insights shortly. We must consider the desert terrain of Dorne and the riverine geography of the Three Daughters' Kingdoms, as these factors are critical to our tactical choices. King Viserys, with his brow furrowed since the commencement of the council, appeared deep in contemplation of Otto's words. Upon Otto resuming his seat, the king finally spoke. The sweltering heat and arid landscape of Dorne will pose a tremendous challenge to our forces, especially given that Dornish soldiers and mercenaries excel in guerrilla tactics. If they choose to harass our army while we are at rest, it will undoubtedly affect morale. We must devise a strategy that enables us to counter their swift movements while safeguarding our supply lines from disruption. Finance Minister Lyman Beesbury rose, his fingers gently tapping the table. Your Majesty, I must speak candidly. Our financial situation is, in truth, rather bleak. Prolonged warfare will inevitably deplete our resources, and we must take this into account, as we are incapable of engaging in a protracted war. We must seek swift resolutions or sustain our endeavors through the spoils of battle, perhaps even employing diplomacy to avert conflict. The Minister of Justice, Leonis, interrupted Lord Bisberry with a voice both resolute and powerful. My Lord Bisberry, while it is indeed feasible to avoid war through diplomacy, we cannot disregard history. History has taught us that Dorne is a fickle entity, a recalcitrant child that repeatedly reneges on its promises. If we fail to exhibit the formidable strength befitting our sovereign and decisively subdue them, they shall perceive us as weak and susceptible to oppression, thus turning the tides against us. Rather than contemplating how to evade war, we ought to ensure our military is sufficiently equipped and expertly trained. Other members of the council began to voice their opinions. Some supported the notion of marching south to subdue the wayward Dorne, while others leaned towards Lord Bisberry's financial considerations. The hall erupted into a cacophony of debate. Otto stood once more, his voice cutting through the tumult of the assembly. Esteemed lords, the decision to quell the Dornish rebellion has already been made. Diplomacy is out of the question. If we choose to pardon Dorne's insurrection, we would be proclaiming to the world the weakness of the Targaryen kingdom. Traitors must be met with unwavering retribution. In such times, we must unite, consolidating all our strength into an iron fist against Dorne. Viserys nodded in approval, endorsing Otto's stance, affirming that the only approach to treacherous Dorne is through decisive and forceful action. Currently, the dukes are rallying their soldiers in preparation. We require a comprehensive strategy that addresses both the military positioning of our enemies and our own fiscal sustainability. Immediately, we shall begin formulating an elaborate battle plan based on the pertinent details concerning Dorne and the realm of the Three Daughters. The discussions within the council continued, each individual striving for the future of the kingdom. Although opinions differed, they shared a singular objective: to initiate war while ensuring the prosperity and safety of the realm. As the morning light gradually transitioned into the brilliance of midday, the deliberations of the council drew to a close. On Dragonstone, the expansive and flat training grounds were encircled by towering walls. The ground beneath was hardened by the passage of time, each inch of earth bearing deep imprints of history. The morning sun pierced through the mist, illuminating this land where warriors toil and sweat. Baelor stood at the center of the training field, clad in a suit of black leather armor, both lightweight and resilient, offering ample protection in combat without hindering agility. A long sword hung at his side, its hilt adorned with gemstones shaped like dragon scales, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The guards donned matching uniforms, deep blue fabric embroidered with the Targaryen sigil of the three-headed dragon, each displaying a silver dragon head brooch on their chests, symbolizing their allegiance as the sworn protectors of the Prince of Dragonstone. Their equipment was simple yet functional. The short staff at their waists and the shield on their backs constituted their principal weapons. As was customary, Berlon commenced his instruction, his voice resonant and powerful, penetrating every corner of the training ground. Remember, hand-to-hand combat is not merely a contest of strength, but a test of skill and intellect. I will now demonstrate. No sooner had he finished speaking than he began to showcase a series of fundamental defensive and offensive maneuvers, each movement executed with precision and fluidity, a testament to countless hours of practice. The guards observed intently, their gazes imbued with admiration and a fervent desire to learn. Soon after the demonstration, Berlon instructed the guards to pair off and practice the newly imparted techniques. It was evident that this was not their first experience with sparring. Before long, the training ground resonated with the sound of punches connecting with flesh. In learning new techniques through practical application, they simultaneously engaged in mutual learning and improvement. Berlon, patrolling the sidelines, offered guidance and corrections, his keen insight enabling him to identify both deceit and malice, as well as shortcomings in the guards' movements, providing immediate suggestions for enhancement. Pay attention to your footwork, it is of utmost importance. You must accurately gauge the distance to your opponent, retreating without hesitation. Your straight punches should leverage the power from your right foot, twisting your waist and extending your hips to deliver force through your shoulder to your fist. For your thrusting fingers, position your left hand palm up, rotating your arm inward, inserting it straight into the target with the palm facing downward, ensuring the force travels to your fingertips. Yes, just like that. For sweeping kicks, engage your waist to power your legs, gradually accelerating with a twist of the waist and rotation of the hips to generate a snapping force, avoiding a stiff, direct kick. Throughout the morning, Berlon's voice did not falter, yet the guards remained diligently focused on their studies. In just a few hours, the newly acquired techniques became increasingly polished. their sparring growing more intense. Observing their progress, Berlon felt a deep sense of satisfaction. These guards would soon become the most formidable force under his command, second only to the dragons, whether on the battlefield or in safeguarding the safety of Dragonstone Island. Chapter 6. The establishment of the Joint Command Headquarters, September 27. Stone Steps Islands. The sea breeze carried a hint of salt and the distant, rumbling roar of the waves. The sun rose from the eastern horizon, casting a golden glow upon the surging sea. Old sea serpent Corlys Valerion led his fleet, akin to a messenger of the sea gods, gradually coming into view of Bloodstone Island. The fleet was vast and imposing, with enormous ships appearing one after another like moving castles upon the ocean. The sails billowed in the morning wind, and the vessels swayed with the waves, resembling colossal beasts of the sea as they advanced steadily. On the flagship, the old sea serpent Corlys stood on the deck, his gaze sharp and keen, scanning the distant Bloodstone Island as he contemplated the impending battle. Lannister guided his great dragon, Seasmoke, a beast cloaked in gray like the morning mist, soaring above the fleet. The dragon's wings beat powerfully, filling the sails with wind, its immense form bathed in sunlight, creating a truly magnificent sight. On the shores of Bloodstone Island, Prince Daemon, having already received the missive, stood against the sea breeze, awaiting the arrival of the old sea serpent, clad in a black and crimson-scaled battle robe. The golden epaulets shimmered in the sunlight. His resolute and handsome visage bore the marks of weariness and hardship from days of relentless battle. Yet the sharpness in his gaze remained undiminished. Bloodstone Island lacked a harbor capable of accommodating large ships. Thus, when the old sea serpent's fleet approached the shore, they anchored and transferred to smaller boats to land. Soon, the old sea serpent made his landing first, meeting Prince Daemon upon the sandy beach. "Welcome to Bloodstone Island, Lord Corlys," Prince Daemon greeted with a smile. "My dear Daemon, it has been arduous these past days, yet I am delighted to once again fight alongside you." The old sea serpent replied warmly. They subsequently took their seats in a makeshift council chamber on the island to deliberate on the forthcoming strategies. Though temporary, the chamber was adorned with exquisite tapestries and captured weaponry, with nautical charts gracing the walls, marking each isle of the Staircase Archipelago. Currently, the islands under their control included Youngstone Island, Island of Shame, Shattered Rock Island, Grey Gallows Archipelago, and the very Bloodstone Island beneath their feet. Having reclaimed the majority of the Staircase Archipelago, the remaining territories consisted of Dark Cavern Reef, the Isle of Tormentors, and Skull Island, which were known for their formidable garrisons and stringent naval protection. While Daemon's city management skills left much to be desired, his martial prowess was commendable, rivaling that of the old sea serpent. Indeed, it is quite a dilemma. Logically, we should act swiftly to reclaim the remaining 3 islands. However, our forces are soon to march south to Dorne. Our immediate priority is to establish robust defensive fortifications and logistical supply points on the islands we currently occupy. The old sea serpent remarked, pointing at the chart. That is a sound proposal. Though the enemy is numerous and fiercely tenacious, they lack combat finesse. Rather than exhausting our forces in a direct confrontation, we should fortify our current positions to pave the way for the main army, Daemon concurred, his impulsiveness tempered by the desire to prove himself, yet weary from the prolonged conflict with the 3 daughters' nations. Had it not been for matters of pride, he would have long since fled atop his dragon. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported the old sea serpent's suggestion. The two then engaged in detailed discussions regarding troop deployments and the construction of defensive structures. They planned targeted deployments based on the characteristics of each island. Fewer troops would be stationed on easily defensible sites, while towers and walls would be erected on less defensible locations to enhance their fortitude. Additionally, they intended to establish a beacon signal system between the islands to facilitate rapid communication in the event of enemy ambushes. Our considerations must extend beyond the island's defenses. We must also account for maritime security, the old sea serpent added, scrutinizing the nautical map. Our fleet must remain ever prepared to counter any naval assaults from the enemy. Indeed, Prince Daemon concurred, the fleet constitutes our primary combat force on the Stepstone Islands. I shall patrol the islands mounted on my dragon. They subsequently deliberated on the strategic plans concerning the Shadow Reef. Contrary to common perception, the Shadow Reef is not merely a rocky outcrop. It is an island surrounded by treacherous waters densely populated with reefs, rendering it an ideal location for ambushes and concealment. Although they are not launching an assault here at present, it does not preclude them from engaging in a brief discussion. The waters surrounding the Shadow Reef are intricate and littered with rocks, making it impossible for large vessels to approach. Only small boats can land. Thus, we must devise a means to suppress their archers' volley. Otherwise, we shall undoubtedly incur substantial losses. Old Sea Snake has ventured to the Shadow Reef, where the rocky terrain is not only dense, but the island's mountains are riddled with numerous cavities, resembling a beehive, evoking a sense of unease from afar. The standard strategies are rather cumbersome. However, with our 2 dragons, we can significantly reduce casualties and successfully seize the Shadow Reef. Demon, as a dragon rider, commands the colossal dragon Korlak, yet a single dragon cannot adequately suppress the nimble forces of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Fortunately, Old Sea Snake has arrived with his son, Rhaenyra, bringing along a dragon named Sea Smoke. Though its size is merely about 20 meters, it suffices to suppress the soldiers' volleys on the Shadow Reef. This is precisely why Old Sea Snake brought Rhaenyra to the Stepstone Islands, and upon Demoness remarks, he comprehended that the dual dragon's dive would indeed wield remarkable power to stifle the archer's fire, which aligned with his intentions. As their discussion deepened, satisfaction gradually adorned their faces. Outside King's Landing, as the sun ascended, morning light began to illuminate the land, awakening it from a tranquil slumber. However, this serenity was shattered by the thunderous clatter of iron hooves and the resounding of war drums. A formidable army of 5,000 from the north, clad in heavy leather and iron armor, wielding spears and sharp swords, bore expressions etched by the harshness and resilience of the northern climate. Their steeds, robust and enduring, stirred clouds of dust beneath their powerful hooves, as if the very earth trembled in response. Following closely was an army of 15,000 from the Riverlands, equipped more lightly, donned in green and silver attire, carrying longbows and swords, their eyes glinting with the unique wit and agility of their people. The 8,000 cavalrymen from the Vale surged forth like a flowing tide of steel, their armor gleaming silver under the sun, adorned with the white moon and falcon insignia of House Aaron, fluttering proudly in the wind. These cavalrymen are renowned for their rapid and precise charges, constituting a decisive force on the battlefield. Within the halls of the Red Keep in King's Landing, the 6 great dukes convened in the council chamber. The flickering light from torches and the hearth illuminated the countenances of each duke. The Duke of Stark from the north, clad in black armor and draped in the pelt of an Arctic wolf, bore an aged visage yet remained resolute, his gaze unwavering, as unyielding as the rocks of the north. The Duke of Tully from Riverrun, clad in a green robe and adorned with the family's silver fish emblem at his waist, exudes elegance, with a demeanor that reveals the wit and cunning of the people from Riverrun. The Duchess of Arryn, dressed in a flowing white gown and wearing an exquisite crescent-shaped crown, possesses a beauty and noble grace that is hard to overlook, yet her gaze reflects an undeniable resolve. The Duke of Lannister from the Westerlands, with his golden hair and azure eyes, dons a splendid red battle cloak, his manner infused with the confidence and pride characteristic of the Westerlands, as if he has already foreseen victory in war. The Duke of Tyrell from the Reach, wearing a robe of blue and gold, has a gentle visage, but his eyes shimmer with unquestionable authority. He stands as the guardian of the Reach and the leader of its people. The Duke of Baratheon from Storm's End, clad in gray armor that symbolizes storms, has a rugged face, with a fiery passion and fighting spirit evident in his gaze. The 6 dukes gathered around a long table, engaging in a serious discussion at the behest of King Viserys. The establishment of a united command center necessitates the assurance of smooth and immediate information relay, thereby fostering unity in command. Duke Stark was the first to speak, his voice deep and resonant. We require a command center capable of swift decision-making and communication with all armies. Duke Tully nodded slowly, adding, "This is merely one aspect. We must also ensure that your armies can collaborate seamlessly rather than fighting independently." The young Duchess of Arryn smiled gracefully, saying, "The cavalry of the Vale will be pivotal on the battlefield. As you know, warfare is not my forte. So you must devise a plan that can fully leverage the combat potential of the Vale's cavalry. I will execute it faithfully, in coordination with the greater strategy." Duke Lannister confidently declared, "Our gold and resources will serve as a formidable backbone for the war, ensuring the army's supplies are secure, allowing our forces to fight without concern." Duke Tyrell gently added, "Our navy will also participate in this conflict, safeguarding the supply lines at sea, while simultaneously utilizing our naval prowess to strike at the enemy." Duke Baratheon chuckled heartily, stating, "The warriors from Storm's End are also prepared. We shall confront the enemy head-on at the front lines, showcasing our courage and might." The discussion persisted for an extended period, with each duke contributing insights and recommendations. While there were several moments of divergence, King Viserys adeptly steered the conversation back on course. As the dialogue progressed, the nascent framework for a united command center began to crystallize. They resolved to divide the forthcoming campaign against Dorne into numerous phases, implementing each step methodically to ensure cohesive execution of decisions. Additionally, they agreed that a maester would accompany the forces, equipped with a sufficient number of ravens to establish a rapid communication system, ensuring that messages could be exchanged promptly upon the completion of each phase, facilitating the planning of subsequent actions. Furthermore, they deliberated on the deployment and coordination of the armies from various kingdoms. Chapter 7. The Way to Prosperity. September 28th. Dragonstone Island, Shallow Sea. Today, the guards' training task was to each harvest 1,000 kilograms of kelp. Kelp, a highly nutritious seaweed with numerous benefits, is a staple on the tables of coastal dwellers. It thrives in clear waters with slow currents, requiring ample sunlight and suitable temperatures. Fortunately, the waters surrounding Dragonstone Island provide such ideal conditions. In such an environment, it can grow several centimeters, or even over a dozen, in a single day, quickly forming dense forests of kelp. While it may grow abundantly, it is also rich in nutrients, containing substantial amounts of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats, along with vitamins, calcium, iron, and trace elements. Notably, its high iodine content plays a crucial role in preventing and treating iodine deficiency-related goiter. Consuming kelp in moderation can aid in lowering blood pressure, while its abundant unsaturated fatty acids and dietary fiber contribute to the removal of cholesterol from blood vessel walls, exhibiting lipid-lowering effects. It can even help prevent cancer, enhance the body's fluid immunity and cellular immunity, and regulate immune function. Additionally, it offers benefits such as beautifying the skin, aiding in weight loss and detoxification, promoting calcium absorption, acting as a diuretic, nourishing hair, and alleviating breast hyperplasia. It can be said to be a treasure trove of health benefits. However, Belron instructed the guards to collect kelp not for consumption, but for its high concentration of glutamic acid. This natural amino acid significantly contributes to the umami flavor of foods and is the primary component of monosodium glutamate. To extract this flavor enhancer from the kelp, a sufficient quantity must be gathered. The guards set out to sea at dawn, and by 11 or 12 o'clock, they finally accomplished their goal of harvesting 1,000 kilograms. After lunch, they began the arduous task of washing the kelp. Only through thorough cleaning could they eliminate sand and other impurities. This physical exertion was no less demanding than their usual rigorous training. While washing, they also laid the cleaned kelp out to dry and sterilize, thereby reducing moisture for better storage and subsequent processing. Next was the soaking process, wherein the dried kelp was immersed in water to restore its pliability. Once rehydrated, the kelp was placed in a large pot, where sufficient water was added for boiling. This step aimed to break down the cell walls of the kelp, facilitating the release of glutamic acid and other substances. After boiling, the kelp broth was filtered through cloth or a grass-made sieve to separate the solid remnants from the liquid. Following this was the process of separation. Belron utilized the lye, sodium hydroxide, he had found to neutralize the acidic components in the kelp broth, promoting the separation of glutamic acid while also exerting a certain antibacterial effect on the microorganisms present in the kelp. The solution underwent multiple rounds of filtration, and the concentrated liquid was then placed in a large pot to be slowly evaporated over low heat, further concentrating the glutamic acid content. As moisture evaporates, the liquid becomes concentrated to a certain degree, at which point glutamic acid begins to crystallize. Continuous stirring is required to facilitate the crystallization process. During this phase, the formed glutamic acid crystals can be collected using a filter and rinsed with clean water to remove impurities. At this juncture, pure glutamic acid crystals can be obtained, which should then be placed in a dry, well-ventilated area to ensure thorough drying. Once completely dried, these crystals should be mixed with an appropriate amount of salt, sodium chloride, and water, allowing them to dissolve and react to produce monosodium glutamate. This solution is then evaporated and concentrated until monosodium glutamate crystallizes, after which it can be collected and dried. Thus, one would acquire dried monosodium glutamate crystals, akin to a medieval version of MSG. Currently, production technology is rather limited, leading to a high loss rate during extraction, making it inefficient to obtain high-purity monosodium glutamate. It is estimated that the actual yield may only reach about 1/10 to 1/12 of the theoretical maximum. For instance, from 1,000 kilograms of kelp, only 1 to 2 kilograms of MSG can be produced. Mobilizing the residents of Dragonstone Island to participate could enable the processing of 100,000 kilograms of kelp within a month, yielding approximately 200 pounds of MSG. In the medieval world of Game of Thrones, as long as Balon meticulously controls its distribution, MSG could become an exceedingly precious commodity. It is essential to recognize that the cultural backdrop of this world closely resembles that of medieval Europe, with a significant demand for spices and seasonings, as they not only enhance the flavor of food but also serve as symbols of social status and wealth when properly marketed. The culinary arts and banquets in this realm are integral to noble culture, providing a platform to display power and status. Should one be able to serve dishes made with MSG at their own feasts, it would surely captivate the attention of nobles accustomed to the finest delicacies. Moreover, it could be monopolized by royalty and nobility as a personal seasoning, distinguishing them from other social classes. With Bayon's stringent control over MSG exports, it would become an exceedingly rare condiment, significantly enhancing its value and attracting profit-seeking merchants and traders willing to traverse oceans with substantial gold in pursuit of long-distance trade. At that point, the price per pound would be dictated solely by Bayon's decree. Although he is not in need of wealth, the daily expenses and equipment provisions for training thousands of elite troops amount to tens of thousands of gold dragons monthly, a conservative estimate. Truly, he is a veritable gold-consuming beast, and even the most substantial fortune may one day dwindle. Thus, this MSG could serve as a potent tool for amassing military funds to replenish his treasury while simultaneously enriching the flavors on his dining table. Speaking of flavor, Bayon, supervising the guards as they gather kelp, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Once MSG is successfully produced, perhaps I could then consider brewing soy sauce, preparing soy duck, braised meat, braised fish, and marinated meats. The applications of soy sauce are exceedingly broad, suitable for nearly any dish requiring enhanced savoriness and color. After indulging in roasted, stewed, and pan-fried meats over the years, it is indeed time to diversify the palate. With resolute determination, Bayon seized a nearby piece of paper and a pen, embarking on a meticulous plan. The art of soy sauce production has existed since ancient times and has reached a remarkable level of sophistication. Although the sanitary conditions of traditional methods may not compare to the modern industrial standards, they do not compromise edibility. The first step involves selecting the ingredients, which primarily consist of soybeans, wheat, salt, and water. For instance, the ancient brewing techniques are meticulously documented in the Nanjing soy sauce method from the Yanyu monthly regulations, compiled by Dai Shi during the Ming dynasty. Thanks to the flourishing maritime trade in the world reminiscent of Game of Thrones, these ingredients are plentiful. Once the ingredients are gathered, the soybeans or black beans are soaked, washed, and then steamed until thoroughly cooked, allowing the proteins to denature appropriately and the starches to gelatinize. The cooked beans are then mixed with flour, forming granules that are spread out on a smooth wooden board, covered with breathable mats to initiate the fermentation process. After fermentation, the beans are combined with brine and placed in a vat, exposed to sunlight by day and dew by night, until they reach a palatable state. At this point, the liquid is strained through a bamboo sieve, and once it settles and clarifies, it becomes edible soy sauce. The subsequent steps involve filtration, sterilization, and sun-drying for approximately 20 days, resulting in a soy sauce imbued with a distinctive aroma, sweet and savory to taste, devoid of any flavor enhancers. Chapter 8. The Expedition. On October 30th, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the gray sands of Dragonstone Island glowed with a fiery brilliance. The waves gently lapped against the shore, producing a tranquil and rhythmic sound. On the beach, 100 guards assembled, their physiques honed by 3 months of grueling Marine Corps-style training. Their skin bronzed by the sun and sea breeze, radiating a vibrant health. Their neatly cropped hairstyles exuded simplicity and efficiency, while each face bore the marks of resolve and determination. Their gazes were sharp as a leopard's, reflecting the demeanor of iron-willed warriors. Bayon stood before them, his shadow elongated by the setting sun, his voice resonating across the vast expanse of sand, echoing in the ears of all present. Unbeknownst to them, since the commencement of their specialized training on July 30th, they have endured an unprecedented 3-month journey of challenges, surpassing their limits each day. Look at yourselves. You are no longer the novices you were 3 months ago. You have transformed into true warriors, elite soldiers of unwavering strength. The guards listened intently, their eyes glimmering with genuine respect and fervor for Prince Bayon. Your physiques have become more robust, your resolve more steadfast, and your gaze is more piercing. You have proven your worth, but this is merely the beginning. Moving forward, you will shoulder even greater responsibilities. Bayon paused, then raised his voice, declaring, starting tomorrow, each of you will lead 30 newcomers into the next phase of training. These fresh recruits, drawn from King's Landing, are brimming with a thirst for honor and a pursuit of strength. You shall instruct them, just as I have imparted my teachings to you. The eyes of the guards ignited with fervor, for they recognized this as the princess' trust in them and a profound acknowledgement of their rigorous training, as well as an opportunity to showcase their capabilities. You are not merely instructors. You are their paragons, their leaders. You must lead by example, influencing them through your actions and inspiring them with your spirit. Let them become warriors like you, resilient and unyielding, ever forward in their pursuits. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed Belron and the guards, casting a luminous glow upon them. Belron's words resonated like the beating of war drums, stirring the hearts of all present. In the near future, we shall face greater challenges and wars. Yet, I am confident that with you and the new warriors soon to join us, we shall emerge victorious in all endeavors. The guards erupted in a fervent cheer, their spirits deeply stirred by Belron's words, their resolve ignited and fortified. As Belron concluded his speech, the guards formed two lines, chanting slogans as they marched in unison back to Dragonstone. Watching them depart, Belron seated himself upon a nearby rock, contemplating how to sell the nearly 100 kilograms of monosodium glutamate piled in the warehouse for a handsome profit. On November 1st, a somber atmosphere of impending war enveloped the continent of Westeros. The cyclical nature of war and peace mirrored the changing of the seasons and inevitability. At this moment, the heart of Westeros, King's Landing, became the epicenter of conflict. The pre-war intensive training transformed the elite soldiers gathered from the north, the Vale, and the Riverlands. From strangers into comrades, from disarray into unity, they coalesced like tempered steel into an indomitable force. Additionally, with the 50,000 troops from the Westerlands, the 10,000 from the Reach, and 30,000 from Storm's End, a total of approximately 180,000 soldiers assembled, embodying King Viserys' fury of the sleeping dragon and his resolve to conquer Dorne. In various locations at the same time, soldiers donned the battle garments of their respective families, their banners fluttering in the cold wind, embroidered with their sigils, lions, wolves, deer, and eagles, each symbol narrating a tale of familial glory and aspiration. Armed and resolute, their faces etched with determination, the streets brimmed with throngs bidding farewell. Mothers kissed their sons through tears, wives clasped their husbands' hands tightly, and children waved their small hands in parting to their fathers. The soldiers understood that many of them might never return. Yet they also recognized that their sacrifices would pave the way for peace and prosperity within the kingdom, bringing honor to their families. King Viserys stood atop the walls of the King's Gate, gazing down with unwavering resolve at the formidable army below, buoyed by their indomitable spirit. To secure the realm from external threats, Dorne, that region which had persistently provoked the kingdom's borders, must be decisively dealt with before the war with the Three Daughters Kingdom ignited. Only through internal unity can we achieve victory on a broader battlefield. As dawn breaks, the clarion call resonates through the heavens, awakening the slumbering realm of King's Landing. The authoritative and solemn voice of Viserys, amplified by loudspeakers, reaches every ear. Warriors, today you shall embark on the path of glory. Our foes await us to the south. They challenge our limits and threaten our peace. Yet the children of Westeros fear not such challenges. We shall wield sword and fire to convey our resolve and our commitment to safeguarding peace. The soldiers raise their weapons, unleashing a thunderous roar in response to their king's summons. For the kingdom, for their homeland, they are willing to sacrifice everything. Suddenly, a colossal shadow descends, accompanied by the deep rumble of dragon roars and the sound of powerful wings stirring the air, echoing in the ears of all below. As they gaze upwards, they behold a dragon soaring from the direction of the city's dragon lair. Its size rivals that of a large passenger aircraft, adorned with crimson scales and pink wings. Crowned with horns and claws that gleam like polished copper, the Red Queen, Meraxes. In an instant, 3 dragons arrive, circling above the army, their roars resonating like the drums of war, stirring the spirits of every soldier. Their eyes shimmer with determination and courage. With the dragon's aid, they shall be invincible. The supremacy of air and sea is equally crucial. The people of this era remain unaware of the true nature of aerial dominance. Yet soon they shall fully comprehend the terror that dragons embody. The battle horns sound, invigorating the army as they march southward amidst the dragon's cries. They will traverse the winding Blackwater River and the lush Riverlands, entering the arid territory of Dorne, stronghold of House Martell. Yet the soldiers fear not. They shall conquer this land with their blood and fire, defending the dignity of the kingdom. Unbeknownst to them, the ominous clouds of war have already shrouded Westeros, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. On Dragonstone, Belron sits firmly upon Vhagar's back, gazing at the advancing army and the circling dragons above. He does not join the march, for he values the bond between man and dragon over the mere act of battle. As a dragon rider, the dragon is his most reliable and trusted companion. To illustrate their relationship, the dragon is akin to a treasured sword, and the rider is the wielder. The bond between man and sword allows for a harmonious partnership, nurtured with care, ensuring that in the heat of battle, they move as one, drawing forth the sword's full potential. Dragons possess a certain wisdom, yet they are inherently simple. Their combat is instinctive, lacking any formal technique. More often than not, it devolves into a primal exchange of tails and wings, embodying a brutal but raw ferocity. Most dragon riders can only command their dragons to perform simple maneuvers, such as diving from great heights to unleash their fiery breath, or akin to a raptor swooping down to catch fish. Using their claws to seize enemies and cast them into the air, they fail to harness the true potential of these magnificent creatures. In terms of lifting heavy objects, Vormisol can effortlessly grasp several tons and soar to altitudes of 3,000 meters, maintaining flight for hundreds or even thousands of miles. Its maximum lifting capacity approaches 100 tons, and even at this limit, it can sustain an altitude of 1,500 meters while traveling at a speed of 30 meters per second, equating to 100 kilometers per hour. Such an extraordinary capacity for weight-bearing renders the dragon suitable for use as a bomber, rendering close combat unnecessary. The munitions for this aerial bombardier are to be crafted from wildfire, a substance that Belron intends to produce. The Alchemist Guild of King's Landing, which had waned with the rise of the Citadel, was summoned to Dragonstone Island at Belron's behest, providing him with a continuous supply of wildfire essence. Wildfire, renowned for its ability to melt steel and stone, is a magical flame that rivals dragonfire. Yet, with dragons still in existence, who would dare claim to possess dragonfire? Save for calling it wildfire? Thus, the development of wildfire incendiary devices has become a priority. If wildfire can be stabilized, it could be launched from trebuchets or airdropped by dragons, becoming a formidable weapon. Opting for high-altitude bombing would ensure the safety of the dragons, for they are not invulnerable. Historically, the dragon Myrices, the mount of Queen Rhaenys, perished during the war against Dorne, struck down by a long iron arrow that pierced its eye. Despite the might of dragonfire, its effective range is limited. A spray of several dozen or even 100 meters is susceptible to exploitation by foes. Belron's high-altitude bombing strategy entirely circumvents close encounters between dragons and adversaries, hovering at several thousand meters, rendering enemy attacks futile. However, the pace of developing these wildfire munitions is regrettably slow, necessitating further research. Additionally, the technology for high-altitude bombing remains unrefined. Even Belron can only achieve effective strikes within 300 meters, requiring extensive practice to enhance accuracy. Chapter 8. The advantage is mine. Belron circled down on his dragon to land atop the castle walls, where a regiment of 3,000 new recruits, freshly arrived by ship to Dragonstone Island the previous night, stood in orderly formation within the training grounds. Before them stood 100 dragon guards, clad in black and purple scaled armor, specially trained and sworn to serve exclusively under Belron's command, just as the 100 dragon guards had pledged their loyalty 3 months prior. The 3,000 new recruits solemnly took their oaths, vowing allegiance to Prince Belron. Upon completing their vows, the dragon guards poured each recruit a cup of dragon's blood wine, infused with a trace of Belron's own blood, which they then consumed in unison. Immediately, a dragon pattern appeared on everyone's forehead, only to vanish in an instant, signifying the completion of the pact. Some may argue that it is unlikely for all 3,000 individuals to endure the rigorous training and that those lacking in physical prowess and mental fortitude will inevitably be eliminated. However, this concern is unfounded. Currently, Berlong's dragon blood enhancement can significantly amplify physical capabilities to approximately 3 times that of an average individual. Furthermore, those who have consumed the dragon blood liquor and fulfilled the contract will experience a subtle yet profound enhancement in their physical attributes. Based on experiments conducted on the dragon guards, it has been confirmed that the physical prowess of the guards can be elevated to around 15 times their original capacity. This enhancement extends beyond mere physical strength. Mental resilience is equally augmented, provided that the individual is originally healthy and unblemished. Most crucially, Berlong possesses the precise ability to control the degree of enhancement for each individual, even retracting the augmentation, rendering them utterly ineffective in an instant. With such capabilities at hand, even a septuagenarian could transform into a formidable warrior capable of fending off 10 foes, let alone the youthful individuals aged between 18 and 24. The sole drawback is that with the increase in physical capabilities, the guards now require a greater amount of sustenance, coupled with the influx of 3,000 new recruits. The treasury of Dragonstone Island is nearing depletion. The news of the Targaryen kingdom's vast army marching southward cannot remain concealed, and indeed, there was no intention to hide it from the outset. Otto, the Hand of the King, has even utilized covert channels in Dorne to stir the waters further. Consequently, rumors have proliferated throughout the streets, instilling a sense of trepidation across Dorne from top to bottom. This formidable army, led by numerous dukes, is not a disorganized mob. Should Dorne choose to confront them head-on, the only outcome would be utter destruction. While the land of Dorne is renowned for its unique culture and indomitable spirit, it is well aware that this is a case of eggs striking against stones. In the city of Sunstrike, the Sun Tower looms high, and the throne room is filled with 19 nobles, including Count Elian from the City of Divine Grace, Count Blamont from Blamont City, and Sir Dart from Lemon Grove, creating an atmosphere that is both tense and heavy. Count Elian, the cunning old fox from the City of Divine Grace, furrows his brow, his eyes gleaming with concern. Count Blamont, young and impassioned, grips the hilt of his sword at his side, seemingly ready to plunge into battle at any moment. Sir Dart from Lemon Grove, seasoned and composed, bears the marks of time upon his face, yet his gaze remains resolute. Count Elian speaks in a deep voice. That is a formidable army of tens of thousands, one that we cannot easily withstand. Count Blamont shoots a glance at the old fox, declaring, "The people of Dorne do not fear war. Even in the face of a powerful adversary, we have never yielded." Sir Dart, however, remains more measured, stating, "That is because our previous foes have been mere rabble, and they lack dragons. The scars left by the dragons still ache in Dorne. We must exercise utmost caution." The nobles of Dorne engaged in fervent discussions, although the border had been fortified. The news of such a substantial military mobilization from the Targaryen kingdom to the south could not be ignored. Meanwhile, upon the elevated throne sat the young Prince Qhorin Martell, exhibiting an air of indifference, even stifling a yawn. At merely 13 years of age, Prince Qhorin was imbued with ambition. In the year 110, he proactively supported the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, dispatching troops to the Stepstones and personally leading Dornish warriors in combat against Prince Daemon Targaryen and his formidable ally, Corlys Velaryon. Amidst the flames of war, he matured swiftly, demonstrating extraordinary strategic acumen that often turned the tide in critical moments. Gaining the upper hand against Prince Daemon and the old sea snake, Corlys. Initially, he was convinced that the feeble King Viserys would remain indifferent to the affairs of Dorne and the Stepstones, as had been the case previously. Even if he were to dispatch forces southward, Qhorin believed it would amount to little more than bluster, with 100,000 troops stationed at the border, ensuring absolute security. However, the sight of tens of thousands marching south, accompanied by dragons, presented an undeniable challenge. "Silence," commanded Prince Qhorin, his voice unassuming, yet instantly silencing the raucous hall. While tens of thousands sounded formidable, the arduous journey across 1,000 or 2,000 miles to engage in battle in Dorne would render their efforts unsustainable. The world presumed that the bitter cold of the north was unbearable for southerners, unaware that the sweltering heat of Dorne posed an equally daunting challenge. The magnificent armor, scorched under the blazing sun, would become akin to branding irons, tormenting the knights and soldiers who donned them, and the southern steeds would suffer similarly. Prince Qhorin astutely assessed the situation, enumerating Dorne's advantages, each point gradually rekindling the morale of the despondent assembly. With natural barriers such as deserts and wastelands, coupled with the harsh climate, how much of the elite force's combat effectiveness would remain by the time they reached Dorne? Having concluded his remarks, Prince Qhorin rose from his throne and approached his lords, emphasizing that the crux of the battle was not the oblivious tens of thousands confronting the terrors of the desert, but rather the dragons capable of soaring through the skies and unleashing fire upon the land. The assembly refrained from interjecting, well aware of their prince's demeanor and the significance of his impending words. Indeed, Prince Qhorin continued, recalling that several decades prior, the dragon Meraxes and its rider, Queen Rhaenys, had met their demise in Dorne. How did the dragon perish? By a long iron arrow piercing its eye. He posed the question and answered himself, illustrating that dragons were not invincible. They, too, possessed vulnerabilities. Indeed, dragons were not omnipotent. They could fall. Otherwise, the once magnificent Valyrian freehold would not have crumbled and sunk into oblivion, with all its dragons perishing. Following the successful slaying of a dragon, Dorne shed its former trepidation and reverence, embarking on the development of more formidable and powerful crossbows. Due to the fact that the dragon Miracis was not the largest of its time, that distinction belonged to the mount of Conqueror Aegon I. The fearsome Balerion, the Black Dread. Had the same giant crossbow been employed, it would have been utterly ineffective. However, for reasons unknown, the development of the dragon-slaying crossbow was subsequently shelved. Now, it has been unearthed by Prince Cullowen, who grew up hearing tales of the First Dornish War. Both in awe of dragons and harboring aspirations of one day slaying one with his own hands. In recent years, significant advancements have been made in the development of the dragon-slaying crossbow, with its effective lethal range increased from 500 to over 800 meters. Coupled with its terrifying penetrative power capable of easily breaching city walls and heavy armor. Even should the Black Dread return, I shall ensure it meets its demise. Severing its head to be displayed atop the Sun Tower. His impassioned speech stirred the hearts of many, especially when supported by factual examples that ignited fervor among the crowd. Turning to face the noble confidants within the throne hall, Prince Cullowen rallied our people, urging every Dornishman to become a part of this impending war. We must not only fight but also triumph in this conflict. Within the throne hall, the prince's fervent rhetoric resonated powerfully, while on the streets of Sunspear, common folk engaged in discussions about the impending war. Mothers held their children close with worry, artisans exchanged news during their work breaks, and market vendors spoke of the looming conflict. Some even began packing their belongings in preparation for flight. Chapter 9. The Shadow Weavers. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere in Dorne, on Dragonstone, Belron was deeply engrossed in contemplating the establishment of his own intelligence network. In truth, Hand of the King Otto already possessed a functioning intelligence network. Albeit imperfect, it was substantial enough to serve its purpose, though not exhaustive. When Belron reaches maturity, this intelligence organization would be handed over to him, but he is only 6 years old, with 12 years remaining until he turns 18. It is uncertain what Otto's intelligence network will evolve into by then. Given Otto's nature, he is likely to transfer the core of the intelligence network before Belron takes control. By that time, while it may appear that Belron has command over the network, the true authority would still reside with Otto. This would enable Otto to discreetly place informants among Belron and other royal members, monitoring their every move. Belron wishes to prevent such a scenario. The intelligence network, as a critical aspect of the power play, must be wholly under his control, free from any external influence. Hidden in the shadows, the network weaves a complex web of information, its members operating with the secrecy of phantoms. Thus, this organization is aptly named the Shadow Weavers. The Shadow Weavers can have but one supreme leader, responsible for formulating overarching strategies and making pivotal decisions, a role I shall assume. While meticulous involvement can be beneficial, history is replete with diligent monarchs and valiant generals who have succumbed to exhaustion. Therefore, I require a cadre of direct subordinates, henceforth referred to as the Shadow Weavers, tasked with overseeing various operations within specific regions. Each weaver must have operatives to execute their duties, aptly named weavers, forming the backbone of the organization, responsible for intelligence gathering and the execution of specific missions. Additionally, there is a need for agents who specialize in the clandestine transmission of information and orders, termed shadow messengers, who typically refrain from intelligence collection. The specific functional departments may be designated as follows: the Intelligence Collection Division, responsible for gathering intelligence across political, military, and economic spheres. The Analysis Division, tasked with analyzing collected information and distilling valuable insights. The Operations Division, responsible for planning and executing special missions such as assassination, sabotage, or rescue operations. The Internal Security Division, which ensures the organization's secrecy and the loyalty of its members, guarding against leaks. The Communications Division, responsible for maintaining a secure communication network to ensure the rapid and safe transmission of information. And the External Liaison Division, which establishes connections and cooperative relationships with external organizations or individuals. Furthermore, the Financial Division will manage the organization's fiscal resources, ensuring the judicious allocation and utilization of funds. With these departments established, it becomes imperative to recruit suitable members. In the initial phase, potential candidates can be discreetly sought in taverns, markets, and other public venues, particularly in the most chaotic haunts of King's Landing. Speaking of chaotic haunts, it seems that Demon's lover, affectionately nicknamed White Maggot Misa, possesses remarkable talents. Her self-constructed intelligence network surpasses even that of Otto and Lares. If she could be enlisted into the Shadow Weavers, she could oversee the operations in King's Landing and unite all gifted individuals from the lower echelons within the realm. The lower classes must not be the sole focus. The upper echelons of nobility are equally crucial. Attention should turn to those noble scions who have fallen from grace due to familial decline or political strife, such as younger sons or illegitimate offspring, who retain claims to inheritance and possess greater access to high-value intelligence. Additionally, it is essential to seek out wanderers and mercenaries endowed with survival skills and combat experience. After specialized training, they would be particularly suited for executing special missions. Scholars and learned individuals from the academies may also be recruited, as they harbor the most profound knowledge of Westeros and stand out in terms of intellect, potentially proving invaluable in intelligence analysis and clandestine communications. While gathering intelligence, it is also prudent to disseminate rumors to sway public opinion. Thus, itinerant performers and minstrels emerge as the ideal candidates, capable of leveraging their mobility to conduct information gathering and rumor spreading openly across the realm. As Balon contemplated and scribbled these thoughts, he found himself immersed in the task, unwittingly amassing a considerable collection of ideas, before pinching the bridge of his nose in thought. The mere act of recruitment is insufficient. Each department possesses distinct functions, necessitating a diverse array of skills. Although there is a targeted approach to selectively recruit talent, establishing a comprehensive intelligence system demands significant effort during the training phase. Foundational training is an experience all newcomers must undergo, which includes assessments in physical fitness, stealth, combat, and survival skills. Subsequently, based on their specific roles, they must learn the safe and effective collection and analysis of intelligence, encompassing eavesdropping, surveillance, and the interpretation of clandestine information. Mastery of secret languages and signals is equally crucial. Specific ciphers, codes, and signals facilitate more discreet and efficient communication, ensuring that even if intercepted, outsiders are incapable of deciphering the contents of confidential messages. As for cultivating loyalty, this traditionally involves indoctrination through organizational cultural education and various rituals to strengthen members' allegiance to the organization. However, with the presence of dragon's blood wine, this step can be bypassed. Moreover, training for psychological resilience, which enables individuals to maintain composure and judgment under pressure and perilous circumstances, can also be omitted. Fire mages can serve as mentors in the arts of magic and potion making, guiding gifted members. This meticulous planning continued into the night until Berlon finally closed the thick manuscript. With everything in place, a few final revisions would allow for a systematic implementation. If all proceeds smoothly, within 3 years, the Shadow Weavers could infiltrate the entirety of Westeros. And within another 3 years, even encompass Essos, including the eastern regions. Nonetheless, the speed of intelligence transmission diminishes with increasing distance, necessitating a solution to this impending issue. The Ravens have a limited speed, reaching only a maximum of 100 kilometers per hour, and cannot sustain prolonged flights without interruption. Perhaps I could devise a telegraph system. It need not be overly sophisticated, nor require extensive coverage. A few strategically placed stations and signal bases at critical outposts could interlink the continent like a web, enabling information to travel with such swiftness that the Duke of Stark might not even finish his breakfast before Berlon has already received his morning orders. Such ideas, while promising, remain mere aspirations. The establishment of the Shadow Weavers is still in its infancy, and it would be prudent to not dwell on these matters excessively at this stage. I shall simply jot them down for future consideration and address them as needed. Chapter 10. Cooking without rice. November 1st. In the early morning of King's Landing, the sky was painted with a soft pink hue by the dawn, and sunlight gently filtered through the mist, casting a warm glow upon the high walls and spires of the Red Keep. The city had not yet fully awakened, yet Berlon, on Dragonstone, was already mounted on Vagor, preparing to soar to the Red Keep for the Royal Council. Vagor unfurled its expansive wings, muscles taut beneath its bronze scales, and with a thunderous roar, it ascended into the sky, gliding majestically. The dragoness flight was a harmonious blend of power and grace, each beat of its wings resonating with the howling wind as it circled twice in the air before heading towards the Red Keep. During the flight, the shadow of the dragon swiftly traversed the ground, imparting a sense of formidable oppression, as if the very earth trembled beneath its majesty. In the royal garden, Rhaenyra sat beneath an ancient fishleaf tree, cradling a hefty tome in her hands. Warm sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon her beautiful yet haughty visage. Her golden and silver hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and she wore a delicate brown gown that starkly contrasted with the vibrant blossoms and lush greenery surrounding her. Belryn's dragon gradually descended into the clearing of the royal garden, and he nimbly leaped from its back, immediately spotting Rhaenyra beneath the tree. Despite their shared bloodline, their relationship was far from harmonious. Over the years, Rhaenyra harbored resentment towards Belrand, attributing her mother's death to him, as it was his actions that had led to her demise. "Good morning, sister," Belrand said, stepping forward with a calm demeanor, striving to maintain his politeness. Rhaenyra slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with indifference, completely disregarding her brother. Her subtle gestures betrayed an unmistakable distance. Standing before Rhaenyra, Belrand could feel the animosity radiating from her. "I must attend the royal council now. Farewell," he declared. Upon hearing this, Rhaenyra returned her attention to her book, offering a nonchalant, devoid of any intent for further conversation. Belrand nodded, refraining from uttering another word, and turned to leave the royal garden, aware that Rhaenyra's emotional turmoil could not be resolved in a fleeting moment. Perhaps with maturity, she would come to understand and accept. Or perhaps, like Cersei Lannister, she would harbor a lifelong grudge against the imp, Tyrion. All is dictated by fate, and little is within one's control. Belrand felt powerless, knowing that every sight of him reminded Rhaenyra of their mother's tragic end. Had he not awakened his bloodline, he would have perished in flames long ago. As Belrand departed, tranquility returned to the royal garden. Rhaenyra watched her brother's retreating figure with a complex gaze, ultimately choosing to immerse herself once more in her book. In the royal council chamber, Belrand's arrival stirred little commotion. The meeting commenced as usual upon the arrival of King Viserys I. With the army mobilizing, the logistical pressures intensified, and the treasury's reserves dwindled perceptibly, akin to a reservoir emptied of its waters. The ministers engaged in fervent discussions on this topic, while Viserys and Belrand listened quietly. As king and heir, it was impossible for them to attend to every matter personally. The council existed to alleviate their burdens. Only when the ministers found themselves at an impasse, bereft of solutions, would they require the voices of the two. Observing the ministers, Belrand felt a sense of regret. He once had the opportunity to unify all the noble lords of the realm in one fell swoop. This chance arose when he was still an infant, crowned as the heir to the Iron Throne and the Prince of Dragonstone. At that time, a toast of dragon's blood wine to these individuals would have rendered the need for intrigue obsolete, transforming them into loyal subjects throughout the ages, effectively abolishing feudalism and ushering in an era of centralized and supreme royal authority. Alas, there are no what-ifs. However, the future stretches long ahead. And when Viserys abdicates and he ascends to the throne, it will herald an era of unification across the land. The ministers engaged in extensive discussions, yet they could not escape the immense military expenses, which seemed unsustainable over time. The prospect of a grand army of over 100,000 retreating due to insufficient funds would indeed become a grand jest. Ultimately, the consensus remained to sustain the war through war itself, striving for a swift resolution. According to the ministers' calculations, the treasury, supplemented by contributions from various lords, could indeed secure Dorne, though the aftermath would leave the finances severely depleted, requiring many years for recovery. Nevertheless, Belrand possessed numerous profitable schemes, and he harbored no concerns regarding this matter. When the time was ripe, it would serve as an opportunity for the next phase of his plans. After the meeting concluded, Belrand and his father strolled through the royal gardens. The 3,000 new recruits stationed at Dragonstone incur significant daily expenses. With the treasury strained, you must devise a solution yourself. Viserys regarded his son as if he were already an adult, showing no signs of treating him as a mere child, which he found entirely appropriate. Naturally, with the looming conflict, funds are requisite everywhere. Recently, I have been contemplating various methods for generating revenue, and I have made some progress. If successful, it will not only cover the costs of the 3,000 guards, but also ensure a steady stream of profit. Earlier that morning, upon arriving at the Red Keep, Belrand had loaded 10 pounds of ordinary monosodium glutamate and 5 pounds of special-grade monosodium glutamate onto Vormisol's back. Meanwhile, a raven had departed the previous night, bearing a letter to Pentos. Viserys halted and turned to Belrand. "Can you share what it is?" "A secret," Belrand teased, displaying a childlike demeanor and withholding details from Viserys. "A secret? Let me guess, is it about the seaweed?" The occurrences on Dragonstone were hardly concealed, and the sight of 100 guards gathering seaweed was too conspicuous to ignore. Fishing boats had observed it from afar, and subsequently, Otto had learned, leading Viserys to become aware as well. Now, upon hearing Belrand's words, he suspected it might indeed relate to seaweed. Belrand nodded slightly, confirming that it involved seaweed. Though it was not solely that, the seaweed served merely as a raw material. The precise method of production was known only to him, and the final product had proven to be highly successful, though its potential selling price remained uncertain for now. "Is the production process difficult?" Viserys inquired. Not particularly challenging. Belron replied, though it is somewhat time-consuming and yields a modest output. Approximately 100 pounds of ordinary monosodium glutamate and 20 pounds of special-grade monosodium glutamate are produced monthly, with the seaweed requiring time to recover, necessitating harvesting every 3 months. Belron did not conceal this information. The value of rarity is undeniable. While the production of spices is substantial, it is the control of their sources by a select few and the limitation on exports that perpetuates their exorbitant prices. Is the product you have produced edible? The essence of Viserys enhances the flavor of food. Even a simple bowl of vegetable soup can transform into a delectable dish with just a pinch, a phenomenon I refer to as umami. Although Balron initially intended to keep this a secret, Viserys had already surmised the truth, rendering further concealment unnecessary. After all, the core technology rests firmly in his grasp, and the raw materials, such as kelp, are abundant. Knowing of it would not enable anyone to extract umami. Chapter 11. The value of rarity. After concluding his conversation with his father, Balron mounted the dragon Vamizar and soared away from King's Landing. The mighty wings of the dragon glided through the morning sun, casting a tapestry of light across the sky. Vamizar's speed rivals that of a Boeing aircraft, reaching approximately 1,000 kilometers per hour at full speed, allowing for a journey to Pantos in under 2 hours. Rather than returning to Dragonstone, Balron chose to traverse the tumultuous waters of the narrow sea, setting his sights directly on Pantos. Pantos, one of the 9 free trade city-states, is renowned for its bustling marketplaces and rich cultural diversity. Upon Balron's arrival, an immediate sensation rippled through the city and beyond. The colossal form of Vamizar soared above, its velocity akin to a lightning bolt streaking across the heavens, evoking profound awe and reverence among the onlookers. Outside the city, the 10 governors of Pantos, upon receiving a missive, had already donned their finest garments and awaited his arrival at the city gates. Their attire was resplendent, adorned with glimmering gold chains and silver belts that sparkled in the sunlight, their faces alight with anticipation and the warmest smiles. As Vamizar descended, a cloud of dust billowed, causing the governors to instinctively retreat several paces before regaining their composure. "Welcome, Prince Balron. Your presence brings great honor to Pantos," proclaimed the foremost governor, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and piercing eyes. He adjusted his attire and bowed deeply, adhering to the customs of Pantos. Balron leapt from the dragon's back, reciprocating the warmth of their greeting. "Thank you for your gracious welcome, esteemed governors." After exchanging pleasantries, he followed the governors into an intimate reception room. The interior was opulently decorated, with exquisite tapestries adorning the walls, tables adorned with silver and gold vessels, and an array of exotic delicacies laid out. The floor was covered with soft, luxurious furs that felt like walking on clouds. With numerous matters to address, and having previously articulated his purpose in the missive, Balron retrieved 2 small vials containing white crystalline umami from his pocket. He instructed the chefs prepared by the governors to incorporate both standard and premium umami into a simple broth. As the umami was added, the soup's flavor transformed instantaneously into an exquisite delight, its aroma wafting through the air and leaving the governors utterly captivated. After tasting, their eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at the seemingly ordinary vegetable soup, which had transformed into an exquisite delicacy simply by the addition of a dash of monosodium glutamate. They nodded in unison, utterly astonished. The production of monosodium glutamate is a laborious endeavor, with both labor and raw material costs being exceedingly high. Observing the governor's reactions, Berlong felt a sense of satisfaction and began to elucidate the arduous process of monosodium glutamate production, emphasizing its low yield and high cost. Upon hearing this, the governors, seasoned connoisseurs of flavor, gathered in hushed tones to deliberate on the value and pricing of monosodium glutamate. As shrewd merchants accustomed to a plethora of spices, they found themselves profoundly captivated by the unique taste of this monosodium glutamate, a flavor unlike any they had previously encountered. With its limited availability and singular flavor profile, a glimmer of cunning and astuteness appeared on their faces as they exchanged opinions. "Your Highness, may I inquire if this monosodium glutamate is exclusive to you?" Berlong nodded affirmatively, declaring it to be one of a kind in the entire world. Upon receiving this confirmation, the governors exchanged knowing glances, and the leading governor inquired, "Your Highness, shall we set the price at 10,000 gold dragon coins per pound for the ordinary monosodium glutamate, and 20,000 for the special variant?" Given the flourishing maritime trade, Pantos boasts a considerable reserve of gold dragon coins. Berlong had his own estimation of its worth, believing it to be no more than 1,000 gold dragon coins per pound. However, He was taken aback by the governor's audacious pricing. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged, as he deemed this price reasonable. I have brought 10 pounds of ordinary monosodium glutamate and 5 pounds of the special variant. Can you consume them all? Upon hearing the quantity, the governor's excitement intensified. Of course we can. We are the wealthiest individuals in Pantos. 200,000 gold dragon coins is no issue. Indeed, whatever you have, we desire. This time, I can only offer this amount. In the future, you may send representatives to Dragonstone Island for trade every 3 months. While I cannot provide more at this moment, I can offer dozens of pounds of ordinary monosodium glutamate and several pounds of the special variant. Moreover, since you have set the price for monosodium glutamate, this will be the standard for future transactions, regardless of how high the market price may rise. I will not increase mine. If agreeable, let us complete our inaugural transaction now. Berlong was elated, although the trades would occur every 3 months. Each transaction would yield nearly 1,000,000 gold dragon coins, a staggering profit. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us proceed with the transaction. The governors, equally eager, hastily arranged for the necessary funds. With both host and guests in high spirits, the atmosphere was one of cordial cooperation and mutual benefit. Berlong then inquired, "Might there be beet seeds available for sale in Pantos?" "We do have beet seeds, Your Highness." "How many do you require? For planting or consumption?" "For planting. And in substantial quantity, approximately 10 tons. Belron intends to cultivate sugar beets for sugar production, naturally not settling for just a few acres of trivial endeavors. Currently, refined sugar remains a luxury in the realm, affordable only to the nobility. This scarcity is attributed to the indigenous population's lack of efficient sugar extraction techniques. Belron plans to establish a factory to produce sugar, aiming to reduce the price of white sugar in Westeros, making it accessible to the common folk. Through this, he envisions accumulating wealth over time, potentially earning millions of golden dragons effortlessly. 10 tons. Indeed, we have consistently utilized these seeds for oil extraction, as beet seed oil is quite popular. In terms of cultivation, 10 tons of seeds can cover approximately 120 hectares. Your Highness, might you reveal if such large-scale cultivation signifies a new business opportunity? The governor of Pantos is no fool. While they may falter in warfare, their acumen for business prospects is remarkably keen. This matter, however, I cannot disclose at present, as it is still in the experimental phase. Yet, should we successfully develop our product, you shall undoubtedly be our exclusive agent in Westeros. Belron casually painted a promising future for the governors. That would be splendid. Here is the proposition. Your Highness, you shall incur no cost for these 10 tons of sugar beet seeds. We shall gift them to you as a token of goodwill. The seeds are inexpensive, costing merely 1 golden dragon per ton, totaling 10 golden dragons. However, it is the sentiment that matters, not the monetary value. In that case, I am most grateful. The transaction was concluded. The guards escorted 200,000 golden dragons and 10 tons of sugar beet seeds to a resting area in Wormser. The golden dragons and seeds were securely packed in robust woven sacks, layered multiple times to prevent any leaks of coins or seeds. 200,000 golden dragons weigh approximately 2 tons, and combined with the 10 tons of seeds, Wormser could easily grasp them, as if holding 2 bags of cotton. The governors personally escorted Belron to the city gates, their demeanor more respectful and cordial than before, filled with admiration and flattery for the young prince. "Thank you for your warm hospitality, gentlemen. All good things must come to an end, until we meet again." The protagonist, being a time traveler, inevitably carries an Eastern flair in speech and actions. With that, Belron leaped onto the back of Wormser, patting its neck. The colossal dragon spread its wings, obscuring the sun, and with a powerful flap, sent dust and debris flying, soaring into the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the governors and the citizens of Pantos, it transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. Chapter 12. The army approaches, victories abound. November 16th, early morning. Stone Step Island's dark cavern reef after more than a month of rest, stabilizing the defenses and supply points on Youngstone Island, Bloodstone Island, Shame Island, Fragmented Rock Island, and the Grey Hangman's Isles. Lannino and Damon rode their dragons to suppress the forces on Dark Cavern Island, providing cover for Old Sea Serpent's landing. Upon landing, they employed fire attacks to smoke out the densely packed caverns on the island's rocky walls. Those who emerged faced a volley of arrows, while those who remained hidden risked suffocation. 2 dragons patrol the skies, preventing any potential escapees and surveilling the ocean's surface. In the early hours, the dark caves of the Shiji Islands are enveloped in silence, with the gentle waves lapping against the rocks, producing a soft, whispering sound. The stars twinkle in the night sky, while a waning moon hangs on the horizon, casting a faint silver glow over this desolate isle. The massive wings of the dragons slice through the air, the sound reminiscent of distant thunder, their scales glistening with a frosty sheen under the moonlight. Demon rides Calaxio, a blood-red dragon that spirals gracefully through the air, its eyes aglow with a fiery red light, akin to smoldering embers. Lannino, on the other hand, rides Heian, a dragon that melds almost seamlessly with the darkness of the night, its sharp claws and fangs reflecting a chilling brilliance in the moonlight. Under the guidance of their dragon riders, the two colossal beasts unleash their dominance over the archers of the Three Daughters' kingdom on the island. Calaxio opens its great maw, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon fire that illuminates the island, revealing the hidden archers lurking in the shadows. Heian, utilizing its speed and agility, darts through the air, intermittently exhaling flames, catching the enemy off guard. Shielded by the dragons, the old sea serpent Valerian leads his navy in small boats, swiftly approaching the dark caves under the cover of night. As the landing vessels near the shore, the soldiers spring into action, clad in light armor and wielding weapons, leaping from their boats and charging fearlessly towards the beach. With the dragons suppressing the enemy, the soldiers of the Three Daughters' kingdom find themselves unable to resist, forced into a retreat that leads them back to the densely packed caves of the island. These caves, nestled within the rocky cliffs, are countless and serve as natural fortifications. However, the old sea serpent had anticipated this, commanding his soldiers to stack brushwood at the entrances of the caves and set it ablaze. Soon, thick smoke and flames begin to spread throughout the multitude of caves. Now, the defenders are faced with a dire choice: to suffocate in the smoke or to risk a glorious death in battle. As time passes, the flames and smoke wreak havoc within the caves, and some soldiers can no longer endure. They emerge, covered in soot, ready to charge forth, only to be met with a hail of arrows. Outside, Valerian's archers are poised, and as soon as any enemy emerges from the caves, their arrows fall like rain, striking down the foes one by one. In the air, Demon and Lannino continue their vigilant patrol, overseeing the sea and the island to ensure no enemy escapes their grasp. With the relentless fire assault, the resistance on the dark caves gradually wanes, as the first rays of dawn pierce through the clouds, illuminating the murky dark caves. The battle comes to a definitive end. Old Sea Serpent stood side by side with Prince Demon upon the island, gazing at the conquered lands before them. Behind them, two colossal dragons feasted on roasted meat. Meanwhile, reports of the southern campaign against Dorne fluttered towards King's Landing like snowflakes. On December 10th, the Western Realm's 20,000 naval forces converged with 10,000 from Old Town and 5,000 from Chinkton Island, forming a grander naval fleet that arrived at Starfall as planned. Starfall, situated on a small island west of the Crimson Mountains, is where the Torrent River flows into the Summer Sea, surrounded by water on three sides, making it easily defensible. Intelligence suggested that the garrison numbered around 4,000. The 30,000 soldiers from the west joined forces with the 50,000 from Highgarden, arriving later that same day at Brightmoor. Brightmoor, located along the banks of the Torrent River in the Crimson Mountains region beneath the Dornish Hills, is characterized by its treacherous terrain and a garrison of approximately 5,000. On December 15th, 5,000 from the north, 8,000 from the Vale, and 15,000 from the Riverlands, a total of 28,000 troops, descended upon Eagle's Nest, a fortress deep within Dorne, defended by roughly 5,000 soldiers. The Stormland's 30,000 troops split into two paths, 20,000 by land and 10,000 by sea. Surrounding the city of Will lies along the Dornish and Bone Road, near the Dornish Sea, with a garrison of about 6,000. On March 17th, in the year 112, the combined naval forces from the west, Old Town, and Chinkton Island, totaling 35,000, successfully captured Starfall at the cost of approximately 1,500 soldiers against its 4,000 defenders. Count Dean and his kin fought valiantly until their last breath. The legendary sword, Dawn, was seized. Following a brief resupply and rest, upon Lord Burlon's suggestion, all military powers were stripped from the Count of Starfall, and a garrison of 3,000 was stationed to maintain order. The combined forces from the west and Highgarden, totaling 80,000, succeeded in capturing Brightmoor at the cost of around 3,000 soldiers against its 5,000 defenders. The Count of Brightmoor also fought to the end. After a brief respite and resupply, the coalition, upon Lord Burlon's recommendation, deprived the Count of Brightmoor of all military authority and stationed 3,000 troops to uphold order. In the north, the Vale and Riverlands combined forces of 28,000 launched a surprise attack on Eagle's Nest deep within the Crimson Mountains, successfully capturing it at the cost of 700 soldiers. Approximately 1,500 Dornish defenders were taken prisoner, and 3,000 troops were left behind to maintain order. The Stormland's 30,000 forces, divided into 20,000 on land and 10,000 at sea, launched an assault on Will, successfully seizing it at the cost of around 2,000 soldiers. The family of Lord Will took refuge in tunnels beneath the castle, only to be buried alive by Duke Baelish, who employed both fire and water, annihilating the entire clan. Following the gathering of spoils and a period of rest, 3,000 troops were left to maintain order. On March 20th, Prince Demon and Old Sea Serpent initiated a long-planned assault on the Isle of Tormentors. Dragons dominated the skies, suppressing the firepower of the Three Daughters Kingdom, while the Navy executed a landing. With a single, masterful maneuver, at the cost of fewer than 100 soldiers, the island was seized, and the forces of the Three Daughters Kingdom were entirely annihilated, their remnants serving as fodder for the mighty dragons. Battle report. On June 11th, Prince Daemon and the Old Sea Serpent employed their cunning maritime strategy once more, resulting in the successful capture of Skull Island with a loss of fewer than 200 soldiers. Battle report. On June 21st, a coalition of approximately 30,000 naval forces from the west, aided by undercover spies, successfully besieged the formidable fortress of the Gates of Hell, situated along the banks of the Sulphur River, incurring a loss of around 1,300 soldiers. The Euler family has been vanquished. Following a brief period of resupply and rest, all military powers of Count Euler were stripped away, and 3,000 troops were stationed to maintain order. In the west, 73,000 ground troops, with the assistance of the dragon Melias, succeeded in capturing the lofty hidden city at the cost of about 1,000 soldiers. The defending Dane family has been destroyed. This refers to the branch of the Dane family from Starfall City. In the north, within the valley, the coalition forces of the Riverlands, after capturing the Eagle's Nest deep within the Crimson Mountains, turned their attention to the similarly mountainous King Tomb City. At the cost of approximately 1,300 soldiers, they successfully took the city. The defending Manwitty family has been eradicated. The entirety of the Stormland's military transitioned to a naval assault on the eerie and foreboding Grey Horror Fortress, a mere prison with weak defenses, which was captured with almost no losses. All prisoners were executed and cast into the sea to feed the fish. Battle report. On October 9th, the naval and land forces of the southern region united, embarking on vessels to launch a night raid on the Salt Coast, located on the southern shore of Dorne, near the Summer Sea. With the assistance of the dragon Melias, they succeeded in their conquest with losses of fewer than 1,000 soldiers. The Gojanless family has been obliterated. Subsequently, approximately 60,000 ground troops advanced northwest towards Vance City, while around 25,000 naval forces penetrated deeper into Dorne. In the northern valley, the coalition forces of the Riverlands continued their march through the mountains, attacking the impregnable Heaven and Earth City, strategically positioned at the Prince S Pass that connects Dorne and Riverbend. This route is vital for ensuring the logistical supply lines of the advancing army. Due to the castle's elevated position, it was challenging to assault. Upon receiving a request for aerial support, the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys promptly arrived from the Salt Coast. Ultimately, they captured this critical stronghold with losses of fewer than 1,000 soldiers. The fortress of the Faller family was incinerated by dragon fire, and the entire lineage perished within the molten ruins, indistinguishable from one another, akin to the fate of the infamous Black-Hearted Helen. The Faller family has been extinguished. The entire army of the Stormlands embarked on vessels, journeying day and night until they reached Tor City. With the aid of undercover spies, they effortlessly breached the city at dawn but encountered fierce resistance, with the battle concluding only at sunset, resulting in losses exceeding 1,600 soldiers. Tor City has been captured. The Jodane family has been obliterated. Battle report. On October 21st, Prince Daemon and the Old Sea Captain Colas launched an assault, successfully capturing the isle known as Little Talos, thereby bringing all of the Stone Steppe archipelago under their dominion, with the exception of Talos itself. On October 30th, the coastline of Talos appeared particularly serene in the morning light, as gentle waves lapped against the shore, seemingly whispering ancient legends. However, this tranquility was swiftly supplanted by the palpable tension aboard the warships. Prince Daemon stood on the deck of the flagship, receiving envoys dispatched from the kingdom of the Three Daughters. The envoy was clad in a flowing gray-blue robe, adorned with a headband woven from olive branches, symbolizing peace. Yet a flicker of anxiety was evident in his gaze. "Your Highness, the Supreme Council wishes to reconcile with you and bring an end to this conflict." The envoy's voice trembled slightly, fully aware of the significance of his mission. Damon's piercing gaze scrutinized the envoy, and after a moment of contemplative silence, he responded with clarity. I am willing to negotiate, but not with just any envoy. You must demonstrate sincerity, at the very least. The governor of your so-called council must come to speak with me in person. The envoy nodded eagerly. Of course, of course. I shall inform the council immediately. As he turned to leave, a glimmer of relief crossed his face, and he hurried back to his small vessel, fervently rowing, eager to return to shore. Before long, a response was received. Damon led 1,000 elite soldiers ashore at the Talos coastline, where he was to meet with the 3 governors sent by the Supreme Council on an expansive beach for negotiations. The sea breeze carried the scent of salt, and seagulls circled overhead, emitting sharp cries. The governors, adorned in resplendent attire, concealed cunning and unease behind their eyes. As discussions commenced, Damon and the governors engaged in fervent debate over their respective demands. However, as the sun fully ascended above the horizon, the atmosphere of the negotiations abruptly turned tense. Suddenly, one of the governors sprang to his feet, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Damon. The other governors swiftly joined in, attempting to collectively assassinate him. Damon, seasoned by countless battles and in the prime of his youth, reacted with astonishing swiftness. His right hand drew his sword to parry the attack, while his left hand thrust a short blade, striking true into the eye socket of the initial assailant. Nevertheless, the situation remained perilous, as the other 2 governors, disguised soldiers, closed in around him, placing him in a precarious position, prompting his 1,000 elite soldiers to rush forward in assistance. At that moment, more soldiers from the kingdom of the 3 daughters surged forth from the distant thickets, encircling them in a tight formation. Yet, amidst this dire circumstance, Damon exhibited no trace of panic. He acknowledged that although these 3 adversaries possessed considerable fighting prowess, they were merely competent, lacking the depth to compare with him. Then, a thunderous dragon's roar resonated through the sky as the lithe and powerful dragon Caraxi descended from the heights, its wings casting a shadow that enveloped the battlefield once more. As the distance for the attack drew near, Coralaxiu unleashed an enormous roar, spewing forth crimson dragon flames that surged like a cataclysmic storm, instantly engulfing the soldiers of the 3 daughters nation who had prepared to encircle him. The soldiers' anguished cries were drowned by the thunderous roar of the flames, their bodies writhing and twisting in the inferno, reduced to mere ashes. Yet, just as Coralaxiu hovered in midair, poised to unleash another torrent of fire, over 100 dragon-slaying crossbows stationed atop the distant walls of Tylos had already locked onto him. With a mere pull of the trigger, a barrage of massive iron arrows, as relentless as a torrential downpour, could rain down upon the dragon. The power of these crossbows was formidable. The arrows glimmered ominously, targeting Coralaxiu with deadly intent. Your dragon is doomed, and so are you. Did you truly believe we would cower in fear? What of the Stone Steps Archipelago? We can reclaim it at any moment. What? How is this possible? The 2 false governors engaged in battle were acutely aware of the entire scheme. Even a giant dragon would be pierced like a hedgehog under the concentrated fire of the dragon-slaying crossbows they had pilfered from Dorne. However, their smiles abruptly faded, replaced by sheer terror. Above the city of Tylos, 2 additional dragons swooped down. In mere breaths, they reached the height of Coralaxiu's fiery exhalation, while the dragon-slaying crossbows on the walls had no time to pivot, let alone aim directly at the dragons soaring above. The archers, paralyzed by fear, abandoned all pretense of duty and turned to flee the walls, but Melias and Hyan were swifter. The dragon flames exploded like a napalm bomb upon impact, igniting an inferno that not only soared skyward but also triggered a violent explosion, effortlessly collapsing hundreds of meters of the rock wall directly in front of them. As the false governors stared in shock at this unfolding spectacle, Damon's cold voice echoed in their ears. Wretches, the show has begun. Chapter 13, A Bountiful Harvest. While Prince Damon and the old sea snake wreaked havoc in Tylos, the sprawling beet fields of the Riverlands, spanning 3,000 hectares, rejoiced in a bountiful harvest. This was a moment brimming with hope and joy, as the entire Riverlands buzzed with activity and excitement. The warm midday sun bathed the vast beet fields in golden light, intertwining with the crimson leaves of the beets, creating a picturesque pastoral scene. Farmers rose early to commence their labor, weaving through the fields with deftness, skillfully harvesting the ripe beets, their faces aglow with satisfaction. Their movements were swift and powerful, each beet carefully uprooted from the soil, the dirt gently shaken off, and neatly stacked aside. The children also joined this bountiful celebration, trailing behind the adults as they assisted in gathering the fallen beets or transporting them to the carts. Each cart, laden with beets, ambled along the rustic paths towards the sugar factory, located 10 miles west of the bustling city. The carts jostled over the uneven terrain, yet the farmers' faces bore no trace of fatigue, only a gleaming anticipation for the future. They understood that these beets were not merely sustenance, but rather the embodiment of their hopes and the fruits of their labor. Simultaneously, the waterways of the river region became increasingly animated. Cargo ships, similarly burdened with beets, glided gently along the meandering river. The sailors busily ensured that the beets remained unscathed during transit. The river sparkled under the sun, reflecting dazzling rays of light, as if to celebrate the harvest. Outside the sugar factory, thousands of dragon guards maintained order, ensuring everything progressed smoothly. Clad in black dragon-scaled armor and wielding steel batons, with sabers at their waists, they presented a formidable and dignified presence. At the factory's entrance, designated personnel were responsible for purchasing the beets, meticulously recording the weight brought by each cart and ship, while others inspected the quality, discarding any that were spoiled. Their movements were deft and swift, ensuring that every batch of beets passed inspection and was promptly sent into the factory. Within the factory, the sugar extraction process unfolded methodically. Despite being set in the medieval era, Berlong employed modern knowledge to guide the factory in adopting advanced sugar production techniques. The beets were first directed to the washing area, where workers meticulously cleansed them of soil and impurities. Subsequently, the beets were fed into semi-automated pressing machines to extract the juice. This juice, once filtered to remove residues, was then transferred to evaporators. In the evaporators, the beet juice was heated, causing the water content to gradually diminish while the sugar concentration increased. Throughout this process, workers continuously stirred to ensure an even distribution of sugar. As the moisture evaporated, the syrup thickened, ultimately forming a viscous syrup. This syrup was then sent to crystallizers, where it underwent cooling and crystallization, ultimately resulting in granulated sugar. Inside the bustling factory, the workers labored tirelessly, yet their faces radiated satisfaction. They were not volunteers, but rather well-compensated employees, earning a monthly salary of 45 silver deer, along with a pound of grade 3 white sugar valued at 5 silver deer. Each worker devoted themselves earnestly to their tasks. The produced white sugar was categorized into 3 grades, each packaged in ceramic, porcelain, or glass jars. With significant price disparities, grade 3 at 5 silver deer per pound, grade 2 at 10 silver deer per pound, and grade 1 at 15 silver deer per pound. Certainly, this is not merely a matter of intelligence tax. There exists a distinction among them, which simultaneously reflects the hierarchy of the great nobles, the ordinary nobility, and the common folk. The least refined grade 3 white sugar boasts a sugar purity exceeding 993, with a hue lighter than that of grade 2 white sugar. Its crystals are somewhat incomplete, and its flavor slightly inferior to that of grades 1 and 2. Due to its relatively lower quality, it is priced affordably, making it suitable for the culinary needs of the common classes who do not demand exceptionally high quality, such as in dishes like curry, sweet and sour ribs, and braised pork. Grade 2 white sugar has a sugar purity above 995, marginally lower than that of grade 1, yet it retains intact crystals and a gentle sweetness. Its color is paler than that of grade 1 white sugar, but in baking and cooking, it exhibits some color differences compared to grade 1. It is well suited for the routine culinary endeavors of minor noble households, such as the preparation of jams, butter cakes, and fruit cakes. Lastly, grade 1 white sugar possesses a sugar purity of 997 or higher, characterized by its colorless transparency, complete crystals, and absence of impurities, foreign substances, or colorants, offering a mild and refreshing taste. Thus, grade 1 white sugar is exclusively reserved for the grand nobility, ideal for high-standard culinary practices such as baking, syrup production, jam making, and desserts. Furthermore, the smaller molecular structure of grade 1 white sugar allows for easier dissolution, aligning perfectly with the lofty taste pursuits of the great nobles. Through rough calculations, it is estimated that 1 hectare of sugar beets can yield approximately 75,000 kilograms, translating to around 15,000 pounds of white sugar. This includes 2,000 pounds of grade 1, 5,000 pounds of grade 2, and 8,000 pounds of grade 3. Based on selling prices, a harvest of 3,000 hectares in a season could potentially generate revenue of about 6 million gold dragons for Belron. After accounting for various costs related to labor and containers, the net profit for a season would be approximately 5 million gold dragons. With 2 seasons in a year, this results in an annual income of 10 million gold dragons, leading to wealth that could rival nations after several years of development. The sugar production process is not particularly challenging, yet maintaining confidentiality is no easy feat. However, the workers have only mastered the production techniques for grade 3 sugar, which remains segmented in an assembly line fashion. Grades 1 and 2 are personally crafted by the Dragon Guards, with Belron referring to this as specialized training and extra practice, allowing them to savor the sweetness of success. Such a scale of white sugar is beyond the consumption capacity of Westeros. Although grades 1 and 2 have no trouble finding buyers, the more affordable grade 3 white sugar remains out of reach for the majority of the common populace, ultimately reflecting the harsh economic realities they face. Consequently, Belron has taken on an additional task, transporting white sugar to Pintos via Dragon. Each grade of sugar sees a price increase of 40, representing a genuine and exclusive Dragon air freight service. The mere mention of Dragon air freight carries significant value. Even so, the governors of Pintos still believe they are profiting. To this, Belron can only nod and smile, acknowledging that while they may profit, he will undoubtedly earn even more. Not only is he generating revenue, but Prince Belron has also placed particular emphasis on environmental sustainability throughout the sugar production process. It is well known that the sugar beet processing yields several byproducts. Belron instructed the amalgamation of organic waste produced during the sugar extraction from beets, such as beet pulp and beet leaves, with other organic materials like straw and animal manure for composting. This composting process enhances the nutritional value of fertilizers and improves soil quality. Likewise, if not composted, the organic waste can be suitably processed and directly applied as fertilizer in agricultural fields, supplying essential nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium required for plant growth. Excess beet pulp can undergo drying to reduce moisture content, thereby preventing mold and pest infestations. This dried beet pulp can be stored and transported as solid fertilizer. Furthermore, by subjecting the dried beet pulp to high-temperature treatment under anaerobic conditions, biochar can be produced. This biochar possesses excellent adsorption and moisture retention properties, making it suitable as a soil amendment. Additionally, beet pulp can be hydrolyzed or fermented to extract organic matter and nutrients, resulting in liquid fertilizer that is easy to apply and yields significant results. Such methods effectively lower waste disposal costs and mitigate environmental pollution. These processed fertilizers can also be sold to local farmers, achieving resource recycling. As a result, the economy of the Hejian region will steadily develop, increasing farmers' incomes and providing factory workers with more stable job opportunities, thereby fostering economic prosperity for Hejian and tangible benefits for local residents. Most importantly, the common folk, including the nobility, have begun to express sincere respect and gratitude towards Belron, who, with merely an investment of 10 tons of seeds and a few thousand gold dragons, has won the hearts of the entire Hejian populace. The commoners are grateful for their newfound wealth, while the minor nobles appreciate the increased tax revenue from their territories. The major nobles, particularly the Tuli family, are thankful for the substantial taxes collected. With their financial needs met, the commoners, now prosperous, can confidently consider expanding their families. They no longer view the sugar business as precarious. It is a steadfast source of livelihood, especially since it belongs to Belron Targaryen, the future king, assuring them of stability for decades to come. Similarly, the transformations in Hejian have not gone unnoticed by the inhabitants of the north, the Vale, the west, the south, and even the Crownlands and Stormlands, who can only watch enviously, for their territories are not suited for optimal beet cultivation. As night falls, the sugar factory remains aglow, with workers diligently engaged in their tasks, and the waterways outside still teem with long lines of vessels. This scene is destined to persist for a considerable time. The dark night sky, tainted by the smoke of war, presents a profound iron-gray hue. On the battlefield, Demon, Rhaenyra, and Laenor commanded their dragons, descending upon their foes like harbingers of death. All dragon-slaying siege engines were rendered useless, leaving the realm of the Three Daughters defenseless against the onslaught of the dragons. The great beasts soared and swooped with reckless abandon, unleashing torrents of flame upon the ranks of soldiers. The inferno consumed everything in its path, the anguished cries of warriors echoing amidst the chaos, their armor warped by the searing heat, and their flesh reduced to ash by the dragon fire. The battlefield was transformed into a sea of flames, thick plumes of smoke billowing into the air. The acrid scent of charred remains permeating the atmosphere. This was a one-sided massacre. As the final, desperate scream faded into silence, the old sea serpent, Corlys, led 18,000 soldiers, surging like an unstoppable tide through the gates of Tylosai. The soldiers' armor gleamed with a cold light under the dragon's fire, their weapons dripping with blood. The gates collapsed under the force of their assault, and the army surged into the city with the ferocity of wolves. Inside the city, the fighting was equally brutal. Demon soldiers, emboldened and fearless, swiftly seized all the entrances and exits, transforming Tylosai into a fortress from which there was no escape. The governors of the High Council, in the midst of chaos, attempted to flee, but demons' forces seemed omnipresent, their swords and shields forming an impenetrable net. Once the wielders of power, the governors now scurried like frightened dogs, their opulent garments becoming tattered and soiled in their desperate bid for survival. Ultimately, one by one, they were captured, brought before Demon and the Old Sea Serpent as if they were mere spoils of war. Standing in the central square of Tylosai, Demon was flanked by the fearsome dragon, Vagor, while the circling forms of Malays and sea smoke loomed overhead, the conquered land beneath his feet, and the captured governors before him. His voice was resolute and cold as he proclaimed the unconditional surrender of the High Council and the dissolution of the realm of the Three Daughters. The soldiers immediately spread this news throughout the city, heralding the conclusion of the protracted conflict known as the Stepstones Campaign. Go forth. Convey this message to every corner of the city. Disseminate it to Meereen and Lys, Demon commanded. Inform them that the realm of the Three Daughters has become a matter of history, and now is the era of House Targaryen. Chapter 14. A direct assault on the heart of the beast. War report, January 26, 113. In the west, an army of 60,000 from Highgarden, aided by Laenor riding the dragon's sea smoke, successfully captured the towering and pale fortress advances keep with a loss of fewer than 500 soldiers. In the west, at Old Town, 25,000 naval forces, assisted by Rhaenyra on the dragon Malays, captured the Lemonwood south of the Greenblood River at the cost of 300 soldiers. The House of Darren has been extinguished. In the north, the Vale and Riverlands coalition, after seizing Ironwood, reached Vance's Keep to join forces with the Southern Army from Highgarden, all heading towards the city of Goddess Grace. On the Stormy Lands, a formidable army of 16,000, with the assistance of Rhaenys and her dragons, successfully conquered the Soul Mound located on the western side of the Arms and at the southern coast of Dorne, incurring approximately 400 casualties. The Targaryen family, extinguished. Battle report. On March 13th, the united forces of the West, South, North, Vale, and Riverlands, aided by Laenor and his dragons, launched an assault that resulted in fewer than 200 losses while seizing the city of Divine Grace, situated at the confluence of the Vance River, the Misery River, and the Greenblood River. The Arryn family, eradicated. In the west, the navy of Old Town and the island of Greenhaven, with Rhaenys' dragon support, captured the trade town of Plankton at the mouth of the Greenblood River, sustaining fewer than 300 casualties. On May 17th, at noon, under the blazing sun, golden rays cascaded upon the land of Dorne. Nearly 100,000 soldiers from the north, Vale, Riverlands, west, and south assembled outside the capital of Dorne, Sunspear, to regroup. In the skies, Demon, Rhaenys, and Laenor rode their colossal dragons, hovering 1,000 meters above, resembling deities as they gazed down at the Dorne army, which was gathering like ants, preparing for a desperate struggle. The dragon's wings beat slowly, stirring the thin air and creating gusts of strong wind. Their massive forms, illuminated by the sunlight, reflected dazzling brilliance, as if clad in impenetrable armor. Prince Demon, mounted on Caraxes, fixed his hawk-like gaze upon Sunspear below, calculating the time. The Raven should have already delivered the letter of surrender to Prince Keelan. The content of the letter was simple yet direct, imbued with undeniable authority. In the name of the Targaryen blood and fire, we command you to lay down your arms immediately, abandon all resistance, and surrender the city. Should you refuse, dragons and flames shall reduce your city to ashes. However, it appeared that Prince Keelan of Dorne did not regard the missive with any seriousness. Not only did he show no inclination to surrender, but he also mustered tens of thousands of troops to form an ironclad defense around the capital. Such defiance was worthy of condemnation. The Dornish would not easily succumb, especially in times of conquest. Rhaenys, astride Malays, her silvery gold hair billowing in the wind, surveyed the scene below with her violet eyes, furrowing her brow. Employing sheer force alone would not suffice against Dorne. They were all resolute and would never yield. Demon, having reviewed all reports of the coalition's southern advances, noted that each family that had been destroyed fought valiantly until the end, with no one capitulating. He understood that to compel the Dornish to submit, one must utterly shatter their resolve. Mother, look, are those dragon-slaying crossbows? There are so many, and they appear even more advanced. Laner, unable to interject in the conversation between his mother and Demon, focused intently on observing the enemy's deployment below and soon spotted hundreds of dragon-slaying ballistae positioned atop the city walls and within the city itself. The adjustments to these colossal crossbows appear to be remarkably convenient, allowing for elevation angles that can ascend and descend almost vertically. Indeed, they surpass those formidable crossbows previously stationed atop the walls of Tyros. Their advanced design poses a significant threat. A reckless dive into such a dense array of crossbows would likely result in dire consequences. Damon had long been aware of the peril below, having suffered at the hands of these crossbows during the assault on Little Tyros. Fortunately, Kalakshiu's nimbleness enabled him to evade a fatal strike, resulting only in a superficial wound to the dragon's heavily armored leg, which healed swiftly, though it nearly caused a perilous fall from the sky. This experience led Damon to employ a clever ruse, feigning that Kalakshiu had sustained grave injuries. Given the circumstances of the battle, victory was already assured without the dragon's assistance. At that time, Little Tyros had merely a dozen crossbows, far less formidable than the many advanced models currently manufactured in Dorne. Hundreds of these crossbows would render any dragon unable to plunge into their attack range for destruction. As the battlefield remained at an impasse on Dragonstone, Belron was eagerly examining two massive shells before him. The one on the left stood a meter tall with a diameter of 45 centimeters, entirely black with a streamlined design, representing the prototype of the wildfire fragmentation shell. The one on the right bore a similar shape, measuring 70 centimeters tall and 30 centimeters in diameter, representing the second generation of the wildfire fragmentation shell. The shell's surface was etched with numerous runes, subtly glowing yet revealing nothing upon closer inspection. "Your Highness, these are the fruits of our labor," proclaimed Harold, a fire sorcerer clad in a deep brown robe, rejuvenated in appearance due to the effects of dragon blood elixirs. Now appearing to be around 40 years old, he stood respectfully beside Belron, explaining the manufacturing process of the wildfire fragmentation shells. "Through extensive experimentation, we have ensured that the design of this shell maintains a stable rapid rotation during free fall from great heights. The triggering mechanism is derived from the technology you provided. Based on the latest detonation data from the smaller wildfire fragmentation shells, we estimate the prototype's lethality radius to be approximately 6 meters, with serious injury radius around 18 meters, and light injury radius near 34 meters. Experimental data may vary slightly, but this represents the minimum threshold. When deploying, it is crucial to maintain a sufficient safety distance to avoid unintended casualties among our ranks." Listening to Harold's presentation, Belron surveyed the shells from various angles, nodding in admiration. Initially, he had envisioned using wildfire merely to create simple incendiary bottles to combat heavily armored knights. He was astonished that, despite his numerous requests, Harold and his team had miraculously produced a finished product, along with an even more extraordinary second-generation version. Was it the comprehensive enhancement effect that contributed to this success? It felt akin to unlocking the vital energy pathways of the body. According to Harold's description, the prototype projectile is equivalent to a 100-kilogram fragmentation incendiary bomb. Theoretically, this yield, combined with a considerable quantity of shrapnel, can achieve the results calculated by Harold. After all, the pyromancers are only beginning to engage with this revolutionary weapon, and given their current technological limitations, its destructive potential could be even greater. However, it is important to remember that this weapon is known as the wildfire fragmentation incendiary, and the instantaneous shockwave and shrapnel attack are merely the prelude. The ensuing wildfire will fiercely incinerate and melt everything it touches. The effective range of this incendiary spray is likely around 40 meters, meaning that anyone within this vicinity, be they severely or lightly wounded, stands no chance of survival. Such a formidable weapon is known only to Berlong and the 13 pyromancers, who have consumed the dragon's blood elixir, rejuvenating them and making them staunch loyalists of Berlong, ensuring that the secret of its creation remains safe. Now, let it be securely loaded onto the hooks in the belly of the Vomser. Since Prince Dorn would rather see his city razed than surrender, I am eager to see how long he can endure. Chapter 15. The Soaring Green Mushroom, Part 1. May 18th. Dorne, the City of the Sun spear the stalemate between the coalition forces and Dorne continues, with the final desperate struggles of the Dornese growing increasingly fierce. Several major assaults by the coalition have been repelled by the concentrated fire of the dragon-slaying giant crossbows. Even the coordinated dives of 3 colossal dragons cannot breach the distance necessary to unleash their fiery breath. Instead, they find themselves in peril within mere 200 to 300 meters, narrowly avoiding the deadly, poisoned steel arrows. These enormous arrows behave like cannonballs, capable not only of defending against aerial assaults from the dragons, but also of flattening the formations of ground troops. Under the impact of these several-meter-long projectiles, any military formation crumbles instantaneously, followed by a relentless rain of arrows that decimates the battlefield. 3 assaults, 3 defeats, with casualties exceeding 2,000 soldiers. Not even nighttime raids have proven effective. As dawn breaks, within the coalition's main tent 3,000 meters from the city, the Dukes of the United Command convene to strategize. Damon, clad in black dragon scale armor, sits in a corner, brooding, alongside the equally perplexed Lannino. Only the uncrowned queen, Rhaenys, appears composed, gently stroking her son's head in a gesture of comfort. Their discussions have hit a deadlock, having swept through their previous campaigns with unparalleled success. They find themselves facing 3 consecutive defeats at the gates of the city of the Sun Spear. The might of their giant crossbows is formidable, with an estimated effective kill range extending to 700 meters, rendering our troops incapable of forming a defensive line by the time they reach the city's foot. Indeed, it is not only these powerful crossbows, but also the relentless rain of arrows that, even if we do not advance in formation but instead charge in smaller groups, still prevents us from closing the distance to within 200 meters. The enormous armor-piercing arrows, capable of injuring even a dragon, clearly indicate a meticulously planned strategy to counter the dragon's dive. Should the dragon fail to ascend to a sufficient altitude, its fiery breath would remain ineffective against them, rendering the situation seemingly insurmountable. What of the siege engines? How progresses the construction? Enough with the excuses. Dorne is nothing but desert and wasteland, devoid of sufficient timber for such constructions. The ships, dismantle them. The discussion grew increasingly heated when suddenly, a guard rushed into the tent, exclaiming, "My lord, a dragon has been spotted approaching rapidly from the northern skies, though it is too distant to discern clearly." Another guard soon followed, reporting, "It is Vormazor, the dragon of Prince Belron." At this, Demon rose abruptly, striding out of the tent to gaze northward. Before long, a colossal dragon, its body glimmering like bronze, loomed ever closer in the sky. In mere moments, all of Rhaenys and the Duke emerged to witness Vormazor descending behind the encampment. The once mighty Corax and Mesolyria appeared diminutive beside Vormazor, while in a corner, the young sea smoke curled up on the ground, appearing rather meek. "Belron, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" Demon approached Belron, who had just dismounted from the dragon, his demeanor decidedly unfriendly. "What is the matter, uncle? Am I not welcome?" Belron met Demon's gaze unwaveringly, undaunted by his uncle's imposing presence. At 8 years old, he stood approximately 1.6 meters tall, a mere 30 centimeters shorter than Demon's towering 1.9 meters. Demon, taken aback by his nephew's assertiveness, rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "Of course you are welcome. But why have you chosen to arrive now? Do you believe we cannot breach Sunspear?" "I never claimed such a thing," Belron replied. "I have come to test a new research achievement, a superweapon." Demon was acutely aware of Belron's ambitions. He had long sought to prove himself, relentlessly battling on the Stepstone Islands, risking life and limb to secure victory, and ultimately triumphing over the kingdom of the 3 daughters. Yet, not long after, he found himself facing defeat in Dorne, and now Belron's presence felt like a slap in the face. Were it not for the familial bond, Demon might have drawn his blade in anger. However, Belron's mention of a superweapon piqued Demon's interest. "What is this superweapon?" Belron gestured towards 2 cylindrical objects draped in black cloth hanging from Vormazor's chest. "Indeed, this is it, a weapon of tremendous destructive power, not to be used lightly. I read the battle reports indicating Dorne's steadfast refusal to surrender. Thus I thought it prudent to prepare for a decisive strike." As more individuals gathered, drawn by Belron's words, they too gazed curiously at the enigmatic superweapon, pondering its potential might. "Oh, is it truly as formidable as you claim?" Demon inquired, his interest thoroughly piqued. "May I see it? At present, it is not feasible, and even when not in use, its significance remains elusive." Belron gently shook his head and turned his gaze toward the assembled dukes and the mother-son duo of Rhaenys Targaryen. He slightly inclined his body, addressing them. "Aunt, cousin, esteemed lords, I commend your efforts. The eradication of traitors is our solemn duty." The assembly promptly returned the gesture. "Now, witness my prowess. I am confident that after this battle, Dorne shall harbor no spirit of rebellion." With no further ado, Belron declared, "Uncle, aunt, cousin, accompany me." With that, Belron ascended once more onto the back of his dragon. Demon and Rhaenys exchanged glances before mounting their own magnificent beasts. The dragons Kalaksh and Melias appeared composed, while Hayan seemed quite restrained, exhibiting a certain reticence. Noticing this, Belron cast a sidelong glance at Hayan, but chose to remain silent. He patted Wormy Sir, and instantly, the colossal dragon unfurled its wings, soaring into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters in no time. Perhaps due to the taste of Belron's blood, its constitution had markedly improved, rendering it not only swifter in movement, but also accelerating its growth to 4 meters annually. Thus, at the age of 79, its length approached an impressive 100 meters. The typical growth rate for ordinary dragons ranges from half a meter to 1 meter per year. Kalaksh and the other 2 dragons followed closely, ascending to approximately 1,000 meters before hovering in midair. Within Sunspire Castle, Prince Karen had already received the latest reports. He stood upon the terrace, gazing up at the 4 dark silhouettes in the sky, betraying no hint of fear. Another larger dragon approaches, yet can it rival the legendary Myrices or the fearsome Vagor? Having successfully repelled dragon assaults multiple times, Prince Karen brimmed with confidence, convinced that this time he would slay a dragon, turning the grand attempt of the Targaryen coalition to conquer Dorne into a tale of folly to be recounted for centuries. As for him, Prince Karen Martell, the patriarch of House Nymeros Martell, his name would be etched in the annals of family history for posterity to revere. However, upon turning back to glance at the vacant council chamber, a pang of anxiety gripped him. All his noble vassals had retreated to their strongholds to defend against the advancing coalition, yet faced with dragons and thousands of invaders, they were all warriors on the battlefield. You are the true Dornish, unwavering and unyielding. You are the backbone of Dorne, he reflected, surveying the multitude of mercenaries surrounding Sunspire Castle and the Dornish forces on high alert following the dragon's ascent warning. Belron chuckled. These individuals are truly obstinate. My uncle once said, if their bones are so rigid, we shall utterly shatter their spine. Turning to his companions, he inquired, what do you think? When the wildfire shrapnel ignites amidst the ranks below, will they tremble in fear? 397 dragon-slaying ballistae were strategically positioned across the triple walls and the outermost fortifications, forming an impenetrable net of crossfire. Should the dragon dare to enter within 300 to 500 meters, a deluge of arrows would rain down upon it within mere heartbeats. Load and prepare. Under the command of Prince Karen, his forces lacked capable generals, compelling him to personally assume the role of leader and strategist. As his words echoed through the air, the soldiers operating the colossal dragon-slaying crossbow sprang into action, meticulously aiming and awaiting their target to enter range. Above, the thunderous roars of dragons reverberated across the skies, even from a distance of 1,000 meters, shaking the very souls of every Dornish soldier and civilian. They gazed upwards at these legendary creatures, their hearts brimming with fear and unease. It was only through the firm grip on their weapons that they found a modicum of solace, a mere sliver of comfort. Dorne, combined with the Martell family, boasted 20 noble houses, yet their total military strength barely surpassed 40,000. Even with the inclusion of the Dornish warrior group, the Sand Snakes, their numbers barely exceeded 40,000. Despite the prior withdrawal of 90% of the military forces and some mercenary companies by the 19 noble houses, Dorne's unique geography and long-standing connections with the city-states across the Narrow Sea compelled Prince Karen to invest heavily once more in hiring 4 formidable mercenary bands: the Bloodfawn Company, the Iron Axe Company, the Storm Company, and the Warhammer Company. Each of these mercenary bands boasted a strength of 10,000 men and held a notorious reputation in the contentious lands they hailed from. With a force of 50,000 pitted against 100,000, Dorne clearly found itself at a disadvantage. At this moment, the Targaryens possessed 4 dragons, and despite the presence of the dragon-slaying crossbow, the odds of victory appeared exceedingly slim to the onlookers. The local Dornish soldiers, though gripped by fear, held steadfast, for their loved ones and homes lay within Dorne itself. Trembling with trepidation, retreat was not an option. In contrast, the 4 mercenary bands, notorious for their ruthless nature, clamored to flay the dragons and consume their flesh, emboldened perhaps by the promise of glory that came with the dragon-slaying crossbow. Dragons, once the supreme weapons of war wielded by the dragon lords of Valyria, who had ruled the continent of Essos for millennia, seemed less formidable in the eyes of these mercenaries. Suddenly, a small black dot hurtled from the sky, plummeting rapidly. The dragon swooped down, locking onto its target. Prince Karen, his lips parched and cracked from a mix of excitement and anxiety, fixated on the descending. Though he questioned the presence of 4 additional black dots in the sky alongside the diving dragon, urgency compelled him to act. Better to risk friendly fire than allow the enemy to close in within range of their fiery breath. As seconds ticked by, the black descended with increasing speed, finally entering the attack range. In an instant, dozens, if not hundreds, of massive crossbow bolts were released, aimed directly at the target. However, despite its diminutive size, the black moved with astonishing velocity, weaving through the air at a speed of 100 meters per second, as if performing a deadly dance, effortlessly evading the lethal barrage. This black was a wildfire incendiary grenade, cast down by Berlon, though small in stature. Its destructive potential was sufficient to transform the entire battlefield. A flicker of confusion crossed the eyes of Prince Karen. As the dark spot drew nearer, he finally discerned its true nature. No, this was not a dragon. He could not help but exclaim, instinctively sensing the imminent danger, and hurriedly commanded his soldiers to reload the dragon-slaying crossbows for interception, but it was already too late. Below, the soldiers of the Bloodfang Brigade perceived the attack from the sky, instinctively attempting to scatter in evasion. Their eyes filled with astonishment and terror as they gazed at the dark spot. Yet, how could their speed compare to that of the harbinger of death? At the moment the incendiary tip of the wildfire shrapnel bomb touched the ground, time seemed to freeze. Instantly, a ghostly green light blossomed on the surface, accompanied by a deafening explosion, as a colossal green mushroom cloud erupted, sweeping in all directions with the unique green flames of wildfire and the devastation of shrapnel. Chapter 16. The Erupting Green Mushroom, Part 2. The mercenaries of the Bloodfang Brigade scarcely managed to take a few steps before being engulfed by this sudden calamity. The ghostly green flames surged past, consuming their figures in a sea of fire, while sharp shrapnel acted like miniature flying blades, piercing and tearing through everything ahead. The cries of agony, the sounds of explosions, and the crackling of flames intertwined, composing the most heart-rending symphony on the battlefield. Prince Karen stood upon the city wall. Witnessing all of this, his heart filled not only with a soul-stirring shock, but also with profound fear. He suddenly realized that today's war was no longer a conventional conflict. His enemies seemed to possess weapons and tactics beyond his imagination. Weapons that rivaled the might of dragons. In the sky, Belron, Damon, Rhaenyra, and Lannino observed the disaster below, their hearts devoid of any pity, all bearing expressions of utter astonishment. Their shock was understandable. After all, it was the first time they witnessed the power of such a novel weapon and the extraordinary skill of Belron, who could still hit his target from a kilometer above. On the battlefield, as the first wave of the wildfire shrapnel bombs attack concluded, it seemed as if a ghostly green downpour had begun to fall from the sky, the harbingers of death carrying the power to annihilate all. These wildfires spread in the air like seeds of demons, sowing a second wave of merciless assault upon the battlefield. Those who barely survived the first explosion, both lightly and severely wounded, were all tainted by this unquenchable ghostly green wildfire. They struggled in agony, attempting to remove their burning garments, but their bodies, ravaged by the shockwave, had long since lost the strength to resist. They could only wail as they were consumed by the ghostly green inferno, ultimately turning to char in extreme suffering. Just a single wildfire shrapnel bomb tore a gaping wound nearly 40 meters in radius within the ranks of the Bloodfang Brigade, devouring thousands of soldiers in an instant. Utterly defenseless, reduced to ashes in the ghostly green flames. This was a one-sided slaughter. A rain of death descended from the heavens. As the acrid smoke gradually dissipated, the epicenter of the explosion was left with a vast crater, measuring several meters deep and spanning a radius of over 10 meters. The iridescent sheen on the walls of the pit bore witness to the momentary inferno. At such extreme temperatures, even corpses were obliterated, leaving behind only the scars on the earth. A tenth of the Bloodfang Legion's 10,000 men was lost in the blink of an eye. The commander of the Bloodfang Legion was consumed by anguish and fury as he watched his brothers vanish without a trace, utterly powerless to intervene. Rather than seeking vengeance against the dragon in the sky, he was more preoccupied with the dread that such horrific weapons might descend upon them again, while simultaneously cursing the lineage of Prince Karen in his mind. Nearby, the Iron Axe and other mercenary bands stood witness to the terrifying might of this weapon, their fervor and fighting spirit extinguished in an instant. Confronted with such godlike power, they realized that any resistance would be futile. Merely refraining from a hasty retreat was their final act of dignity. In that moment, the harsh realities of war were laid bare. Belron and his dragon, along with their incendiary wildfire shrapnel bombs, had rewritten the rules of battle, ushering in an unprecedented wave of terror and destruction. This was not merely a display of strength, but a stark warning that the will of the Targaryen family was not to be opposed. The conflict was not just a contest of might. but a psychological warfare aimed at shattering the spirit of Dorne. Standing atop the highest wall of Sunspear, Prince Karen was beset by tumultuous emotions. Faced with the unparalleled power exhibited by Belron and his forces, he recognized that any hope of resistance had vanished. The potency of the wildfire shrapnel bombs was akin to the touch of death, effortlessly claiming countless soldiers' lives and rendering all defiance utterly futile. Filled with a sense of injustice, Prince Karen lamented that his family's honor and the dignity of House Martell could not be so easily extinguished. Defeated? He murmured, though a fire ignited within him. No. He roared. How could he concede so readily? The glory of House Martell, like a golden spear piercing the crimson sun, could not be shattered, nor could its brilliance be lost on his watch. Engaging in a relentless self-affirmation, he urged himself not to yield, not to surrender. Gradually, his body ceased trembling, and his gaze grew resolute. He would rise, he would rekindle the morale of his troops, and he would demonstrate to all that Dornish warriors never surrendered. Yet, fate seemed unwilling to grant him this opportunity. Before he could articulate his rallying cry, another dark projectile plummeted towards him like a harbinger of his doom. This time, the target was the Iron Axe. The soldiers of the Iron Axe, having just witnessed the Bloodfang Legion's calamity, were already engulfed in terror. As they beheld the dark projectile hurtling towards them, despair consumed their eyes. They understood that this heralded yet another deluge of death, a merciless strike from Belron. Their only recourse was to flee with utmost speed, for remaining here was not an option. Yet, mere seconds slipped away in an instant. Even if they sprinted at full throttle, the chaotic throng trampled one another, leaving only the perimeter mercenaries to narrowly escape the calamity. The second-generation wildfire fragmentary incendiary struck the ground, erupting in an explosion, as the sinister green flames unfurled like the tendrils of a demon, spreading instantaneously. The soldiers of the Iron Axe unit found no sanctuary, huddled together, their faces etched with despair. In their struggle, they emitted roars of defiance. But these soon morphed into anguished wails. The searing heat wave carbonized their bodies, erasing their existence from this realm, leaving behind only scorched remnants upon the earth. The battlefield transformed once more into a hellish purgatory. Prince Kaelin's recently kindled courage extinguished like a flame doused with cold water, replaced by a profound sense of impotence. The soldiers of Dun, initially prepared to fight to the last breath for their homeland and loved ones, faced death without trepidation. Yet, this was not the battle they had steeled themselves for. They had anticipated a clash of blades, a contest of warriors. Even in death, they aspired to inflict rightful harm upon their adversaries. However, what they encountered was the silent specter of death, the ethereal green flames that effortlessly reaped countless lives from the battlefield. There was no clash of iron and blood, only the purgatory of fire and flesh. This was not a contest of equal powers. They were confronted with a fight devoid of any hope for victory. The remaining 3,000 mercenaries of the Iron Axe unit disregarded their leader's hoarse commands, succumbing to panic and fleeing. They discarded their weapons, forsook their positions, driven solely by the instinct to escape the terrifying flames. Their figures, desperate and disheveled, fled with all their might. Illuminated by the increasingly voracious green fire that consumed their comrades, their minds singularly focused on evading this calamity. The Bloodfang unit also could not fully evade the repercussions of the second assault. Witnessing their comrades struggle and then disintegrate into ashes shattered their resolve, prompting them to join the Iron Axe unit and the other mercenary bands in flight. The retreat of the mercenaries deepened the fears of the Dun soldiers. And just as they braced for the next onslaught, they observed a colossal dragon spiraling through the skies, gradually descending. Chapter 17. Unconditional Surrender. The young Prince Kaelin watched as the dragon returned to the ground, vanishing behind the coalition's ranks before he averted his gaze. His body trembled. Hands braced against the city wall, knuckles whitening from the strain. Still, he felt as though all strength had been siphoned from him, nearly causing him to collapse. Although the dragon had returned to the earth, the war raged on. The 4 mercenary units had been utterly shattered and scattered by 2 wildfire incendiaries, left with no strength to continue the fight. Though the soldiers of Dorne are unafraid of death, when confronted with such terrifying weaponry, it is not war. It is akin to moths flinging themselves into flames, a path to self-destruction. History shall not commemorate their valiant bravery, but rather record their bewildering folly. He was uncertain how he returned to the throne hall. Upon regaining his senses and surveying the empty chamber and the anxious guards flanking him, he realized that all was lost. In the coalition's encampment, Belron was invited into the central tent as if surrounded by a constellation of stars, each face adorned with reverence. yet fear lurked in their eyes. Damon observed the scene, a slight smile of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. While the wildfire shrapnel incendiary was not his own creation, Belron is his beloved nephew, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, the dawn of House Targaryen. Witness the humble deference of the dukes. This is true submission. Though it stems from fear of the two wildfire incendiaries, it remains submission nonetheless. Rhaenys and her son, Lanino, lingered a step behind, quietly observing the composed and dignified Belron. They could not help but question in their hearts. Could this truly be an 8-year-old child? Just moments ago, thousands had been reduced to ashes, yet this young prince displayed no sign of distress. They could hardly fathom the tumultuous and brutal visage that lay hidden beneath Belron's calm exterior. Were he to learn of his aunt's speculations, he would surely cry foul. In truth, with the merging of the true dragon bloodline, Belron had attained a remarkable immunity to the horrors of bloodshed. However, this did not render him cold-hearted or unfeeling. Rather, he possessed a natural filter that dulled the empathy one might feel towards enemies in their demise. Such compassion would not extend to family, friends, or his subjects. Within the tent, Belron cleared his throat and addressed the gathered dukes. The mercenary companies hired by Dorne had been utterly routed, no longer a threat. He was confident that the remaining Dornish soldiers, including Prince Corwin, would soon recognize their dire circumstances. Lords, he proclaimed, you may once again send a letter urging surrender, with a deadline set before the sun descends tomorrow. Should they refuse, blood and fire shall consume Sunspear, reducing the entire Martell family to ashes. A profound silence enveloped the room, not a tacit refusal of his proposal, but rather astonishment at Prince Belron's decisiveness and forthrightness. Moments later, all the lords raised their hands in agreement, including Daemon and Rhaenys, who voiced no dissent. They believed that at this juncture, Dorne would have no choice but to concede, and Belron was surely aware of this fact. He would not truly incinerate Sunspear, would he? The Raven's speed was remarkable. Before long, Prince Caron held in his hands a letter of surrender, accompanied by a lengthy list of stipulations. 1. All nobles throughout Dorne must relinquish military power and autonomy. Permitted only a self-defense force not exceeding 100 to maintain basic order within their territories. 2. Unconditional acceptance of Targaryen troops stationed in each city. 3. A complete opening of trade to facilitate mutual commerce. 4. All mineral resources of Dorne shall be developed by the Targaryen family. 5. Dorne must pay a substantial indemnity to compensate for losses incurred during the war and for reconstruction expenses. 6. The nobles of Dorne are required to swear allegiance to the Targaryen family, thereby forfeiting a portion of their autonomy. While these terms were not excessively harsh, they were undeniably burdensome, each clause striking Prince Caron's heart like a hammer. These agreements represented a significant infringement upon Dorne's sovereignty. Yet, Prince Caron understood that he lacked the power to refuse. Should he accept these conditions, Dorne would cease to exist as it once was. Conversely, he also recognized that a rejection would lead to the utter destruction of Dorne. The terms were indeed excessive, yet not so severe as to render Dorne unlivable. For the sake of Dorne's peace and survival, he resolved to negotiate the greatest possible benefits for Dorne under the new order while acquiescing to the surrender terms. As night descended, the coalition's grand tent was aglow with light. The burning charcoal in the braziers crackled, providing warmth within the canvas enclosure. The fabric of the tent danced gently in the breeze, occasionally punctuated by the sound of soldiers patrolling outside and their hushed whispers. At the head of the table sat Balon, his visage appearing resolute and profound in the flickering light. To his left were the Dukes of Lannister, Baratheon, and Tyrell. To his right sat the Dukes of Stark, Tully, and the Duchess of Arryn. They had gathered to await the arrival of Count Dane from Dorne, who would bring Prince Caron's final decision. Soon, a guard announced the arrival, and the tent flap was drawn aside, revealing a guard who carefully presented a scroll of parchment, cradled delicately in his hands, to Balon. Upon receiving and unfurling the parchment, Balon discovered it densely inscribed with text. This was the final decision from Dorne's prince. As he meticulously read the contents, a satisfied smile graced his face. The document confirmed that Prince Caron had fully accepted all the stipulations, but had also articulated certain requests, such as the assurance of some degree of autonomy for Dorne, the protection of its cultural beliefs, and future trade concessions. The parchment circulated among the dukes, and the atmosphere within the tent became charged with nuance. Dorne's requests were reasonable and readily acceptable. This had been Balon's intention all along, and now that Prince Caron himself had proposed them, it alleviated considerable complications. After reviewing the document, all the dukes concurred. In the dead of night, King Viserys received a letter confirming Dorne's submission and their acceptance of all treaties. As he perused the contents, his satisfaction and pride grew. This was Dorne, a land that had once resisted even the greatest conquerors, now subdued by Baelor. To assert that this achievement surpassed that of his ancestors would not be an exaggeration. Restlessly pacing his chamber, he drank 3 bottles of wine before finally settling onto a lounge chair on the terrace, where he allowed himself to gaze at the star-studded night sky, finding a semblance of tranquility. The queen, Alicent, roused from her slumber by the commotion, donned a sheer shawl and joined him on the terrace, draping a blanket over his shoulders. "Your Majesty, what brings you to the terrace at such a late hour?" Noticing the letter in his hand, she was about to inquire further when Viserys handed it to her. "This is the latest frontline report. Perhaps you would like to read it as well." As Alicent took the letter, her eyes widened with astonishment, filled with questions. Has Dorne truly surrendered? And what are these wildfire fragment incendiary devices? Could it truly be that 2 assaults compelled Dorne to kneel willingly? Viserys' eyes sparkled with pride, the corners of his mouth curving upward uncontrollably. The report could not be mistaken. Dorne had indeed capitulated. The wildfire incendiaries, a creation of his own research, were a mystery even to him. "Your Majesty, it appears that Baelor's accomplishments warrant our utmost respect and acclaim," Alicent murmured, a subtle tremor in her voice. She began to worry for herself and her children. Might Baelor discover the deeds she and her father had committed, and would they too be reduced to ashes? Turning his gaze towards her, Viserys detected a hint of unease in Alicent's demeanor. "Queen Alicent, do you seem unwell?" She shook her head slightly, striving to conceal her inner turmoil and anxiety. "No, Your Majesty, I am merely proud of Prince Baelor's achievements." The king continued to scrutinize her, sensing her disquiet. Yet he chose to trust in her loyalty. He redirected the conversation, extolling Baelor's merits further. Not only has Baelor excelled on the battlefield, but he has also demonstrated remarkable wisdom in political matters. The peace terms he has proposed will usher in a lasting stability and prosperity for the kingdom. Viserys continued to extol Baelor, while Alicent's ears buzzed, rendering her unable to comprehend his words. On May 19th, the sunlight in Dorne was gentler than usual, casting a warm glow over the land. Sunspear, the capital of Dorne, was poised to witness a historic moment. In the throne hall of the Sun Tower, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. The flickering flames of the torches danced across the walls, illuminating every individual present. In the center of the hall stood Baelor, his gaze resolute and posture erect, adorned in the black and red dragon scale cloak emblematic of House Targaryen, with the golden 3-headed dragon's sigil gleaming vividly upon his chest. Prince Corran entered the hall, his expression grave, revealing a complexity of emotions in his eyes. His steps were steady as he approached Baelon. Then he knelt on one knee, his voice firm and clear. "I, Caer Martell, Prince of Dorne, hereby pledge my loyalty to Baelon Targaryen, to the Targaryen kingdom, and to the Targaryen family." Baelon stepped forward, pouring a cup of blood wine for Prince Carew, his voice laced with respect. "Prince Carew, your oath shall be remembered by the Targaryen family. From this day forth, Dorne and Targaryen shall stride forward together, forging a prosperous era of peace. Let us drink to this." Accepting the cup, Prince Carew did not hesitate and drank deeply, immediately feeling the contract dragon markings manifest upon his forehead. Due to the flickering light of the torches, none of those present noticed it. Even if they had, they would have assumed it was merely the reflection of the golden 3-headed dragon emblem on Balon's robe. The oath was complete, the contract sealed, and Balon assisted Prince Carew to his feet. Subsequently, the ceremony for signing the peace treaty commenced in a solemn atmosphere. The parchment bore the seals and signatures of both parties, symbolizing the connection of 2 hearts, representing peace and unity. When all was concluded, Prince Carew had several carts filled with jet-black bones brought to the open square. "Is this dragon bone?" Balon recognized at a glance that these were indeed dragon bones, not from discerning their skeletal structure, but from the unmistakable essence of dragon bone itself, which retains the aura of dragons even after centuries of death. Moreover, aside from the skull of Balerion, he had securely stored all the dragon bones from King S Landing along with the 4 colossal dragon bones even larger than the Black Death within the volcanic chamber of Dragonstone, making him the most knowledgeable on the subject. "Your Highness has sharp eyes. I must admit, these are the bones of the great dragon Miracis, which fell in Dorne during the conquest." Although Prince Carew was young, his high position and battlefield experience lent him an imposing presence, yet standing beside the younger Balon, who was shorter in stature, his brilliance seemed entirely overshadowed, akin to a common attendant clad in splendid attire. I read of this in texts. During the year 10, when Rhaenys attacked the gatehouse, the defenders' crossbows shot arrows that pierced Miracis's eye, resulting in the dragon's immediate death, and Rhaenys perished as well. Subsequently, when Dorne negotiated peace with the Iron Throne, the Dorne envoys presented Meraisis's skull as a gift, and now that skull resides on my Dragonstone. Balon smiled at Prince Carew, noting the striking parallels of history, with the Conqueror from a century ago and the Dornish princess now mirroring Balon and Prince Carew. Rest assured, Your Highness, the peace treaty has been signed, and Dorne shall forever remain a territory of the Targaryen kingdom, an inseparable part of the realm. Even without the contract, Prince Carew was genuinely intimidated by the young prince, hastily bowing to express his loyalty. There is no need for such formalities, but I am indeed curious about something. Balon assisted Prince Carew to his feet. Your Highness, please ask. Prince Calowan is troubled. I noticed numerous uniquely designed giant crossbows atop the triple city walls. Were those once the weapons used to slay dragons? At present, Balon lacks sufficient long-range offensive capabilities. Although he possesses the imposing crossbow known as Lord of Crossbows, it pales in comparison to Dorne's advanced weaponry. The sight of these crossbows is undeniably formidable, which pleases him. However, cold sweat beads on Prince Calowan's forehead, for the remnants of dragon-slaying crossbows on his city walls are mere phantoms. They were long ago dismantled and consigned to storage. To see one on the walls would be a miracle. Nevertheless, Balon's assertion suggests he either witnessed them during the mercenary bombardment or that his spies have infiltrated Sunspear. Regardless of the scenario, this predicament appears dire. Indeed, the crossbows, referred to as scorpion crossbows, have undergone numerous enhancements over the years, achieving an effective range of 800 meters. Should His Highness desire, I would be delighted to present all our stock to him, along with the relevant technology and the artisans skilled in crafting these formidable weapons. Given Prince Calowan's thoughtful disposition, I shall graciously accept this offer. Balon chose not to expose Prince Calowan's clever ruse of temporarily changing his name. Leaving a thread of goodwill is a matter of human decency, and to amplify this is merely politics. Although the current Prince Calowan would not flinch even if Balon commanded him to his doom, he must still put on a performance in the eyes of the public. Chapter 18. Do you even deserve it? After Dorne's surrender, particularly in those regions occupied by the Allied forces, the need for new nobility to assume control of the family castles and actively cooperate with the stationed troops to restore order became paramount. This task fell upon Prince Calowan, who possessed the deepest understanding of Dorne, knowing which new nobles would be amenable and which would resolutely resist. Additionally, a multitude of trivial matters would be managed by specialized individuals, sparing Balon from the burden of direct involvement. Thus, he took to the skies on his dragon, embarking on a tour of Dorne while meticulously documenting numerous plans for its future development. The Dorne region boasts a unique geographic landscape on the continent of Westeros. Being the sole area with desert terrain, the first plan Balon conceived, tailored to Dorne's specific conditions, was an agricultural development initiative. This initiative would capitalize on Dorne's distinctive climate and soil to expand the cultivation of local specialty fruits such as citrus, lemons, olives, and pomegranates, thereby establishing a brand that would generate brand equity, enhance product value, and broaden market access, facilitating exports. Additionally, these fruits serve as excellent ingredients for winemaking, exemplified by Dorne's renowned red wine. If this advantage can be harnessed, it could lead to the establishment of a winery and beverage brand with considerable potential. Furthermore, Dorne is home to a unique variety of chili pepper, distinct from those found elsewhere. Though it possesses a high level of heat, its afterburn is gentle, avoiding the harsh throat burn or overwhelming belching associated with other varieties. In the realm of Dorne, where the inhabitants relish spiciness, it is conceivable that this passion for chili peppers could lead to extensive cultivation and the refinement of recipes for mass production of bottled, sealed Dorne hot sauce, destined for the entirety of Westeros, particularly the frigid north, and even for distant overseas markets. However, this endeavor necessitates a comprehensive establishment and enhancement of the existing irrigation systems to bolster agricultural efficiency and ensure stable crop growth. To address the drought in certain regions, reservoirs and dams could be constructed along rivers such as the Poison and Vance rivers. Yet, this approach merely serves as a futile endeavor of shifting problems from one area to another. A fundamental solution to the scarcity of freshwater must be sought. In this regard, Balron contemplated solar distillation, a technique that harnesses the sun's natural rays for the evaporation and condensation of seawater. This method is safe, environmentally friendly, and particularly suitable for sun-drenched locales like Dorne. However, its current scale yields relatively low efficiency, necessitating a larger operation to generate a sufficient supply of freshwater. Though transparent membranes are lacking, Dorne is abundant in quartz sand, which can be readily utilized to construct arched glass roofs for the collection of condensed water vapor. Belron recalled Harold mentioning a form of magic or rune capable of purifying seawater into fresh water. He regretted not prompting him to elaborate at the time. Upon returning, he intended to inquire further, for if such a method exists and proves reliable, it could effectively alleviate Dorne's freshwater scarcity. Beyond agriculture and freshwater solutions, Belron's gaze fell upon the slender, agile sand steeds below, inspiring yet another notion. He envisioned the development of Dorne's specialized livestock industry, beginning with the establishment of a breeding and training center for horses, followed by the promotion of horse racing and equestrian sports. Such endeavors would allow sand steeds to compete against other breeds, thereby elevating their international acclaim and raising awareness of their unique advantages. If executed effectively, the influx of orders for sand steeds would be relentless, yielding numerous ancillary benefits in the process. Indeed, upon witnessing Dorne's distinctive landscape and ancient ruins, Belron had considered the potential for tourism. However, given the current state of affairs in Westeros, where mere sustenance remains a struggle, leisure activities in the vast deserts were unlikely to be prioritized. Shifting focus to trade and logistics, there lies significant potential for development. Utilizing the strategic location of Sunspear, it could evolve into a vital maritime trade port connecting both shores, attracting merchant vessels from across the narrow sea. Subsequently, a comprehensive land and sea logistics network could be established, enhancing Dorne's trade connections with the entirety of Westeros and beyond. From the afternoon until the sun dipped beyond the horizon, Belron traversed the expanse of Dorne. After bidding farewell to the various dukes and daemon, he returned to King's Landing, laden with an extensive plan. In the evening, the sky was ablaze with the hues of twilight, casting a blood-red glow upon the towering spires and walls of the Red Keep. Within the hall of the small council, the flickering flames of torches and the hearth brought warmth and illumination to the impending night. King Viserys sat upon the Iron Throne, draped in a black robe adorned with golden embroidery, a golden crown resting upon his head, symbolizing his nobility and authority. Yet, his countenance was clouded with gloom, overshadowing the earlier joy he had felt upon learning of the situation at the front. Below him, Otto, the Hand of the King, donned a deep blue robe emblazoned with the sigil of House Hightower, his face reflecting deep contemplation as his gaze flitted among the members of the council. The Minister of Finance, Lyman, despite his advanced age, exuded vitality, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table as if engaged in a mental calculation. The Minister of Justice, Leono, sat with furrowed brows, lowering his head in silence. Following the death of Grand Maester Renatel last year, a new scholar named Melrose had been dispatched to the Citadel. He, too, was learned and wise, clad in a grayish-white robe, adorned with various chains symbolizing his intellect. As he perused a letter detailing the power and effects of wildfire incendiary devices, a tremor coursed through his body, perhaps a prelude to burgeoning wrath. At the far end of the table, the newly appointed commander of the Kingsguard, Criston Cole, sat clad in gleaming silver armor. Unlike the original narrative, he did not engage in any romantic escapades with Rhaenyra, who remained untainted. Cole, recognized for his exceptional abilities, had earned the favor of the former commander, Ser Harold Westerling, and was appointed as the new leader. In this moment, he was merely a sworn protector, draped in white, pledging eternal loyalty to the king, without aligning himself with any factions. As the council commenced, Scholar Melrose was the first to voice his thoughts, his demeanor radiating anger and disappointment. Your Majesty, the wildfire incendiary device is clearly the work of those wayward individuals from the Alchemists Guild. This is not a power of mortals, it is a demonic trap, an ominous portent. Indeed, Your Majesty, Otto concurred, casting a fleeting glance at the scholar, their eyes locking momentarily. This device can easily create a lethal zone with an 80-meter radius, reducing all within to ash. It is undoubtedly a manifestation of demonic power. Prince Balon, the future hope of the realm, must not continue to associate with such vile individuals. Demons are adept at manipulating the hearts of men, and should the scholar falter in his speech, all present were acutely aware of the implications that would follow. I do not believe in demons. Yet the terror of the wildfire incendiary device is undeniably real. It is powerful and fearsome, but the prince is still but a child. He is only 8 years old and may struggle to wield such power. Otto, while ostensibly opposing the scholar's claim of demonic influence, deftly ensnared the discussion in a larger net. The potency of the wildfire incendiary device is immense. We must ensure it is not misused. I concur with Lord Otto's perspective. The scholar interjected, continuing, we must regulate all pyromancers, compel them to surrender the techniques for crafting wildfire incendiary devices. and establish stringent laws to govern the use of such weapons, thereby preventing innocent casualties. Indeed, we cannot overlook the pivotal role that wildfire shrapnel incendiary devices play in warfare. Otto discreetly commended the Grand Chancellor, acknowledging Prince Baelren's triumph in Dorne, attributing significant merit to this formidable weapon, akin to that of a dragon. The duo's performance, a harmonious interplay, was gaining momentum. However, the remaining ministers, including King Viserys, merely listened in silence, withholding their judgments on this ostentatious display. Just as their act reached its zenith, a chilling voice emanated from beyond the entrance, questioning their worthiness to possess the production techniques of wildfire shrapnel incendiary devices. Before the owner of the voice appeared, the assembly turned in unison, witnessing the weary Baelren entering, a notebook tucked under his right arm. He strode purposefully to stand before Grand Chancellor Melrose, exuding an aura of power and dominance reminiscent of a dragon, leaving the Chancellor breathless and on the verge of fainting. It is your so-called wayward fire mage who conceived the wildfire shrapnel incendiary device, aiding my conquest of Dorne. And you, erudite Grand Chancellor, what contributions have you rendered to the Targaryen realm? As the Grand Chancellor opened his mouth to retort, Baelren silenced him with a mere glance. Regrettably, you have offered little of distinction, and at this very moment, you tarnish the efforts of those fire mages who have greatly served the nation, all while shamelessly demanding their production methods. What are your true intentions? Whose interests do you serve? Can your loyalty withstand scrutiny? Baelren pressed on relentlessly, leaving the Chancellor speechless. Cold sweat trickling down his back, a chill racing from his spine to the crown of his head. Prince Baelren, aware that Otto sought to shield the Chancellor, swiftly countered his intervention. Lord Otto, if memory serves, it was your family that invested in the establishment of the scholarly city in Old Town and has protected it ever since. While your Hightower family stands as the foremost benefactor behind the scholars and the church. Turning toward Otto, Baelren continued, previously, your synchronized pressure on my father for the wildfire shrapnel incendiary devices I could dismiss as coincidental. However, your defense of the Chancellor now leads me to suspect collusion in the pursuit of the incendiary devices, revealing your treacherous ambitions with stark clarity. I did not. Otto's protest was once again interrupted. Your eyes betray you. I see conspiracy and deceit within them. And you, Chancellor Melrose, your eyes reflect a similar treachery. With that, Baelren approached King Viserys, observing the pallor of their faces, which belied their feigned composure. His father, kind-hearted and unwilling to engage in disputes, had thus far been coerced into decisions by various means, but from this moment forward, they shall not act with impunity any longer. Baelren, truly, Lord Otto is of a nature that is easily manipulated. Even now, he seeks to speak on Otto's behalf. Father, I concede that in your eyes, Lord Otto is one of the few gentlemen on the entire continent of Westeros. Yet, would a gentleman exploit the vulnerabilities of his sovereign to intrude upon his daughter during his lord's most fragile moments? Would he conspire with the Grand Maester to seize the lord's possessions through coercion? Originally, Baelor had no intention of severing ties with Otto, nor was there any necessity for such a rift. However, Otto mistook Baelor's forbearance for weakness, audaciously overstepping boundaries. Lord Otto, your actions are tantamount to treason, and by law, you would be sentenced to the gallows. Nonetheless, considering the valorous contributions of the 10,000 soldiers from Old Town on the battlefield, their merits and demerits shall balance, thus sparing you from death, though not from a lesser punishment. As the oldest and proudest family in Westeros, I implore you to preserve your dignity, remove the hand of the King's insignia from your own accord, resign from your position, and return to Old Town. And you, Grand Maester, may accompany him on the journey. Silence enveloped the chamber. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All present were overwhelmed by the formidable aura radiating from Baelor, save for Viserys, who gazed at him with paternal affection, as if seeing the reflection of his father. Prince Baelor the Spring Dawn. Yet, Baelor remains a prince, not a king. He lacks the authority to appoint or dismiss the hand of the king and the Grand Maester. What I say is but a reflection of my father's voice, declared Prince Baelor. Lord Otto, Grand Maester Melrose, you are to resign. I shall publicly declare that you are unwell and can no longer bear such responsibilities, thus voluntarily resigning to return to Old Town. Viserys, having softened over the years, resolved to assert himself this time. He was no longer alone in facing the court, for now, he had his son to speak on his behalf. The wildfire incendiary, a collaboration between Baelor and his pyromancers, belonged solely to them. Others possessed no right to interfere or demand the technology and product for any reason. Lord Leonos, draft this law at once. If anyone violates it, they shall be demoted to commoner status, and their entire lineage shall face execution. Yes, the Minister of Justice, Leonos, dared not refuse, promptly setting to work inscribing the newly decreed law. Very well, it is late, let us disperse. Viserys rose, affectionately taking Baelor's hand as they departed. The evening council concluded under the king's decree, and the ministers vacated the hall. Only Otto and the Grand Maester remained, exchanging bewildered glances, realizing that they had indeed miscalculated the timing. Who could have foreseen that Baelor, still in Dorne, would return to King's Landing and expose their moral charade in the name of the kingdom? Must we truly resign, my lord? Inquired the Grand Maester. What other choice do we have? Replied Otto. I insist we cannot. Baelor is not Viserys. Though young, he is not easily manipulated. Now we are left with nothing. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard and meticulously recorded by the weaver stationed outside the window. Chapter 19. The family banquet. The royal dining hall of the Red Keep was ablaze with light, golden candelabras illuminating the precious tapestries and murals, creating a warm yet solemn atmosphere. The flickering candlelight dances upon the silverware and crystal goblets, casting shimmering reflections that resonate with the starlight beyond the window. This evening, the members of King Viserys' family have gathered together to share in the joys of kinship. The air in the dining hall is infused with the delightful aromas of exquisite cuisine and the subtle fragrance of fine wine, creating an atmosphere that is both warm and solemn. Seated at the head of the long table, Viserys exudes a gentle demeanor, his eyes brimming with affection. Adorned in a royal robe embroidered with the Targaryen family's three-headed dragon, the gold thread glimmers in the candlelight. Queen Alicent occupies the seat to his right, her beauty and grace lending a soft elegance to the banquet. Clad in a deep blue gown embellished with silver patterns at the neckline and cuffs, she harmonizes beautifully with the gemstones of her crown. The children gather around her, 6-year-old Aegon, 4-year-old Helena, and 3-year-old Aemond, their laughter echoing through the hall, infusing the warm dinner with joy. Their cherubic faces are flushed, eyes sparkling with curiosity and delight at the world around them. Beside the king sits Balon and Rhaenyra, both attired in understated yet opulent black and gold attire that exudes sophistication. The younger brother's hair is neatly styled in shades of gold and silver, with a gilded collar accentuating his strong jawline, while his sister blooms like a resplendent peony, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet the distance between them is vast enough to accommodate two bears. Prince Daemon, having returned to King's Landing shortly after Balon, arrives with his dragon. As the king's younger brother, he is dressed more casually, yet the quality of the fabric and craftsmanship speaks of considerable expense. He sits at the opposite end of the long table, facing the king, his roguish and rebellious gaze sweeping over the gathering, his deep-set eyes seemingly concealing untold secrets. As the banquet commences, Viserys raises his goblet in salute to his family, proclaiming, "Tonight, we gather as a family to celebrate our victories and unity. May our house forever flourish." The guests lift their glasses in joyous accord, while the musicians provide a soothing and uplifting backdrop. Gradually, the atmosphere of the banquet becomes increasingly lively, filled with delectable dishes and cheerful laughter. After several rounds of toasts and dishes, Viserys turns to Balon, his face flushed and voice tinged with concern. "Balon, you are the pride of our family and the future of the realm. Can you share your plans with us?" In response, Balon sets down his goblet filled with fruit juice, declaring, "My plan is straightforward, to gradually develop Dorne, unearthing its latent potential, transforming it into the gateway for the Targaryen kingdom to the free trade city-states. From this launchpad, we shall engulf the entire Free Trade Federation." His words land like a thunderous bombshell, plunging the banquet into an unsettling silence. A glimmer of realization flickered in Queen Alicent's eyes as she gazed at Balon, attempting to discern the thoughts of the 8-year-old heir. At that moment, she was evidently unaware of her father's recent ousting. Otherwise, her mind would not have been preoccupied with such trivialities. Prince Daemon raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk dancing on his lips, his gaze toward Balon imbued with a sense of camaraderie. Beside Balon, Rhaenyra maintained a stoic expression, yet her trembling eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. After a brief silence, Viserys spoke, reflecting on the ancient and deeply rooted history of the free cities, which would not be easily subdued. "Father, we can conquer Dorne. This is something even Aegon the Conqueror never achieved. Moreover, the free cities lack formidable strength. They primarily rely on mercenary bands for their defense, practicing a system of slavery that renders them weak at their core. Just inquire with Uncle Daemon about the situation in Tyrosh to grasp this fully." Balon's extensive groundwork, aside from establishing a precedent by seizing Dorne's military power, served predominantly to intimidate. The two wildfire incendiary devices detonated upon mercenary bands, serving as a warning to Dorne, and unsettling the Three Daughters realm and the various city-states, along with the mercenary bands that roamed lawlessly in contested territories. The Shadow Weaver tirelessly disseminated information to bolster their cause. Now, not only the free cities were aware, but even the Dothraki and the Carthene had heard of these events. Indeed, those governors were mere figureheads, lacking substantial military might. Tyrosh and Sunspear were comparable, yet Tyrosh was leveled in a single day, while Sunspear remained fortified beyond measure. Therein lay the distinction. Daemon spoke animatedly of his conquest of Tyrosh, but his demeanor darkened at the mention of Sunspear, only to brighten again with newfound clarity. "I see," mused Viserys, as he bit into a roasted rib, savoring the warm atmosphere. Even though the conversation veered from familial pleasantries, the reality remained that Old Serpent was still in Tyrosh. Clearing the battlefield. I intend to land forces in the contested lands next, integrating all mercenary bands there, then flattening Lys and Myr. Daemon's whimsical rhetoric faltered when he noticed the three children gazing at him, prompting a swift change in tone. "Uncle, you need only secure the contested lands. A show of force against Lys and Myr to strip them of their military and autonomy will suffice, followed by the deployment of garrison troops to oversee them. Subsequently, you must supervise the construction of large harbors along the coastal regions of the contested lands. Dorne serves as the first stepping stone, and the contested lands represent the second. This task is formidable. Are you willing to accept it, uncle?" Balon astutely gauged Daemon's reservations. Though framed as a question, he was confident of Daemon's affirmative response. "Very well, my dear nephew, let us proceed as you suggest." Damian held no particular objections. He was not a warmonger, merely a soul yearning for recognition and presence. It was precisely Belron's scheme that promised to elevate his stature, thus he readily acquiesced. Belron remarked, "War is not merely a relentless cycle of bloodshed, in my view. Employing psychological tactics before embarking on a long campaign is the secret to minimizing casualties and ensuring victory in every battle. Imagine if I could have produced incendiary shrapnel bombs 2 months earlier and unleashed them upon the barracks of Sunjig City, or even obliterated the Sun Tower. What would Dawn's reaction be? Fear or fury? At that moment, we could disseminate rumors through various channels, claiming we possessed dozens, if not hundreds, of incendiary shrapnel bombs, sufficient to cleanse all of Dawn. Witnessing the devastating power of these weapons, the onlookers would instinctively succumb to fear. Subsequently, as our army advances southward, we would further undermine the resolve of the majority of Dawn's populace. After a period of escalating tension, coupled with my periodic displays of beast mastery, even if Prince Karen of Dawn refuses to surrender, his noble subordinates will falter. Even if those nobles are undaunted by death, what of the soldiers and common folk? We would then propagate a decree that upon the army's arrival at each castle, they must open their gates and surrender their arms, lest the incendiary shrapnel bombs rain down upon their cities, reducing their fortifications to ashes. Furthermore, with a little more instigation, by the time the army arrives. Chapter 20. The capriciousness of fate. As the banquet concluded, Queen Alicent glided gracefully through the corridors of the Red Keep, making her way to her chambers. The torches along the hallway flickered in the night breeze, casting elongated shadows that seemed to whisper ancient tales. The handmaidens followed closely behind, bearing fragrant incense and fresh garments, their faces adorned with expressions of reverence and caution. The evening's festivities had proceeded smoothly, and she now felt an exhilarating lightness enveloping her. Given the demeanor of Viserys towards Belron during the banquet, alongside Damien's attitude towards Belron, coupled with Belron's accomplishments rivaling those of the conqueror Aegon, all served to affirm one undeniable truth. Belron's position as heir was unassailable, thereby extinguishing any hopes her father Otto and the entire Hightower might harbor. Rather than instigating Belron's downfall to elevate her son Aegon to command the Seven Kingdoms, it would be more prudent to persuade Belron to bestow lands in Dorne upon Aegon, allowing him to serve dutifully as a prince. While both options may seem far-fetched, one a treasonous act, the other a mere triviality, securing even a single castle would be preferable to a feudal confrontation with Belron, which would undoubtedly lead to ruin. This insight had crystallized for Alicent during her time beside Viserys, as she gleaned an understanding of Belron's true nature. Within her chamber, the handmaidens ignited the candelabra, illuminating the dim space with flickering light, revealing the opulent decor of the room, which was suffused with a faint, enchanting fragrance. In the center of the room stood a meticulously crafted solid-wood bed, its canopy draping low, adorned with soft velvet bedding that exuded both comfort and luxury. Queen Alicent gazed into the mirror, preparing to have her handmaidens assist her in shedding her garments to luxuriate in a soothing bath, relishing the rare tranquility of the day. Suddenly, a voice, both familiar and loathsome, echoed from the terrace. "Your Majesty." Alicent's brow furrowed slightly. She recognized the voice of Larys Strong, a cunning and ruthless man from the House of Hightower. Larys lingered in the shadows of the terrace, his right foot deformed by birth, causing him to walk with an unusual gait. Clad in a flowing black robe, he melded seamlessly with the darkness, evading immediate detection. "Good evening, Your Majesty," Larys intoned, his voice deep and magnetic as he slowly entered the chamber, his gait somewhat unsteady, yet a sly expression danced upon his face, his eyes glinting with malice. Alicent waved her hand, signaling her trusted handmaidens to exit the chamber. Her gaze toward Larys was fraught with displeasure, though she quickly masked her emotions, adopting a courteous yet frosty demeanor. "Lord Larys, it is rather late. What brings you here? Moreover, this is the Queen's chamber, and I expect a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to inform the king of your presence." Larys offered a slight smile, his eyes betraying a hint of mockery, seemingly unfazed by the Queen's veiled threat. "Your Majesty, I bear news that I believe will pique your interest." Alicent's brow arched slightly. She was wary, for Larys' visits seldom heralded good tidings. Determined to solidify her alliance with Baelon, she could not afford to jeopardize her progress. "What news?" Larys moved closer, settling into a soft chair before speaking in a lower, more somber tone. "Your father, Hand of the King Otto, along with Grand Maester Melos, were stripped of their positions during the Royal Council at around 5 o'clock this evening. Tomorrow, they shall be exiled back to Old Town." At these words, Alicent trembled, her complexion paling instantly, her hand gripping the armrest of the chair as if seeking support. "This cannot be. Father, how could this happen? And His Majesty, how could he strip my father of his position? He has always been the king's most trusted advisor." Feigning sorrow, Larys replied, "Your Majesty, the game of power is invariably cruel. Your father is undeniably a remarkable hand of the king, having served under both King Jaehaerys I and King Viserys I, yet in this game, he has ultimately lost." Alicent struggled to comprehend, her heart consumed by anger and fear, her voice sharpening. "Larys, I know you relish orchestrating schemes from the shadows. What have you plotted this time?" Larys shrugged innocently, adopting an air of disinterest. "Your Majesty, I am merely a messenger, here to convey the information I possess. Regarding the matters behind the news, it is beyond my reach to influence or control." Realizing her previous lapse in composure, Alicent took a deep breath, striving to regain her tranquility. "Larys, I am already aware of your news. You may leave now." Larys nodded, rising with a slight bow, his movements somewhat clumsy, which struck Alicent as ironic. "As you wish, Your Majesty. May you have pleasant dreams tonight." With that, he turned to exit the chamber, leaving Alicent standing alone, her heart brimming with shock and unease. Her father, Otto Hightower, had always been her strongest support, albeit one that often manipulated her into actions she was reluctant to undertake. Now, stripped of his position and banished back to Old Town. This was undoubtedly a profound blow to Alicent. No, that cannot be right. Her father had always acted with caution, never engaging in ventures unless he was certain of success. However, that was before encountering Baelon. Everything had changed since his ascendance. The simultaneous dismissal of the King's Hand and the Grand Maester could only indicate that they had conspired together in some manner. To provoke the kind and benevolent monarch into such a decision must have meant they struck a nerve with Baelon. Baelon had committed no fault. He had surpassed the conqueror. He was right, the wildfire incendiary. Surely, that must be it. She recalled her father mentioning it. Had they set their sights on its terrifying power? No, her father would not be so reckless. It must be the family pulling strings from behind the scenes, as they always did, treating both the Queen and the King's Hand as mere pawns in their game. A game of power where one is ensnared, where survival hangs in the balance. "Father, can you finally see the true face of the family this time?" The candlelight flickered on the surface of the water as Alicent disrobed and stepped into the bathtub. The water was somewhat cool, yet it could not compare to the chill in her heart. She understood that this game of power was far from over. The dismissal of her father and the Grand Maester was merely the beginning. The family would inevitably respond. They could not allow events to unfold unfavorably for them. She must prepare herself, for her own sake, for her father, and for her 3 children already grown, as well as the child yet to be born, still under 10 weeks gestation. Chapter 21. The Great Purge. The night enveloped Dragonstone, and the ancient Dragonstone keep like a heavy velvet cloak. The night breeze carried the salt of the sea and the chill of the rocks, wafting through the towering windows, gently swaying the dim candlelight. Balon sat in the council chamber, his youthful, handsome visage appearing resolute and profound in the flickering firelight, his sharp gaze akin to the brightest star in the night sky, piercing through the surrounding shadows. Before him lay an expansive parchment map, a comprehensive chart of Westeros, his fingers rhythmically tapping upon it, as if contemplating the next move in the unfolding game. At that moment, White Worm Miseria quietly entered the hall, her silhouette appearing particularly elongated in the dim candlelight. Revealing her firm grip on a rolled-up parchment, her steps light and soundless. "Your Highness, the detailed map of King's Landing has been meticulously drafted and corrected." The voice of White Maggot was low and steady as he stepped forward to unfurl the map before Belron, gliding his fingers across its surface to provide an introduction. King's Landing is vast and unwieldy, with a labyrinthine network of roads. The city boasts a population of approximately 500,000, with the affluent class comprising around 35 of this number, predominantly residing in the upper district of the Visenya Hills. The middle class, nearly 120,000 strong, occupies the hills overlooking this affluent area. The remaining impoverished populace, amounting to approximately 60,000, is crammed into the squalid flea pits flanking the sides of the Rainey's Hills, the source of much of the filth and disorder. Assuming an individual produces between 100 to 300 grams of waste daily, averaging 200 grams. The destitute in the flea pits collectively generate an astounding 70,000 kilograms, 70 tons, of excrement each day, not to mention the kitchen refuse. This stark reality elucidates why Belron prefers the tranquility of Dragonstone over the chaos of King's Landing. The map not only delineates the entirety of King's Landing, detailing every household and the distribution of various social classes, but also includes a stack of appendices illustrating the 4 levels of dungeons beneath the Red Keep, along with the intricate maze of sewers and secret passages. The dungeons consist of 4 tiers, a realm previously unfamiliar to Belron. The uppermost level features narrow, high windows designed for the confinement of ordinary criminals. The second level contains small solitary cells for noble prisoners, illuminated by torches that cast light through the bars. The third tier, referred to as the Black Cells, is even smaller, with wooden doors that allow no light to penetrate, reserved for the most nefarious and dangerous offenders. Based on the description, it is likely that Eddard Stark, over a century later, was imprisoned in this very level. The lowest tier serves as the torture chamber, with annotations indicating that one should avoid bringing light to the 4th level, for it houses sights one would prefer not to witness. Another aspect unknown to Belron is the extensive network of secret passages and tunnels beneath the Red Keep, originally commissioned by King Maegor to facilitate a swift escape in the event of an enemy siege. These tunnels were once laden with traps, some were stone-carved, while others were earthen tunnels supported by timber. Certain passages are so narrow that one must crawl to navigate them. Some secret corridors are alarmingly close to the chambers within the Red Keep, allowing for easy eavesdropping on conversations. A passage leads directly from the Prime Minister's tower to the outside, while another connects the Red Keep to the cliff facing the sea, and yet another carved into the rock leads to the banks of the Blackwater River. The original intention behind constructing these tunnels was noble, yet many, apart from Maegor, have exploited them, leading to the infamous Eye for an Eye incident. It is foolish of Maegor to overlook that his dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, is no longer invincible. If the enemy can reach his doorstep, it signifies that the Black Dread has perished. Even with secret passages, escape would be impossible. Moreover, can a sovereign escape in such a disheveled manner, akin to a cockroach scurrying through the sewers? Even if he were to successfully evade capture, a ruler who has lost all dignity and authority would find it impossible to regain his former stature. Maishalia, you have performed admirably. I did not anticipate the labyrinthine complexity of the underground passageways. The scale of this network resembles an anthill, nearly excavating the entirety of the Agong Heights. If we were to strategically place sufficient wildfire bombs at these locations, in an instant, the Red Keep and the heights would be reduced to mere rubble. The essence of these passages lies in their secrecy. However, they are far from discreet. Henceforth, let us seal these locations with crushed stone and gravel. Berlong grasped his command baton and traced imaginary lines on the map, while the white maggot Maishalia nodded vigorously, jotting down notes. At that moment, the limping Larys entered the hall, his right foot slightly askew but his stride unwavering, his black robe billowing gently in the wind, eyes gleaming with cunning. Your Highness, I have informed the Queen of Otto's dismissal. Additionally, our weaver has discovered that Otto released several ravens. We intercepted one of the letters. Please, Your Highness, take a look. Larys stepped forward, presenting a scroll of confidential correspondence with both hands to Berlong. Upon receiving the missive, Berlong unfurled it, chuckling. Otto has clearly sensed the watchful eyes of the weaver. The contents are devoid of any valuable information, merely notifying Hobart Heidel of his and the Chancellor's dismissal. He brought the letter close to his nose, quickly dismissing the possibility of it being infused with lemon juice, scallions, milk, baking soda, grape juice, syrup, or rice soup, common methods for invisible ink among spies. The likelihood of it containing any secretive message was nearly eliminated. Could it truly be such a simple note? Berlong placed the letter on the table, his fingers halting abruptly. I must have overcomplicated matters. While to us it appears to be an ordinary letter, it may indeed represent a unique means of communication between the two brothers, imperceptible to outsiders. Such a seemingly simple note must surely contain their forthcoming strategy. Strategy? But they are to be dispatched back to Old Town tomorrow. King's Landing lies over 300 leagues away, approximately 1,600 kilometers, and the Ravens would require a full day and night to reach Old Town. There is simply not enough time. Laris raised an objection. Berlong nodded, acknowledging the truth in this. Yet, while Otto and the Chancellor may have departed, their clandestine operatives in King's Landing remain. Should these individuals receive any orders, what do you suppose would transpire? The White Maggot and Laris suddenly comprehended. Thus, this day and night represent our golden 24-hour window to thwart their conspiracy. Within this time frame, we must eradicate all clandestine eyes and informants throughout King's Landing and even the entire realm, leaving them no respite. After all, one cannot expect to always guard against thieves when one has been a thief for 1,000 days. Berlong's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Old Town is the foundation of the Heidel family. Maishalia, I require you to closely observe their every movement. Report any signs of disturbance to me without delay. At your command, Your Highness. The voice of the White Worm is steady, exuding a sense of reliability. Balon rises, his figure appearing particularly towering in the candlelight. Now is the moment to execute a thorough cleansing of King's Landing and the entire realm. With Balon's command, the shadows on Dragonstone begin to stir. The White Worm and Lares direct their subordinates, akin to hunters in the night, initiating the purge of King's Landing. Chapter 22. Farewell, May 20th. Morning, the skies above King's Landing are shrouded in a veil of fine mist, with gentle rain cascading like silk upon the high walls and spires of the Red Keep, infusing the air with a melancholic sense of solitude. At the gates of the Red Keep, Otto dons a deep blue robe, embroidered with the sigil of House Hightower. A finely crafted silver pendant resembling a crest adorning his chest. In just one night, he appears to have aged a decade, his features marked by weariness and sorrow. The Grand Maester, Melos, is clad in his characteristic gray and white robe, a chain symbolizing knowledge around his neck, wearing an expression of resignation and contemplation. The two have gathered their belongings, preparing to depart from the city that once held their power. At that moment, Queen Alicent approaches, accompanied by her maid, holding an umbrella. Today, she is adorned in a light green gown, intricately embroidered, radiating both nobility and elegance. Her long hair is gently pinned up, with strands fluttering in the light rain, adding a touch of frailty and grief to her demeanor. Yet, her gaze towards her father betrays a hint of reluctance and reproach, her heart laden with complex emotions. Father. Alicent's voice trembles. You should not have done this. Was it truly worth it? His Majesty is benevolent. Otto turns to face his daughter, a flicker of guilt and affection in his eyes. Alicent, what is done is done. There is no should or shouldn't, no worth or worthlessness. This is the path I have chosen. Alicent's eyes brim with tears. But you are now exiled. Do you understand what this means for me? I am the Queen. Yet the father of the Queen has been banished by His Majesty. Though he still favors me, the whispers within the Red Keep will ensnare me and my children. Otto raises his hand, wishing to caress her cheek as he did in her childhood, yet ultimately lowers it. You are the Queen, having borne 3 heirs for His Majesty and soon to bear a 4th. You are already part of House Targaryen. From childhood, you have been a clever and resilient child. I have faith that you can navigate any adversity. Finally, tears escape Alicent's control. But, Father, I need you. She yearns to express that in this court rife with intrigue and strife, she longs for her father's wisdom and strength. However, Otto's assertion that she is now part of House Targaryen, having produced heirs for the king, implies that her ties to House Hightower are now of little consequence. Especially after her father Otto was dismissed and exiled, Alicent found herself devoid of any familial ties within the Red Keep, leaving the latter part of her sentence lodged in her throat. Otto observed this with a fleeting expression of satisfaction, which quickly dissipated as he shook his head and sighed. There is no need for the Queen to see us off. We shall take our leave. The Grand Maester Melrose stood silently by, offering no words. Allison wiped her tears with a handkerchief, striving to maintain a facade of strength, wishing her father a safe journey. The two exchanged a subtle nod, refraining from lingering, and mounted their horses, riding off into the rain. Standing at the entrance, Allison watched their figures gradually fade into the distance. The gentle rain continued to fall, as if solemnly honoring their departure. Once Otto and Melrose vanished into the misty downpour, she turned to return, only to see Princess Rhaenyra gracefully emerging through the curtain of rain. The hem of her opulent crimson and gold velvet gown bore a few stains. Yet this could not diminish the innate nobility and elegance radiating from her. Her golden and silver tresses cascaded down her back, with a few strands dancing lightly in the breeze, accentuating her ethereal beauty. Rhaenyra approached Allison with a gentle smile, tenderly grasping her hand. "Allison, I have heard about your father's situation," Rhaenyra said in a voice that had never bestowed even an ounce of tenderness upon Balon. Now as queen, her words seemed less than comforting. "You need not be overly sorrowful. Balon has matured. He is the crown prince, the heir to the Iron Throne, and your father's most cherished son, a life bought with my mother's sacrifice." Lord Otto and the Grand Maester's attempts to seize the formidable weapon capable of conquering Dorne were indeed foolish. Even if Balon does not return, your father would have commanded their dismissal regardless. However, Otto's return to Old Town may not be a misfortune. If he had remained in King's Landing, I fear he might have acted irrationally and lost his life. Even if you cannot see each other often, you can still keep in touch through letters. Allison tightened her grip on Rhaenyra's hand, fully aware of her friend's forthright nature. Her words, though blunt, held an underlying wisdom. Yet, she chose to overlook the princess's resentment towards her brother, filled instead with gratitude. "Rhaenyra, thank you. At this moment, I truly need someone to confide in." Rhaenyra gently embraced Allison. "We are the best of friends, Allison. No matter what happens, I shall stand by your side." Given that the crown prince position belonged irrevocably to Balon, Rhaenyra felt little concern for her own prospects, since she had no chance of inheriting the throne. The trivial matter of her friend suddenly becoming a stepmother seemed inconsequential. A fleeting moment of displeasure would soon give way to reconciliation. The two friends glanced around, sensing that this was not the appropriate place for intimate conversation, and thus ventured deeper into the Red Keep. Dragonstone Island. Balron was meticulously organizing the detailed blueprints of the Scorpion crossbow obtained from Dorne. His knowledge of machinery was rather superficial. However, his noble lineage had amplified his capacity for learning. With earnest study, he was bound to achieve significant results. Yet, he would not conduct the research himself. Instead, he entrusted the task entirely to the pyromancers, those erudite individuals who possessed a smattering of knowledge across various fields. As the crown prince and the architect of the Weaver, it was inconceivable for him to engage in such trivial matters personally. He preferred the dynamic where he merely issued directives while his subordinates executed them. A gentle knock resonated through the air. "Your Highness, news from King's Landing. Enter." Balron placed the organized documents into a box. With a creak, the door swung open, and a black-clad dragon knight entered the study, respectfully presenting a note before promptly exiting. Upon picking up the note and glancing at it, a slight smile crept upon his lips. "My dear sister, had it not been for my arrival, you would likely have come to loathe your dear friend, who has usurped the role of your stepmother. How is it possible for you to maintain such amiable relations?" Chapter 23. A Battle of Wits with the Air. Otto and the Grand Maester's departure was not solitary. Under the cover of night, the blood of countless spies paved their way. Meanwhile, approximately a kilometer behind them, the Weaver followed closely, ensuring their safe passage. They could not afford any mishaps on their journey back to the Old Town, regardless of how it transpired. Balron would inevitably emerge as the primary suspect. While such troubles did not frighten Balron, they were certainly irksome, and he preferred to circumvent them whenever possible. As for Allison and her 3 children, along with the impending birth of a 4th, Balron kept them under constant covert surveillance. The Hightower family from the original narrative did not seem as formidable as initially portrayed, yet such portrayals rarely arise without substance. Otto was undeniably shrewd, yet he had carelessly walked into a trap that Balron had orchestrated. This was merely a casually set snare, and to his astonishment, it had borne fruit. The unexpected occurrences weighed heavily on Balron's mind, instilling a sense of foreboding. It was due to this apprehension that he had preemptively arranged for informants and spies in the Old Town to probe the secrets of the Hightower family. Whether due to their exceptional concealment or their seemingly ordinary facade, no valuable information had been uncovered thus far. Nevertheless, these individuals continued to surveil all members of the Hightower family, awaiting any signs of weakness. In matters where the unusual prevails, one must suspect ulterior motives. It was highly plausible that the Hightower family was devising a scheme. One possibility was that Otto and the Grand Maester would meet their demise on the return journey in a manner unmistakably orchestrated by me, subsequently exploiting public sentiment to besiege me and render me utterly powerless. This premise hinged upon utilizing my methods. Moreover, it is evident that I possess a dragon. However, I am not the sole owner of such a creature. There exists wildfire, and as far as I am aware, I alone in Westeros currently hold this power. Perhaps it is not entirely implausible. This is a matter to consult Harold, the eldest of the fire mages. After methodically organizing matters, the swift and decisive Berlon proceeded deeper into the castle, cradling a wooden box. He traversed nearly 100 meters and descended for several dozen more before pushing open a heavy door crafted from fine steel, revealing a vast expanse. This space was originally a natural cavern concealed beneath dragonstone, now emptied of its dragonstone crystals, leaving behind a grand void. These crystals were but a mere fraction of what Dragonstone Island possessed. At this moment, the area had been transformed into the headquarters and research base for the fire mages. A dozen fire mages were diligently occupied, the air thick with a faint scent of sulfur. Upon noticing Berlon's arrival, they promptly approached to offer their respectful salutations. Your Grace, there is no need for such formalities. Continue with your work. Harold, come with me. Berlon gestured for Harold to follow. In the lounge, Berlon opened the wooden box to reveal the blueprints for a colossal crossbow, the latest design from Dorne. In due time, the craftsmen responsible for the development and construction of these crossbows would arrive by ship at Dragonstone. In the interim, I urge you to familiarize yourselves with these plans, so that once everyone is gathered, we may proceed with further research. Rest assured, Your Grace, we shall not disappoint your expectations. Harold vowed solemnly as he took the box and examined the blueprints. Furthermore, I must inquire. Reflect upon whether any members of the Alchemist Guild have had dealings with the Hightower family, or if anyone has infiltrated the guild to pilfer anything. Berlon questioned. Harold pondered for a moment before shaking his head. There has been no interaction between guild members and the Hightower family. For all within the guild harbor a deep-seated disdain for those who fund the expansion of the Hightower. Without their influence, how could the Alchemist Guild have fallen into such disarray? Theft is equally improbable. The guild's arcane tomes are meticulously managed and safeguarded by numerous layers of defenses, rendering it impossible for outsiders to commit theft undetected. Are you certain? Berlon pressed. Absolutely. Though I can only affirm that no one within the King's Landing Guild has leaked any information. However, the shadowy lands of Essos across the narrow sea, particularly Ass High, are our origin. Whether the fire mages there have divulged any secrets remains uncertain. Harold was resolute about his own group, yet could not vouch for others. Upon hearing this, Berlon's eyes brightened. I had completely overlooked that the alchemists originated from Ass High. Yet, Ass High and Old Town. Indeed, the Hightower family has always favored maritime trade, having visited many corners of the world, including the now-fallen Valyrian Peninsula. In such a case, should they utilize wildfire to frame us? The origins of this wildfire could very well trace back to Ass High. The wildfires are crafted using fire magic, with stringent storage conditions, indicating that they have either mastered the method of producing wildfires or summoned the fire sorcerers of Ashar to the Old Town. The only missing element is the core technology to transform wildfires into wildfire shrapnel incendiary devices. I recall you mentioning that. Had it not been for your body being fortified by the blood of a true dragon, enhancing your mental prowess, you would have been incapable of inscribing runes. Thus, does the guild's records mention whether Ashar possesses any methods to enhance mental capacity? Baron needs to ascertain certain matters. There is no record of that. Perhaps there was once. Long ago, but I have certainly not come across any relevant documentation. Harold strained to remember, yet could conjure no recollection. Ashar lies at the southeastern tip of the known world, on the continent of Eros, at the confluence of the Jade Sea and the Saffron Strait. A port city of considerable size, comparable to the combined area of Volantis, Quells, King's Landing, and the Old Town. The entire city is steeped in magic, inhabited by sorcerers, wizards, alchemists, and followers of various cults, including the Black Goat, the Pale Saint, and the Night Lion. If, indeed, the Heidel family has long been in contact with Ashar, secretly scheming, blood of the Dragon King. Baron slammed his hand on the table, losing control of his emotions, causing a corner of the wooden table to shatter. Queen Alicent, Aegon, Emmond, and Helena immediately dispatched personnel to ensure the protection of all royals. The bloodline of the Dragon King is immensely precious. Although there have been many illegitimate offspring over the centuries, the diluted bloodline has resulted in few capable of taming dragons. Only Alison's child can independently hatch dragon eggs and tame colossal dragons such as Dreamfire and Vagril, showcasing the purity of the Dragon King's bloodline. Baiyan was uncertain whether he was merely engaging in a battle of wits with the heir, yet he feared the slightest possibility. Even the faintest chance could not be disregarded. With a command, the waiting weaver immediately set out to relay the message and execute the orders. I hope I am merely overthinking, for otherwise, the situation could become dire. Baiyan rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, his brow furrowed. It was only reasonable to secretly monitor those protecting the royals. Yet he could not directly summon a dragon to the old town, as that would surely alert the already deeply concealed Heidel family, allowing them to vanish entirely from the surface, evading all trace. Chapter 24. They are slandering me. Time swiftly passed, and it was already May 30th, in the evening. On Rose Avenue, Otto and the Grand Scholar Melrose, along with their entourage, arrived at Bitterbridge after a lengthy journey. Bitterbridge is a small town situated between rivers, nestled beside a winding stream, surrounded by fertile farmlands and dense forests, as the sun set, casting a picturesque beauty across the landscape. Otto's blue robe was stained with dirt, while Melrose's grayish-white garment had lost its pristine whiteness. The robes fluttered gently in the wind, appearing somewhat weary, lacking any inclination to admire the scenery. The inn at Bitterbridge was an aged wooden structure, with a dimly lit oil lamp hanging at the entrance, illuminating the sign of the establishment. Upon seeing Otto and his companions, the portly innkeeper hurriedly greeted them with an affable smile, radiating a fervent desire to please. "Welcome to the Bitterbridge Inn, esteemed Lord Otto." The innkeeper instantly recognized the family crest pinned to Otto's right breast. And given that Rose Avenue was the main thoroughfare leading to the High Court in the Old Town, he was familiar with Otto's visage as well. Otto and Melrose politely acknowledged the innkeeper's warm welcome as they entered the inn, their boots producing a crisp yet dull sound upon the wooden floor. Noticing the inn's modest decor, they chose a window-side table where a tranquil river flowed outside, glimmering with an orange hue under the setting sun. Without them needing to utter a word, the innkeeper had already summoned the finest food and wine to their table. After dinner, thoroughly exhausted, they washed up and began to rest. Although the inn's accommodations were simple, the beds were soft and comfortable, allowing them to recuperate fully during their journey. However, just as they were drifting into slumber, beneath the unseen depths of Bitterbridge, a candle's extinguished flame came into contact with a pool of eerie green liquid beside a cluster of oak barrels, arranged like a constellation. This green liquid was wildfire, and upon contact with the candle's flame, a terrifying emerald blaze erupted violently, akin to a ravenous beast, overturning soil and rock, leaping from the ground and greedily consuming everything in its path. In an instant, the entire town of Bitterbridge was engulfed, transforming into a hellish nightmare. In the inn, Otto and Melrose were jolted awake by the tremendous noise. They hurriedly rose, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they turned to the window. The ghastly green glow of the wildfire illuminated their faces, distorting their features into expressions of fear. "Is this wildfire?" Otto's voice trembled, filled with dread and confusion. Melrose's face mirrored his shock. This wildfire was the work of Baiyan, and at such a tender age, he was already so ruthless. Yet, the wildfire was ferocious. Almost in the next moment, the inn would be consumed. The searing heat, reaching thousands of degrees, distorted the air itself, turning the wood to ash in an instant, leaving only the skeletal framework of the building, precariously teetering. Amidst the dense forest surrounding Bitterbridge, the watchers who had been following witnessed this horrific scene unfold. They had intended to rush to Otto and Melrose's aid, but the wildfire was too terrifying. Even from 100 meters away, they felt the heat potent enough to melt steel. There was no means to approach, for now. They could only wait for the wildfire to extinguish itself before discovering the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, they relayed the news to Dragonstone via Raven. On a distant hill, 3 figures clad in black stood, gazing at the town of Bitterbridge, now completely consumed by wildfire. Their dark robes fluttered gently in the wind, hoods obscuring their faces, revealing only the 2 hauntingly green eyes of the leader beneath the cloak. They communicated in a language foreign to Westeros, subsequently releasing several ravens into the sky. Almost immediately, their silhouettes vanished from the hilltop, as if they had never been there. The wildfire continued its relentless assault on the town, reducing everything to ashes. This conflagration was not merely a disaster, but a conspiracy, signifying the onset of a new struggle for power on the continent of Westeros. Following the conquests of Dorne and the attempts to seize the stepstones by the realm of the 3 daughters. However, Baiyan had foreseen these events. Though unable to prevent them effectively, he had devised a strategy to respond. Around midnight, Belron, known for his tenacity, was engaged in meditative practice. Having reached a point where meditation could substitute for sleep, offering even greater rejuvenation. "Your Grace, a dispatch from the Weaver tracking Otto and the others has arrived," came the voice of the dragon guard from outside, followed by the sound of the door creaking open. Belron emerged from his meditative state, accepting the letter and unfolding it to reveal the grim news of Bitterbridge's fiery demise, with Otto and the Grand Maester also presumed lost to the flames. The weavers surrounding the town had waited for over 10 minutes, confirming the complete engulfment of the town by wildfire, yet had not witnessed Otto or his companion escape, leading to a near certainty of their deaths. Wildfire. Indeed, it was wildfire, though clearly the result of a calculated, explosive accumulation, reminiscent of Cersei's obliteration of the Great September. Was it sorcery from Essos? The description indicated an immense quantity of wildfire. How long had this been in preparation? It appeared the plan was ready for execution. June 1st. The Privy Council. King Viserys had recently fallen gravely ill, unable to attend the council, leaving Belron to act as a temporary substitute. The absence of both the hand of the king and the Grand Maester reduced the council to Belron and 3 others, the financial officer, the legal advisor, and the captain of the King's Guard. Meanwhile, the master of ships, Corlys Valerion, was still in the narrow sea transporting gold. The situation was dire. Both Lord Otto and the Grand Maester had perished in Bitterbridge, along with hundreds of innocent civilians. Belron distributed the letter among the ministers, continuing. 10 days ago, Lord Otto and the Grand Maester sought to acquire the secrets of crafting wildfire munitions, leading to their dismissal and exile. You are all witnesses to this. The king and I, honoring their families' past valor in the campaigns against Dorne, spared them from treasonous execution, opting instead for exile. It is crucial to understand that wildfire is a creation of the pyromancers. Its production and storage are no simple tasks. The 13 pyromancers currently serving me on Dragonstone are all members of the Alchemist Guild, their wildfires securely concealed in hidden locations. Many may possess dragons, but wildfire is solely under my command. Yet now, with their demise beneath the flames, all suspicion has suddenly turned towards me. The crowd remained silent, fully aware that with Balon's capabilities and influence, eliminating Otto and the Chancellor could be accomplished through countless legitimate means, without resorting to such clumsy tactics that left him vulnerable. The use of wildfire to eliminate Otto and the Chancellor was evidently a scheme to frame others. At present, only you and I are privy to this matter, knowing that they perished at the Bitterbridge. Typically, the news would spread from the Bitterbridge, emanating from nearby towns and villages, taking at least 4 or 5 days to reach King's Landing. It is no surprise that, at dawn, whispers of this news began circulating in the flea-ridden quarters of King's Landing, with details that cast me as the primary suspect. Subsequently, those spreading the rumors were swiftly apprehended and rigorously interrogated, unearthing deeper conspirators. Following the trail, hundreds have already been captured, and that number continues to rise. These individuals are indeed agents of the Hightower family, planted within King's Landing. What are the Hightowers plotting? They have stealthily transformed King's Landing into a sieve, their presence felt in nearly every corner. Had they not surfaced this time, we might have remained oblivious to their existence. It is crucial to note that their operatives span various professions, with even the affluent of the upper city harboring their clandestine connections. If they are merely sowing rumors now, what might they do next? The potential consequences are unfathomable. The gathered lords nodded in agreement, their faces etched with dread. Previously, they had no inkling of the Hightower family's terrifying reach, infiltrating every facet of society. Could it be that their own households are similarly compromised? Chapter 25. The golden cicadas escaped the wildfire consumed everything at Bitterbridge, transforming the once tranquil town into a desolate wasteland. The flames roared like a merciless beast, rampaging until dawn, when they finally began to subside, leaving behind an eerie silence. As the morning sun pierced through the thin mist and lingering smoke, it illuminated the cold ruins. The weavers, who had kept vigil throughout the night, commenced their search, treading upon the charred earth, each step sending tiny ashes into the air, as if the very atmosphere was steeped in sorrow. The blaze, which raged for an entire night, reduced the already dilapidated town to mere ashes, leaving the ground within a 1,000-meter radius pockmarked and blackened, as if bombarded from above. The location of the inn had been swallowed by the flames. Now a vast pit formed by an explosion from below, surrounded by scattered debris and still smoldering earth. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, suffocating in its intensity. The weavers did not relent, They understood that every minute clue could be pivotal in unraveling this calamity. Thus, they began to meticulously sift through the remnants, and at last, discovered a severely warped iron cellar door nestled in a corner. The passage of time and the devastation wrought by wildfires have rendered it unrecognizable, yet it steadfastly guards the secrets of the cellar. With tools in hand, the weavers cautiously pried open the hidden door and entered the cellar. The flickering candlelight dispelled the darkness, illuminating the confined space. In the corner of the cellar, they stumbled upon two charred corpses, their faces beyond recognition, resembling roasted suckling pigs that had been left too long in the oven. Nevertheless, the weavers were able to deduce, from the tattered garments and the family crest of the hider pinned to one of the bodies, along with a long chain of academic insignia, that these two individuals might indeed be Otto and the Grand Scholar. However, there remained no conclusive evidence to definitively identify them as such. Meanwhile, the weavers stationed on the outskirts discovered a dense and chaotic array of footprints on a hillside approximately 3,000 meters from the town. These prints stood out starkly against the soil, seemingly telling a tale of the previous night's events. Although the tracks had been deliberately obscured, the adept weavers followed the residual traces and uncovered more footprints, including those that bore the distinct tread of Otto's boots. Ultimately, these traces vanished along the banks of the Mander River, which flowed quietly, silently bearing witness to it all. The weavers realized that Otto's demise was far more complex than it appeared, potentially concealing deeper secrets. They promptly sent word to their companions in the southwest for further investigation, while also informing Belron of their latest discovery. In the sterile underground surgical theater of Dragonstone, King Viserys lay on the operating table, enveloped in a deep slumber induced by a special anesthetic administered by the fire mages, rendering him entirely paralyzed and devoid of pain, drifting into a dream devoid of suffering. 3 months prior, Viserys had accidentally sustained a cut from the Iron Throne, which became infected with tetanus. Coupled with his existing diabetes, the wound had proven resistant to healing. The Grand Scholar's proposed remedy involved bloodletting, leech therapy, and the use of artificially bred maggots to treat the necrotic tissue. However, the results of these interventions were not merely disappointing, they were utterly futile. Viserys also suffered from gout, a malady typical of the affluent during this era, which imbued each day of his life with torment and anguish. Although Belron was earnest in his desire to heal, he found himself overwhelmed by these afflictions. Tetanus, diabetes, and gout. Each ailment was a source of excruciating suffering, and the simultaneous assault of all three upon one body was particularly harrowing. Furthermore, the requirements for a sterile surgical environment and the necessary instruments were non-existent in the medieval realm of Westeros. Thus, during these 3 months, the fire mages devoted their time, aside from their routine enhancements of wildfire incendiary devices, to devising a means to create the sterile surgical room demanded by Belron. Fortunately, where technology fell short, magic stepped in to fill the gap. Belron remains uncertain about the magical sorcery employed by the fire mages, which has indeed conjured a magical version of a sterile operating room. Furthermore, they have utilized magic to extract the magical essence of tetanus immunoglobulin from the blood plasma of the dragon guards. Of course, the success of this endeavor may largely be attributed to the enhancement of the dragon guard's physique through Belron's true dragon blood. Additionally, the magical technique for regenerating pancreatic tissue, capable of curing diabetes, has been developed and perfected by the fire mages, integrating Belron's theories and plausible solutions. After nearly 2 years of extensive clinical trials, the process has been sufficiently validated for its integrity and efficacy. Belron does not wish to ascend to kingship so soon. Being a carefree prince appeals to him, which is why he is determined to heal Viserys. He stands outside the observation window, watching the fire mages clad in protective gear as they boldly perform the surgery within the sterile environment. Their methods blend modern surgical techniques with arcane magic devoid of scientific rationale, as they meticulously attend to Viserys' wounds, employing magical assistance to ensure the operation proceeds smoothly. A dazzling array of magical effects unfolds, creating a stunning visual spectacle. Is there not a fear of inadvertently causing Viserys' demise? Belron harbors a tinge of worry, not because he fears accusations of patricide, but rather because such an outcome would necessitate his immediate ascension to the throne. Prior to the official surgery, the fire mages had conducted numerous human experiments on death row inmates, achieving a success rate exceeding 95%. Belron is confident that Viserys will not fall victim to the unfortunate remaining 5. As he observes, a confidential letter arrives from the dragon guards. Frowning, Belron reads the missive. Given the rapid spread of the wildfire and its terrifying potency, Otto and the Grand Maester could not possibly have had the time to escape to the cellar. In such a sudden crisis, a person's instinctive reaction would be to flee outward, not to seek refuge underground. Footprints have been discovered on a hill 3,000 meters away, featuring the same patterns as Otto's boots. Is this a clever ruse to divert my attention from other critical details? The dragon guard stands like a statue at his side, awaiting his command. Go, ensure that the Queen, Aegon, Helena, Aemond, and Princess Rhaenyra are all brought to Dragonstone and kept under strict protection. They must not leave your sight. Belron has long harbored a suspicion that the Hightower family, through their union with the Targaryens, seeks to harness the bloodline of the Dragon Kings. Ostensibly aiming to bolster their familial power, might they also desire to control the dragons? Otto's sudden mental collapse and subsequent incineration in the wildfire suggest that his family has mastered this devastating weapon, effectively drawing Belron's attention away from the Queen and her children. Alas, Belron has a penchant for overthinking. Regardless of accuracy, he always prepares for potential contingencies. He contemplated this and promptly instructed Longway to proceed. For if his suspicions were correct, it would mirror his earlier deduction regarding the Hightower family's possession of wildfire. Longway accepted the command and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Balon turned to continue monitoring the circumstances within the operating room. Chapter 26 Who? In a dimly lit room somewhere in the old town, the conversation was succinct and rapid. How is the matter progressing? It has been arranged. He will undoubtedly not survive the night. Once the voices faded, the room was enveloped in utter darkness. Nighttime on Dragonstone. The first surgery to treat Viserys was a resounding success. Thanks to the preliminary application of pain-relieving, hemostatic, and anti-inflammatory herbal poultices, the effects of the medicine were optimally realized. Upon awakening, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort and ease, as though he had been reborn. Father, you are awake. Here, have some water. Balon approached with a cup upon seeing Viserys finally regain consciousness. After taking a few shallow sips to moisten his throat and lips, Viserys spoke. I feel remarkably well. I can scarcely recall the last time I experienced such relief. Balon replied with a gentle smile. This is merely the first treatment. 2 to 3 more surgeries will be necessary for complete healing. Only then will you truly be free of ailments. I never anticipated that a fire mage could perform the duties of a Grand Maester so adeptly. The Grand Maesters have treated me for years, yet there was no improvement. In fact, my condition only worsened. They are nothing but quacks. Viserys appeared considerably healthier than before, his spirits invigorated. He grasped his son's hand, his eyes brimming with pride and contentment. Their roles differ. Fire mages specialize in magical arts, while Grand Maesters seldom delve into the study of mysticism, adhering to traditional methods that are indeed ineffective for gout, diabetes, or tetanus infections. As the father and son exchanged pleasantries, their conversation gradually shifted to the Hightower family. I never imagined the Hightower family would resort to such tactics. If not for your foresight, they might have succeeded in implicating us. But what could their motive be? Viserys mused, perplexed, realizing that his prior understanding of Otto was perhaps too shallow. For the sake of the dragon, Balon declared, shocking him. How could that be? Without pure Targaryen blood, it is impossible. No, it is Alicent. Viserys suddenly comprehended, disbelief etched on his face. Fear not, father. Alicent and her 4 children, along with Rhaenyra, have been brought to Dragonstone and are under stringent protection. However, I find it puzzling. If they covet the Targaryen bloodline, why do they not seize the opportunity to retrieve Aegon and the others to Old Town? Their actions only complicate their objectives. Belron truly cannot fathom the intentions of the Hightower family. Much like he stated, Otto had countless opportunities to escort Aegon and his companions, yet he chose this roundabout method. Is it some esoteric political strategy that eludes his understanding? However, seeing that Viserys appears equally perplexed suggests that it is not merely a deficiency in his political acumen. Indeed, according to your analysis, aside from desiring the bloodline of the Dragon King, Count Hightower also seeks the crafting techniques for wildfire fragmentation bombs, and they have openly demonstrated their capability to produce wildfire. Viserys turned his gaze toward Belron, his eyes clearly conveying a question. Can you safeguard the crafting techniques for the wildfire fragmentation bombs? The core techniques for producing these bombs are known to only 13 pyromancers, each of whom has taken on several gifted apprentices. All of them provide comprehensive technical support for me in the most clandestine locations on Dragonstone, ensuring that there is no possibility of a breach in confidentiality. Currently, even the women weaving fishing nets by the beach and the children frolicking at their feet have sworn fealty and consumed the dragon's blood wine. It can be said that the entirety of the island is comprised of our own. Any unfamiliar individual landing on the island would be detected and reported by these vigilant human sentinels. Truly an impregnable fortress, impenetrable and leak-proof. As long as you possess confidence, I believe you will adeptly handle these matters, Viserys remarked, gazing out at the night sky. It is getting late. You should return and rest. Belron stood up, noting, there are dragon guards outside. Should the need arise, let them attend to it. I understand. I am not a child, Viserys replied, amused by his son, who, despite being merely 8 years old, carried himself with an air of maturity. Belron nodded, turning to depart, and the door to his chamber closed. Protect his majesty. Fulfill any requests to the best of your abilities. Yes. Upon returning to his quarters, Belron did not succumb to slumber, but instead engaged in rigorous meditation in lieu of sleep. The meditation technique he practiced was orthodox and complete, yet nameless. The pyromancer Harold claimed it originated from the freehold of Valyria. By diligently cultivating this practice, one could refine and solidify their mental strength, elevate their soul, and ultimately unleash magic and inscribe runes upon reaching a certain level of mastery. However, the difficulty of this meditation is exceedingly high, demanding exceptional talent, which they lack. Although their mental fortitude and spiritual power have been enhanced through practice, they find themselves only marginally more capable than the average individual, perpetually unable to break through the invisible barrier that confines them. Thus, despite possessing knowledge of numerous formidable sorceries, they have fallen to the point of only being able to produce wildfire, unable even to inscribe the runes necessary to suppress it. Were it not for the comprehensive enhancement of their constitution from consuming the dragon's blood wine, which finally allowed them to break through their limitations and significantly increase their power, they would still lack the ability to create wildfire fragmentation bombs or heal Viserys. Having diligently practiced meditation for nearly 2 years, Belron has distinctly perceived the elevation of his mental prowess and spirit. Although he remains a considerable distance from mastering the art of inscribing runes for magic, the daily progress is palpable. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, his meditation session for the night concluded. As per his routine, Belron intended to indulge in a sumptuous late-night feast to replenish his energy before resuming his meditation. The dragon guard assigned to attend him was well aware of his prince's habits and, without needing to be summoned, knocked on the door, announcing, Your Highness, the late-night meal is prepared and ready for your enjoyment. Belron responded softly. In the next moment, the door swung open and 3 dragon guards entered, wheeling in a dining cart laden with food, which they meticulously arranged on a small table. Subsequently, 2 of the guards withdrew, leaving one behind to refill Belron's juice as needed. As he settled at the table, Belron cast a glance at the remaining guard, suddenly noticing the absence of the golden contract dragon's sigil on his forehead, visible only to him. This revelation indicated that the individual before him was not the usual dragon guard who prepared his meals, but rather an assassin donned in a mask. In the entire realm of power struggles, only the faceless men from Bravo's House of Black and White could replicate not only one's physique, voice, and appearance, but even their mannerisms with such precision. Chapter 27 is indeed audacious. Being a faceless man, the assassin would either resort to poison, follow up with a lethal strike, or launch a surprise attack. Belron's physical attributes were thrice that of an ordinary person, exhibiting triple the strength and reflexes, augmented further by the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by his true dragon bloodline. Even if he were to suffer a critical blow, he would recover swiftly, rendering most physical assaults inconsequential. Thus, despite the knowledge that he faced a faceless man, he maintained an air of calm, leisurely savoring the roasted meat, while occasionally sipping on a refreshing beverage. You appear somewhat unwell. Is there something troubling you? Belron inquired, dabbing his lips with a napkin and casting a sidelong glance at the disguised guard, his tone laced with concern. Your Highness, I am quite well. The false dragon guard replied, unperturbed by Belron's keen observation of his flawless disguise, maintaining a facade of composure as he filled Belron's drink. Oh, is that so? Yet I detect a scent of blood emanating from you, Belron stated, never glancing directly at the false guard, yet his formidable presence loomed large. At that moment, the guard's confidence began to waver, though he feigned calmness. Perhaps I inadvertently got some on me while in the kitchen. When I arrived, they were slaughtering sheep. Oh, I see. However, sheep's blood typically carries a gamey odor, yet yours possesses a distinctly briny scent. I find myself looking forward to tomorrow's cumin lamb chops, Belron remarked, subtly observing the false guard, noting the beads of sweat that had begun to form on his forehead and face, eliciting a silent amusement within him. The physique of the dragon guard is approximately 1.5 times that of an ordinary person, with their black scale armor weighing around 45 pounds. Due to prolonged training and adaptation, they have fully acclimatized to this weight. Standing still, they could endure an entire day without breaking a sweat. It is only the untrained ordinary individuals who, upon donning the black armor, exhibit such reactions. Belron, unhurried, continues to savor his meal, curious to see how long the imposter dragon guard can endure. As time passes, the faux dragon guard finds himself drenched in sweat, perplexed by the lack of effect from the potent poison he administered. Given the dosage consumed by Belron, an entire group would have succumbed, yet Belron remains unfazed, relishing his late-night snack. Each passing second torments the imposter, who feels increasingly burdened by the heavy armor. If this continues, he fears he might become the first assassin in history to perish from sheer exhaustion, mere inches away from his target. Despite being close to his objective, the imposter struggles to find an opportunity to strike. Although Belron appears relaxed, he exudes an overwhelming sense of danger, making the imposter acutely aware that any attempt to attack could lead to his demise. This formidable awareness, honed through years of training, leaves him at a loss. The mission must be executed, but how? Are you pondering why the poison has failed to dispatch me? If you were to strike, how would you eliminate me? Belron, still not looking at the faux dragon guard, articulates his thoughts with uncanny precision, as though reading the imposter's mind. The imposter's heart races, and he continues to feign loyalty, professing that he would willingly sacrifice his life for the prince and could never contemplate poisoning him, let alone assassination. While true of the dragon guards, it is regrettable that you are not one of them. Before the words fully escape his lips, Belron swiftly strikes, his right hand wielding a dining knife thrusting at an acute angle. The imposter, no, the faceless one, realizes he has been exposed. In an attempt to evade Belron's lethal strike aimed at his throat, he tries to dodge, but Belron's left hand with a fork has already sealed off his retreat. To onlookers, it appears as though the faceless one has inadvertently collided with the fork. The dining fork may not be particularly sharp, yet it pierces through layers of protection, embedding itself into the soft flesh at the imposter's waist. The faceless one, demonstrating remarkable fortitude, remains silent as he draws his sword in retaliation, understanding that escape is futile. Rather than perish in a state of humiliation, he resolves to fight back, hoping to seize a sliver of opportunity. A noble thought, but your life is forfeit. Belron's voice echoes like the harbinger of death, and the faceless one perceives a flash before darkness envelopes him, his consciousness dulling, gradually succumbing to chaos. The faceless one is not easily swayed, and Belron thanks him for his presence, as it has confirmed the connection between the Hightower family and Bravos, validating another of his hypotheses. Now, you may rest well. As Belron releases his grip on the faceless one's throat, the imposter's neck is grotesquely twisted and deformed, unmistakably crushed. As he prepared to allow the dragon guard outside to handle the corpse, Belron suddenly felt an insidious force fixated upon him, an overwhelming sense of crisis surging within. Without hesitation, he swiftly crouched and rolled forward. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the darkness behind him rippling like the surface of water, from which an indistinct shadow emerged, accompanied by the sudden appearance of a shadowy dagger poised at the exact location where his heart had just been. Had Belron not evaded in time, he would have been pierced through the heart by the dagger. The shadow was as dark as ink, seemingly capable of devouring all sources of light. A shadow assassin. This unexpected turn of events bewildered Belron. In his past life, both the Cold King and the Light King, Laro, were indeed tangible divine beings who manifested before the populace, alongside the enigmatic three-eyed raven. Was the messenger of the Light King here to eliminate him? Having realized that his existence posed a threat, was this an attempt to alter the trajectory of the world line, to forcibly erase his presence? His thoughts spiraled in an instant, as the shadow assassin glanced quizzically at the empty thrust of its dagger, then at Belron, who had now risen, wielding the towering sword. Dawn, which was significantly larger than himself. Dawn measured approximately 1.82 meters, while Belron stood around 1.6 meters tall. The blade of Dawn gleamed pale, reminiscent of milky glass, flickering like a breath under the flickering candlelight. Legend had it that it was forged from the core of a magical meteorite that had fallen from the sky, possessing resilience and sharpness comparable to that of Valyrian steel, perhaps even sharing its ability to vanquish magic. Gripping the colossal sword tightly, Belron remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. The shadow existed in a realm between reality and illusion, only solidifying to inflict harm at the moment of attack, much like how it had been nearly invisible before its recent strike. As expected, after the failed attempt, the shadow wavered and melted back into the darkness. In the light, shadows must exist. The brighter the illumination, the darker the shadows it reveals. Since he could not see it, he resolved not to seek it out. Belron closed his eyes, assuming a defensive stance, intently sensing the changes around him. His senses heightened threefold, rendering him extraordinarily sensitive. Suddenly, he felt that familiar pang of dread. Instinctively, Belron pivoted Dawn, crouching low and sweeping the blade horizontally. Whether by sheer luck or fate, he struck something. The sensation of slicing through thick, viscous sludge indicated it was neither a person nor an object. The candlelight in the room flickered as he saw the shadow severed at the waist, frozen in its thrusting posture. Then, a chilling wail echoed, as the shadow twisted and struggled before vanishing into the flickering light, rather than dissolving into the darkness. Was it dead? Belron did not let down his guard. This was his first encounter with a shadow assassin, and he had never witnessed any instances of one being slain. He remained uncertain if Dawn could truly vanquish such a foe. Thus, he quietly pricked his finger and smeared his blood upon the blade. For it was the blood of a true dragon, surely potent against malevolence. So far, the results seemed promising. But could it be said that the shadow assassin was truly dead? Your Highness. At that moment, 10 dragon guards stationed outside burst into the room, swiftly encircling Balon to shield him from harm. Their eyes fell upon the lifeless body of the false dragon guard sprawled on the ground. They had all heard the chilling wail emitted by the shadow assassin and, driven by concern for their prince's safety, rushed in without a second thought. Fear not. The assailant has been vanquished, and the body will be dealt with, Balon declared, but then a troubling thought struck him. What if Viserys, Rhaenyra, and Alicent had also fallen victim to an assassination attempt? With that unsettling notion, he seized the Dawn and dashed out of the chambers, racing towards where Viserys and the others were located.